What's happening? Benton here. Thanks for joining me, whether live or on replay. Looks like I've got a new episode of In a Thought Experiment to check out later. I previewed the first few minutes. Shout out to our boy Yurt at In a Thought Experiment YouTube channel. Shout out to the chat. Just hit the road here, headed east on, I think we're still on I-20, about to be on I-10. No, I'm still on I-10, about to be on I-20 rather. Here in Texas. We can get around old Estes here. He's all over the road. That's why I won't never pull doubles, by the way. If y'all see what this guy's doing, he's probably having a text argument with his spouse or Lord only knows what. And see, look at him. They call these wiggle wagons. So if he really don't pay attention to his driving, if that back trailer, that rear trailer gets to skating around, it's much easier to lose control of that rig there. Maybe he needs some hypervigilance. I don't know. To his credit, though, he seen me coming and held his lane there. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. They make good money, the LTL drivers, less than truckload. I ain't trying to do that shit, though. Most of them routes, they run their clock out every day. I think I worked about 8 hours yesterday. That's just the right amount. But give me just a second. I want to check in with the chat. Yeah, content machine in the house, by the way. Apparently, Yurt's playing some of my clips, which is great. That's what I want him to do. So looking forward to checking that out after the live stream. Be the content you want to see in the meta. There he is. Pain don't hurt. See if I can stay on the road now. Damn, there's nobody here. Well, all right. I see how you are. I saw EBT and Drew are live, so I suppose we can expect a smaller crowd than normal. I don't know. I don't know anything about that, Illuminati. I'm just trying to keep this from turning into the gay hookup. It was teetering on the precipice there for a bit. Oh, good. Please do. Yeah, he was. I didn't know, Drew. I wouldn't have gone all gay there if I knew you were stream sniping. Or are you talking about Yurt? But anyway. CBO in the house. Always good to see him. Feel free to come on and talk shit, Drew, if you're so inclined. This is a ad hoc broadcast in many ways. We just sort of figure it out as we go. And then occasionally roast one of the regular panelists / live chatters, like Mr. Murphy yesterday. Does that mean he's just gone, never to return? I'm not sure how that works. But then the alter egos come into play, right? The sock account. Channel here. Perhaps he will some point in the future. Also, to see if your order will up that. Maybe he will. We'll see how that. Oh man. Yeah, the pain don't hurt. I guess, is that from Roadhouse? Sometimes I have, and I know Drew doesn't watch movies, but I have these movie quotes in my head sometimes. Not a big fan of Roadhouse, JG. Not that he's around at this hour. He's brings up Roadhouse on a regular basis. The movie Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze. I've been in quite a bit of abdominal pain here for, I don't know, this is probably day 3 or day 4 of fairly serious abdominal. What's happening? What's up? Good to see you, bro. Thank you, sir. Safe travels. Yeah, keep the 12 inches, as it were. Good to see you, bro. It's the Oklahoma Fest. Hey, sorry about that, folks. I don't know why it has to take so long to reconnect to the internet. I'm out here in the middle of nowhere, and occasionally there's some kind of dead spot, and then looked up and here's this guy going 50, but that happens sometimes, although rarely. But shout out to Hypervigilance, by the way, because we got that. You can't see, but there's a rig passing us. I had to go from 71 to about 48. In a very controlled fashion with plenty of space. Nobody's safety was ever at risk. Gee, I was responding to Provo Kid's comment. No, for Lord, go watch Drew. I mean, yeah, don't catch this replay, man. Don't. Yeah, I'm here, man. And you never know. Some of the live streams over here have been shorter than usual, but you never know when we'll be going 10 hours, so there'll be plenty of time. Plenty of time. And Drew and EBT are not live that frequently, so I would implore you to go check them out. I think they're on Enslaved by Truth, I believe. Is that where they're live? And maybe they're stream sniping. I don't know. What's up, Rob Cleveland? Good to see you. Yeah, there you go. It's the AIX. What's up? What's the sometimes when I go from one tower to the next tower, you think the phone would know to just, because all I do is manually put it into airplane mode, then take it out of airplane mode, and it connects to the, the closer tower. Why the phone can't do that for itself is a bit of a mystery. And then I also have, I have a competing carrier on my other phone, my work phone. So then I'm also like trying to turn on the hotspot, at the same time. Funny how that works. Yeah, that's right. Hypervigilance is key. Yeah. Well, I was whining and crying about my health woes. Yeah, that's where I got on the pain don't hurt. Because yes, it's like day 4 of pretty serious abdominal pain. Boy, gonna make me drive today. Now it says left lane closed. We'll get around old Swift here, which apparently stands for sure wish I'd finished training. Yeah, just truck driver joke. I like that Volvo though. I might driving one of them. All right. Shout out to the chat as always. Let's see if any of these bozos are going to try to pass me as we go down to one lane. No, they're being on their best behavior today. That is the interesting part about doing broadcast while I'm also working as a truck driver. Sometimes my attention is necessarily focused elsewhere other than the broadcast. It can take me a few minutes to sort of get back on track, although I haven't quite ever gotten on track thus far. So if I'm being stream sniped, this was probably not that great of a representation of my work necessarily. Oh, I noticed Toilet Bowl Earth is now disavowing knowing who I am. That's actually probably the best strategy overall. So shout out to him. So yeah, I don't know who that is. Maybe that's what I'll start saying. Toilet Bowl. I don't know who that is. Then the Murphy stuff from yesterday. I don't even know where that stuff comes from sometimes, but apparently and this is back to the content machine, Drew. If I'm still being rebroadcast, probably not by now, but if I am, content machine. Hell, I'm putting out content while I'm asleep. Apparently, I woke up. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Oh, Truther Cop, who has admin on my StreamYard. Truther Cop was kind enough to do a rebroadcast of a portion of yesterday's live stream about demonic oppression, demonology, spiritual warfare, and such. Boy, the demons came to attack yesterday, did they not? And then tried to get me over on Paul's stream. So I went up, I came onto Paul's channel for the first time, figured I'd make myself available. I think he's gotten so used to folks, turning on him. So I got the demons in the chat trying to stir up drama and contention, discontent. So I came on, had to patiently wait through some so-called soft sit BS, And I'm sure these are fine folks, but what's up with it seems like a lot of these people that show up on Paul's panel, this is my observations only. Now I got to give all these disclaimers. Because see, now we're in a world where I got just enough heat on the channel over here. I used to be able to fly under the radar and say whatever the fuck I wanted. So now I've got just enough heat where some of these jealous bitch bozos are going to try to take something I've said out of context and run back to Daddy Paul with it. Meanwhile, I'm finna stop at if I can remember, hopefully I can remember later, when I drop this trailer at the yard, I'm planning on, I gotta go by the Amazon locker and pick up some packages. Although, listen to this shit, I already got the message. Well, let me pause real quick. I know I just opened about 3 different cans of worms. Let me see if I can mentally make a note to go back and address all these things before I just start rambling. But, I ordered a new computer, like a mini PC, a keyboard and mouse, and a LCD, a 15-inch LCD portable screen. I think the Amazon driver or the Amazon worker already stole the fucking screen. I'm getting messages. Oh, your package is delayed in transit. Okay, great, perfect. Hey, somebody 5-figure discounted my LCD screen. I guess I should have checked the box that said, hey, put this in another box. So maybe it'll lessen the chance of one of our bozo employees stealing your shit. Then hopefully I can remember to go to a post office. I'm going to send Mr. Unslaved a donation, also known as a gesture of goodwill and good faith, by the way, for in appreciation for his content, number one, which I do enjoy, and also, in the spirit of continued, potential content creation and collaboration. Fuck the haters. And I don't even personally care about the haters, but I do notice when these bozos think that they're going to, Benton said whatever, and why did you say this, and blah, 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 and carry it back to somebody else's live stream. That's some bitch shit. How about you start your own live stream, jealous bitches? Start your own live stream, and just play my content and then respond to it and make a fucking snippet. You know, why take me out of context in a fucking text chat? Uh, you know, intentionally misrepresent what I've said when you can do your own live stream. By the way, people keep saying you need 1,000 subscribers. I'm at 310. No, you do not. I'm going live from computer and phone, which you can do that. Start with 50 subs if the bozo in question is intelligent enough to go to the support and help section of YouTube and read the motherfucking requirements. Because that's what I had to do. Because even with 50 subscribers, one must still meet other requirements for live streaming. So figure it out. I figured it out. So the jealous bitch bozos, surely they can figure it out as well. Yeah, shout out to Christos, by the way. And Tommy, you're free to say whatever you want. I'm gonna attempt to resist the part where we make the central focus about Paul versus Tommy. But although that a key battle in the war, apparently the larger war, did occur over here, so at least actually a couple of skirmishes. But Tommy, you're always welcome around here, and again, attempting to cajole Tommy into hosting his own show, which would be up to him, you know, when to do that and the frequency. Let's see what happens with that. Okay, let's go back to the cans of worms that I was opening prior to that, whatever that was. Yeah, I guess generally the idea of these people, you know, just imagine being an otherwise presumably somewhat intelligent, you know, adult who's, as far as I can tell, is functional in society. Who and then, you know, and I'm not dumb, man. I noticed at some point, I said, like when I first started going on, you know, I was a fan of Any Yurt with Books ever since Drew shouted him out. So I was over there when Yurt was just reading from books, and you know, I was typing in his live chat, you know, and he's trying to get in debates about Nietzsche and stuff with me. You know, single digits in the live, all right, which we're damn near there right now. Hey, shout out to single digits in the live. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Oh yeah, Tommy's going on hiatus after his appearance. He is loosely scheduled to appear later in the show, and then has said that he will be going on hiatus until the 19th, where he will be appearing with that whatever her name is, Laguna or something. I don't know what, hey Laguna, whatever that is. I don't know a lot of these channels. But yeah, the jealous bitches, feel free to do your own live streams and just play my content. You're more than welcome to, and pause it right when you think I've said something that represents a gotcha. You know, because all those live streams are on the channel. So whoever's interested can go back and review the original material. So yeah, go ahead, spin it as you will. But I would implore those people to yeah, play it and pause it and respond to it. There you go. Yeah, Rob says he had 31 subscribers and went live. Yeah, there you go. And the dead air is a meditation, lest we forget. Oh, I got paid this morning. $700 and some, which is that's on the low end for what I normally make. But I think that's finally my. I've been fearing a low check, a small check for a while. That fear of the unknown. So now I know. Of course, that's still a lot of money to a lot of folks. So I'm certainly thankful to be able to even earn an income, a weekly income, and then back to the pain don't hurt, being pretty ill, but it's that good pain, man. Sometimes, and I think this gets back to the ideas of people thinking I should go to the health system. Which I think a lot of that is projections of their own, right? Because I feel pretty good most of the time, but then I'm sick every day. I'm sick part of the day, and then it's been pretty bad the last 3 or 4 days. So what? Pain don't hurt. And then you got the Talcott running around talking about get out of your imagination into the now. Hey, what better way to be in the moment than constant, 5 out of 10 on the pain scale in one's lower right abdomen. But I think we're healing up, man. I think the old gallbladder's getting its shit together. I think that's what it is. So I'm more than willing to endure it for the greater good. What's up, Tranquil Vortex? Good to see you. And everybody, feel free, if Drew and EBT are still live, feel free to. The thing with me and driving and doing these live streams while I'm driving, if I feel like when it's time for me to go live, I'm just going to have to go live. Sometimes that's 2 a.m. I'm in different time zones. I'm going to bed at different times. I'm waking up at different times, just depending on what's happening. Sometimes I'm not driving until later in the day. So, it is what it is on those levels. Thank you for your patience. And I would never be cross with the audience for going elsewhere. And kind of like, I think it's like I lived with almost no money, lived in the streets for all those years. I'm still on some level just surprised and grateful to even be able to buy things. It's sort of the same thing with any sort of broadcast that I do. It's like just looking down and it's like, 18 people in the live chat or whatever it is, 15 people. Like, anything I'm grateful for that. It's truly, that's not, I'm not blowing smoke. And one thing about my schedule with truck driving is I get all this time off. Like I got stuck in Indiana for damn near a whole week. The problem for me is I don't know when that's going to occur. So when I get this computer, get this thing all set up, install Linux on it, get it all set up, then I'll be in a position to put my website back online, nightmaredystopia.com, which I re-upped on the 1 year of web hosting recently, so I still own the domain. Yeah, and that's the thing, Tranquil Vortex, talking about healing. And that's an astute comment, I would say. And Tommy, I'm just not able to read all your comments right now, mostly because my eyesight is so poor and the road is fairly rough, so please don't be offended. Not that you would be. But, and the only thing that's not going to heal is my actual pancreas because of the scar tissue. Everything else, my kidneys have already recovered to a great degree. Like I'm more or less, normal based on people's low state of health these days, right? And I think the old gallbladder is going to get there too. It's just going to take time, like Tranquil Vortex says. I'm a patient man. I'm patient in that regard. And that was part of my whatever spiritual, whatever practices and self-work, whatever you want to call all that hippy-dippy, happy, fun bullshit, for me to get to this point. Part of that was me recognizing, I need to, I must necessarily just give myself, I'm going to undertake these endeavors from potential transcendence, but I have no idea what the time scale is. So same thing with my gallbladder. Like it could be a month of whatever I'm going through right now. It could be 6 months. I might whatever I'm experiencing now, it might be present for the rest of my days. Like I've accepted that it's going to take however long it's going to take. You know, there's not really much I can do about that. But I believe going to the medical system, and again, back to the pain don't hurt. So I believe I will. So it's a choice mentally. I think I will be better in the long run by dealing with it on my own as much as I'm able to. Now, if I was in excruciating, debilitating pain, you know, that might be something different. But I'm on about I don't know, between a 5 and a 7 on the pain/discomfort scale, I would say. Like, that's not. What's the relevance of that? Aren't we all in pain? And then I think that gets us back to depression. And my contention that repression is always harmful to the individual. Ask me how I know. You know, all of these various traumas and these things that we've all experienced over the course of our lifetime. And it seems like, you know, repression is something that humans, you know, utilize as a strategy, whether we know it or not. And then my experience with that has been, you know, in using repression to not deal with these various things that I moment over a period of years, it causes that whatever that energy is, you know, the sensation, you know, the way I experience that is that I have, you know, physical sensation and pain and aches and pains that, you know, build up and stagnate. You know, you may be surprised to learn that I'm a fairly high-strung individual by nature, and I was and really the only time I was relaxed would have been like in a flow state, but that would have been playing sport or like skateboarding, mostly playing basketball, which I wouldn't be necessarily even aware of relaxation. But at a certain point in my 30s, somebody gave me a cassette tape of a guided meditation, and I realized, wow, I'm basically on a regular basis, and became aware of, wow, I have all of this stagnated, like I've got all this, and I didn't know what it was initially. I've got all this pain and stress. You know, that was my perception. Tension, right, in my shoulders, my upper back. But previously, I didn't even know it was there. I mean, you know, imagine that. So I'm carrying around all this, and that's kind of what I mean by pain don't hurt. Like, it really didn't hurt. I didn't even know it was that pain was there. You know, so obviously, it seems to me like I can use my mental will and my mental energies and my focus to sort of, you know, the only way out is through. You know, to just go into the pain. You know, pain don't hurt. But it seems like if I try to resist and turn away from the pain, that just feeds into it and prolongs that period of repression, by the way. And then with the seated meditation, you know, and then really experiencing those sensations, which for me is generally like my upper back, upper right shoulder. And then also realizing now, well, that's gallbladder pain in the lower right abdomen. That when it gets more severe, it actually goes up into the right shoulder. So, I mean, like, I probably had a fucked up gallbladder more or less my whole life. So this ain't nothing new. See, none of this is it. What I'm dealing with is nothing new. Who cares? Like, what I care about is I wake up every morning. What do they say? Every day above dirt is good or whatever. I mean, that is true on a certain level, but then again, I am full doomer. You know, I talk about the zombie apocalypse, but I have to catastrophize, or whatever that word is. I have to make everything into a catastrophe strategically. I have to go worst case scenario. I do. That doesn't mean you have to. That's what I have to do. You know, to cope. That's my cope. It's a full doomer. Full doomer is a cope. Yeah, of course it is. How could it not be? Isn't that like what we're all doing here? Coping? Isn't it all a cope on some level, Drew? Mostly, I suppose. Maybe not everything. Yeah, unfortunately, the eyesight's too blurry. I can't read. That looks like an interesting comment, but not able to read it right now, unfortunately. And the road has a lot of bumps. Very bumpy road. That must be some sort of illness. Yeah, but and that's one of my major things over here with my content and be the content. Be the content I want to see in the meta is the power of the mind, and that we all have one right here in our skull. So, and again, I talk about how pessimistic I am at the level of society. That's on a collective or a mass scale. Then I'm pessimistic with the masses, but then I'm very optimistic when you look at most individuals. So, anybody can live a number of years and not really be, tapped into the power of their mind, and they can just come to a realization, a knowledge of self one day. Oh yeah, that's right. We all have access to this very powerful, technology, if you want to think about it in that way. And it's right here between my ears. And, I can use that thing. Or what will happen if I don't use that thing between my ears? That thing between my ears will be used against me. And that's what we see in this realm, is especially with indoctrinations through, first the school system and then employment, whatever our socialization processes are, our peer groups, our, nuclear families, whatever they believe, the larger cultural beliefs, that all plays a part in. It's very easy for individuals to be birthed into this realm, and then during those processes, to never really tap into their mind directly and use it as a force in their own lives, because there's all of these mechanisms: media, television, education, employment, peer groups, that are more religion, that are more than happy to take over those functions and just make it very easy and seemingly easy and convenient. Okay, we'll do you the thinking for you. And then look at what's done to us through mass marketing and advertising, which, while simultaneously overinflating our own self-esteem and our own view of ourselves, specifically to sell us certain products and services. In 15 plus years ago, I became aware of this. I had an epiphany because I had DirecTV when I was still with wife number one, ex-wife number one. Shout out to Kara Lamb, that was her name, Lam. Kara Lamb Trong. I think it's pronounced like Chun. Shout out to her. If I'd have been a little more mature, I think I'd have just stuck with wife number one. It was a pretty good match overall, I have to say. Pretty good match. Oh well, such is life. Where was? Mass marketing. So we had DirecTV, and they had this campaign for NFL Sunday Ticket, which is, you pay however much money to DirecTV, and you get to watch more or less most of the NFL games on your DirecTV. And their marketing campaign was become the world's most powerful fan. And by the way, I was normie back then. I was super fucking normie, but I have had this specific type of brain, a beautiful mind, as it were, my whole life. And I actually probably didn't even figure it out then. I think what happened was my intuition was like, hey, what the fuck is this? Like something's wrong here. So I think probably I had the epiphany later now that I think about it. But I've been able to realize, oh, that's actually what that's doing is that's granting the person that purchases this service, it's granting them the permission to view themselves in a certain way based on purchasing the service. And they can then feel some type of way, powerful, right? So I can then extrapolate out and realize, okay, most of the fucking populace out here, like 85% of these bozos, they really do feel some type of way about themselves. They really do feel powerful on some level, although not across the board, obviously, because they certainly have all sorts of fears and insecurities simultaneously. But now we're to the, that wouldn't be cognitive dissonance necessarily, but that's some form of, we talk about double think. What's that double feel, right? Like, what is this, But then again, I've also contended that the masses, what I estimate to be 85% of everybody, they can't even really distinguish what they're thinking from what they're feeling and vice versa. And their entree into the present moment is not a thought, it's a feeling. Well, yippee skippy, yay for Benton, he happens to be in the 15% or so of that I estimate of the people who my entree into the present moment is not a feeling, it's a thought or an idea. I experience the present moment conceptually or at a level of ideas, which, by the way, that's more or less dissociation on some level, isn't it? Shout out to Layla. She's not around this time of night, hopefully. Lord knows Drew wouldn't allow his woman to be out catting around. So, I think there's something to be said for some strong male leadership in the home at that level, right? And, a mother raising her sons, by the way. And, back in my day, nobody had to hide the very real thing that mothers want to have sons. Yeah, I'm sure they love their daughters, but it ain't really about that now, is it, ladies? It ain't really about that now, is it? Pardon me while I negotiate this interchange, freeway interchange. I guess this is really just a fork in the road. The dead air is a meditation. So back to the hypervigilance, part of my deal was I really had no choice in order to be functional in society and not just completely lose my fucking mind. I found it necessary to undergo a long series of, just being able to accept, this is how people are, man, and they're not going to change at a mass scale. They're not going to sing Kumbaya. They're not going to wake up in mass. They're not going to sing Kumbaya, come together and fix the fucking dystopia. It's not going to happen. But individually, there's a great deal of potential for progress. I tend to, and effectiveness. I work on effectiveness in the real world. I've always been that way. Me personally. Shout out to autism. Which part of effectiveness is as soon as I recognize that a particular action or strategy in the real world can never bear fruit, I don't do that thing, whatever it may be. But then we get back to emotions and feelings. Well, if 85% of the public, if their entree into the present moment is that how they feel about things, well, probably a lot of their thoughts and behaviors are going to come directly out of their feelings and emotions. So they are slave to their emotions in a lot of ways. Not everybody is some sort of borderline psychomaniac who can just, not feel about something and just go ahead and boldly act in the world, right? Yeah, I got it like that, but so what? I got a whole other set of things that I'm not very good at that more or less comes naturally to 85% that I referenced earlier. But we all have our, it's like a video game character with these different attributes. Yeah, I might have some of my some of those ratings may be very high, and some people the rest of you just more or less take for granted. Intelligence, EQ, in a lot of ways. That's the practice, man. That's the road to walk, right? And that's where we get into the talk is cheap. It's like, yeah, I talk a lot, but however, most of what I speak on, I've experienced firsthand. Most, not all, but I generally speak from my personal experience. AKA, I done been there and done that. Oh, by the way, while I'm thinking about it, Drew, if Drew's still around, or if he hears this later, Sam Hyde finally shipped out my T-shirt. So all it required was I had to file a grievance with my debit card, and they finally shipped out my T-shirt. That's going to Nana's house. I guess I'll retrieve that at some point. I don't have a physical address, so that's how that goes. Let me check in with the chat. That interchange back there kind of got me off my game a little bit. It's a bit of an unusual configuration. Oh, I got the Slam Hyde, the red long sleeve with the on the back it says "suck a dick with AIDS" on the tip, and it's got a picture of Sam Hyde like dressed up like a rapper with like a grill and everything. That's why we need to have our version of DabbleCon, so I have somewhere to wear that T-shirt. Because otherwise, like, where am I even going to wear the thing? Methylated ramblings. Well, I've never done that drug, sir, but you might be referring to Tommy's stream of consciousness in the chat. Although I don't believe Tommy's on that particular drug this time. And then, like, when Austin Murphy, whatever he was saying about me in the live chat at Paul's stream yesterday, see, whenever somebody starts doing that, I just mute them. Now, I've done that over here on live stream and didn't realize, that mutes them for everybody. But, when I'm watching a live stream and somebody starts spazzing out, I just don't read their comments. I just, click on their name and select block or whatever, or mute or whatever it is. I guess block. So I don't know what the hell he was saying about me. Why would I read that? Who cares? But I'll go up on the panel and be like, here I am. I guess I'm getting slandered in the live chat, so I figured I might as well show up, make myself available. turn a negative into a positive. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say earlier. I noticed a lot of these soft, and I know they're not sovereign citizens. It's just a handy, yeah, it sounds negative. It has a negative connotation, but SOBCIT, it's an easy container, it's an easy term to use. Like, but how come so many of these people that I see come up on Paul's panel, why do they look like former and or current meth users? Not that there's anything wrong with that necessarily. Although I am on record that collectively meth users are the scum of the earth, collectively, or at least scum of the country. And drunks are the worst, by the way. As the internet tries to decide if it wants to work out here or not. What's up, Robin? Good to see you. I don't know if Drew and EBT were live over at Enslaved by Truth, so feel free to tune in over there. I don't know if they're still live or not. But yeah, I'm just, why are so many of those people who, it seems like the ones who come on to Paul's panel and have like active court cases to talk about, they almost always seem like former and or current stimulant users. Which maybe I come across that way sometimes, so I guess I am stereotyping to some extent. But I'm usually pretty accurate with my read on those scenarios. Typically, I would be fairly accurate, I would say. And I do like these kind of streams sometimes where I can just, I know I can take my time and ramble and not really put a lot of pressure on myself to make it to any sort of destination. Just try not to whine and cry about how I don't feel well. Whatever. But going back to what I was saying about the advertising and people's self-esteem and how they're marketed to, I guess I watched Fight Club on DVD. It would have been like probably 98 or 99. And that was the first thing that really sort of jolted me. I won't even say wake up, but I don't think that's a thing. But it definitely got my attention. The things you own end up owning you. So I guess by the time I probably started paying more attention to what was going on in the, just in the ether. And I think that's probably when I was starting to, develop my intuition a little more, to where I was able to begin working with my intuition more directly. Don't talk about watching Fight Club. Yeah, there you go. Is that the first rule of Fight Club? Yeah. Well, I mean, there's something to that, right? And then, even back to, I remember these things like Rage Against the Machine, their music video for Freedom. That if you put that in a context of when that was on MTV, I was a freshman in college and playing whatever version of NBA on somebody's Sega Genesis in my dorm. And going back to my dorm at some point, watching MTV Beavis and Butthead, and then heavy rotation was Rage Against the Machine, Freedom. That type of, I think we take it for granted in the modern internet age, but that sort of especially that visual imagery and those messages were not really available to us. Leonard Peltier, I didn't know anything about any of that. That was eye-opening. That would have been 94. Still. I wasn't a big guy back then. My sister was. I have two younger sisters. Uh, Jessica, the elder of two sisters. Again, gal. I like them now more than I did back then. I was a pretty music snob, which is pretty hilarious coming from someone like myself. There you go. Bulls on Parade, one of my favorites. That pocket full of shells. I do want to talk to Paul about the Bang Bangs one day. That does seem to be something that myself, Tommy, and Mr. Unslaved share in common. The Bang Bang. A love of the Bang Bangs, not the events, the actual tools. I guess I'm a hot spot. I mean, let me switch carriers here, right? Yeah, there's a few dead spots out here, but I have to say the Verizon is fucking rock solid overall. Very, very impressed with the Verizon. I wish I just gotten, although I do wish I just had a regular 4G phone because sometimes Verizon has very little 5G, especially just like on an expressway in the middle of nowhere. And sometimes, like if I go into a little town or city, it'll switch over to 5G, and that causes problems. Like it'll go from 5G to 4G to 5G. Sometimes that drops me off. Yeah, I got my guns. Am I even allowed to talk about guns? I guess it seems like YouTube, and I think this is back to what Matt Drudge said when he was interviewed by Alex Jones years ago. And I will, when I get my computer set up, I'm planning to play those audio clips. I know I spent several hours cutting up all those audio clips at one point, and a big part of that's what Matt Drudge was talking about. And that was years ago, talking about Instagram and these other, apps, calling them, and that was even in the early days of the smartphone. That was probably still more in the context of a PC, but saying that this is ghetto, he's calling it internet ghettos or gulag. So it seems like we're in one of YouTube's internet ghettos, where it's such a small niche community, and the algorithm, I'm sure it pushes me out to certain people at certain times, but there's not just random people necessarily coming in here in any sort of numbers. So I guess I probably can talk about guns, firearms. I don't know. Can I? At what point will the algorithms be sophisticated enough to realize that my thumbnail, shout out to Chalk Body Outline, all channel graphics by Chalk Body Outline, chalkbodyoutline.com, that my thumbnail for this broadcast is partially a Holocaust reference, or I guess mostly a Holocaust reference now that I think about it. But then at what point is it just like, hey, you can't say Holocaust? Is that going to be a thing? Is that already a thing? Yeah, there you go. Day one, minute one, full gear and rifle. But again, I would love to kit up. I got nice gear. I would like to just mob around in my full kit, as it were. That'd be nice. And as much as my body weight has decreased, I'm still probably in shape to carry a ruck, at least for maybe not 10 miles a day like I used to do every day, but good for at least a couple of 2 or 3, I reckon. Although I bet my feet are not in shape for that. That'd be the worst part, dealing with the blisters. Ha ha ha. There you go. Yeah, yeah, Brandon Herrera. I used to watch a lot of. I don't watch any of that firearm related content. I used to watch a lot of it, but then I had bought a lot of nice stuff that I really liked. And I still got a lot of cool stuff, but I had like a lot of extra stuff that I've sold off. And sometimes as much as I'm not sentimental, sometimes I'll see something and I'm like, oh, I used to have that. Fuck, why did I sell that? But it's like, well, I sold it because I wanted to be able to rent a motel room and get fucking shit faced every day. So I had to unnecessarily and not work. So I had to sell some of my extras. But shout out to a pair of Glock 21 SF Gen 3s. Shout out to a CMMG Banshee 8-inch 45 that takes the Glock mags, so interchangeable mags, my so-called gunfighter setup. And if anybody has emailed me and I haven't responded to your emails, please accept my apologies. I've got some emails I need to return. I'm a bit of a bad friend in that regard at times. I do read your emails, folks. It's just I generally get them right when I wake up. Maybe I should just make myself respond immediately. I don't know. It's a bit rude not to reply to people's emails. Well, I'm a Hickok 45 guy myself. But, and yeah, I don't know if I purchase it. I want to get me a small, little small pocket gun. Probably a 32 ACP. There's a nice one. It's overpriced, but there's a nice Sea Camp, I think, in the brand. But they say it's real finicky on the ammo. And that's, by the way, that's the main reason I've got Glocks is because of the parts availability and just they're known for being rock solid. You know, no, I've never had a single issue with either one of my 45s, my Glock 45 calibers. Never once. No problem. No issues of any kind. Which I've actually fired both of them quite a bit. One of them was a law enforcement trade-in that I got a pretty good deal on back when everything was way too fucking expensive. If anybody ever needs an AR, I had one of those Smith & Wesson, what was that, M&P Sport 2s. I really liked that. Was a nice rifle for the money. And well, I got mine before everything went up. I paid like $400, I think. But I ended up selling that because I've got a Palmetto Armory lower with about an 18-inch Palmetto upper. What do they call that? 223 Wild, the hybrid chambering. I got a pretty good amount of 223 ammo. And some people may not know 5.56. A rifle chambered at 5.56 if you shoot 223 Remington through it, it's not quite as accurate as the 5.56 ammo, which is generally more expensive as well. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing is gun safety is paramount, and yeah, for new users, they're gonna want to, like me, I'm never gonna just like accidentally have my finger on the trigger, like I've in the hypervigilance, but I've trained myself in certain ways, to treat. And then I grew up around guns in Arkansas. We had I took hunter safety in school, as in early junior high, and even though I did not hunt myself, I was formally taught gun safety. And I think everybody should be taught gun safety at a young age, personally. I mean, why not? But yeah, new users may not want to go to something with that they could easily accidentally shoot themselves with. Good point, Tommy. Well, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point, Tommy. Yeah, criminals. That's a good point. Yeah, criminals I've noticed frequently experience jams, failure to feeds. They do seem to have a lot of problems with their firearms overall. That is a good point. Not able to aim properly. And I think, just my personal opinion, everybody, I don't give actual advice, but I think people, all of these red dots and all of these optics are great. Well, in fact, an optic on my 10 millimeter Glock when I sold it, but I think everybody should learn to shoot with irons first, personally. And all my rifles have nice. Well, not all. Only have. Well, that's not actually not even true. My bolt action only has a scope on it. Now that I think about it. Yeah, my two my AR and my AK style rifle both have. Well, no, that's not okay. I'm forgetting about the Banshee. Yeah, the Banshee's got irons on it as well, and it came with no sights. So I paid $250 to put some nice iron sights on it. I haven't got to play with my guns in so long. Hell, I've even forgotten how I've got them set up. Of course, that's technically a pistol, but I mean, let's be serious. In practice, that's a short-barreled rifle. That's what it is. Just for legalities, it ends up being a pistol, air quotes pistol. And then the BATFE is like, oh well, if you shoulder it, oh yeah, it's a brace, it's a forearm brace, presumably for people who are handicapped or disabled. But yeah, as long if you shoulder it occasionally, that's okay. It's like, what are you talking about? I'm probably never going to fire that thing without shouldering it. It's like, what is this? Tommy writing books in the chat. I'm sure that's all good stuff, though. But yeah, I guess now that I'm working again, at some point I need to get some sort of optics for the old. I guess I need 3 optics. I guess. I think I went a little too high powered on the old bolt action. Which hell, if anybody would buy that thing, and I'm not offering it up, I'm saying if an Arkansas resident was willing to actually pay me anywhere near what I got into it, I would sell it. I've realized I'm never going to need quite that much range unless I go to other parts of the country. I'm not going to need to be able to hit something at 1,000 yards necessarily, 1,000 plus. Yeah, it is. Of course, it's stupid, Tommy. Of course, it is. Well, and see, that's what's funny is I was making money, and this was back during when the event of the last few years first kicked off. I just put my head down and drove a truck literally every day for 6 straight months, except for like 3 days of breakdown. So I had all this money. So I was just going online and just ordering stuff, and didn't really wasn't into firearms. Had a knowledge of firearms to a small degree, but so in retrospect, I would have bought a bolt action so-called scout rifle, like a 16-inch bolt action 308 with a rail, like a Savage brand with a rail for an optic. That's what I would have bought if I had it to do over again. It's a 20-inch Savage 110. I forget what they call that thing, with a bipod and like a older version of a Vortex Strike Eagle high powered optic. Pretty nice gun. It's a right handed. I'm left handed, but I go I'm just like, fuck it. I'm used to doing shit right-handed, so I'm not gonna buy a left-handed bolt action. But yeah, it's right-handed with a. It's got a pretty aggressive brake on it, muzzle brake. In retrospect, I should have gotten one that would also accept a can, but I didn't do that. So it's got a pretty aggressive muzzle brake on it, which is not necessarily be good for the what might be one of its best potential usage, obviously. Yeah. Well, most lefties, I mean, we're kind of also right-handed, so you know, like I say, I would prefer to be able to shoot right-handed, but since I'm left eye dominant, I have to shoot lefty. And actually, holding the pistol, it more or less feels the same in both hands. If I just pick up a gun, a pistol, and point it, I'm probably just about ambidextrous physically, but the eye dominance becomes an issue. But I would say to anybody, even if they're not and even if they're not interested in guns, I would say, shit, there's no reason not to get an AR. Well, depending on what state you live in, of course. I'd say an AR, a rifle, and or even a pistol. But I'd want a longer barrel. Now, I wouldn't want anything super short. But yeah, like a 16-inch AR rifle, just a basic rifle, and like a 9mm pistol, and at least just get enough ammo to practice and just enough to be proficient. And then, dude, if the shit ever really goes down, I mean, you'll be able to get ammo most likely for a 9 or for a, you know, there'll be plenty of 5.56 or 2.23 ammo around. I don't see why not. Well, enough ammo? Yeah, exactly. Sure they don't. I don't know. I haven't been following any of that. What about all this steel case ammo that shows up over here? Even though Biden supposedly banned it, you can still get Russian ammo, as far as I know. I think I've got some steel case. Pretty sure I do. Dude, I had like tens of thousands of rounds of steel case, and I sold off most of it. I think I had like 10K rounds of just 9mm steel case, I believe, one time. It starts to be a lot to try to move around, though, too, if one is not always in the same location. At a certain point, especially if somebody has a small vehicle, it's like there's a lot of weight to be trying to drive from one place to another. If I'm moving. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, man. I don't know. I saw where that was all announced. This new rifle with a new caliber and some kind of new bullet new cartridge technology and all of this. Yeah, I don't know what happened beyond that. I do want to get an actual AK pistol at some point. See how that goes. Although Palmetto makes a nice Car 15 style pistol. With the, it's got like the carry handle and everything. It looks like, an actual Car 15. I wouldn't mind picking one of those up. Huh. Yeah, they don't ever send me to Denver anymore, but I went there a couple times, Tommy, so you never know. You never know where they're going to send me. Yeah, I might. There you go. What's Up said he's thinking about going full Navajo and just using a bow and slingshot. Yeah, man. Why not? If you got it like that. Tell you what I would like to have if I really just wanted to set some money on fire would be one of those really nice 30-06, semi-autos. But those are like, I don't know, they're like $3,500, I think. But I can't remember the brand, but I saw a really nice one. Saw some reviews. 30-06 semi-auto rifle. That'd be pretty dope. Then just find some steel jacketed ammo, and that'd be Rambo enough for me, I reckon. Easier said than done on that ammo, though. I noticed that was just about the first shit to dry up once the event kicked off, and especially once the George Floyd stuff kicked off. It was like, oh, you think you're just going to go online and find some 30-06 steel jacketed ammo? Well, sure you're not. I don't know if y'all saw that. That was the Popo had some people hemmed up, like some vehicle searches. The slaves pulled over and probably some drug interdiction efforts. Oh yeah, my Galil. Yeah, man. The only thing about my Galil is that some of the polymer coated stuff it doesn't like so much. But yeah, it'll overall, dude. Yeah, it'll fucking rock and roll. And it dents the brass. A lot of people don't like it because it dents the brass. But yeah, if you get the right kind of shit, you get the right 308. And I certainly have some. You get the right stuff. But for some reason, when if that polymer heats up too much, it gets some stovepipes. Other than that, yeah, it rocks and rolls. But yeah, some people don't like those guns because it dents the fuck out of the brass. But I'm not. I don't reload anyway, so I don't really care. I'm really kicking myself though. At one point, I could get. I found some some really nice like Chilean fucking 308 that came in a brass. That came in a like a wooden crate. You know, and it started out at like $500 with shipping, and then it went up to like $650. And I was buying so much stuff at the time, I just never did buy it, and it finally ran out. Still kind of kicking myself for not picking that up when it was available. 1,000 rounds, $500 of brass. That was a steal. Even the 650 would have been a steal. And I know there's better rounds than 308, but it's hard to go wrong, I think, 308, personally. Also known as 7.62 by, 51? Whatever that is. NATO, 7.62 NATO. Or 55, whatever the fuck it is, I forget. Yeah, I like my Galil, man. I would really like the 5.56 pistol. That looks like a badass gun. It's hard to justify the high price. Well, and actually, when I had the money, I couldn't even find one. I probably would have bought one, but I couldn't find one. And then I believe they have a whatever that is, the Russian version of the 5.56. Forget what that is. Whatever caliber that is. Oh yeah, the Honey Badger. Yeah, yeah, man. Although I guess a lot of people go what 300 blackout with the shorter barrel lengths. I think I would tend towards a longer barrel in a. I mean, what's wrong? There's nothing wrong with a 16-inch. It's not that big of a gun if you think about it. It's like, dude, are we really clearing fucking rooms and shit? Like we're all fucking. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you really need a fucking 10.5-inch AR pistol? I mean, I'm sure they're fun, but I think AK probably be the way to go with the shorter barrel length compared to the availability of the ammo. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm no expert. I guess we probably run the ladies off with gun talk. Oh, I don't want to show any. I don't want to show it on stream. Yeah. I know we could probably get away with it, but I'd just rather not. If that's all right, Mr. Tommy. I'm feeling pretty shitty. I might. I'm trying to wait for Tommy to come on. You coming on, Tommy? Because I'm starting to feel pretty shitty. Might end up shutting it down. Starting to feel. Been feeling shitty the whole time. Oh, I hear you, Aluma Tommy. I hear you. Not only am I not monetized, this actually costs me money on some level. Oh, here comes Tommy, I believe. There he is. Welcome, sir. Not only am I not monetized.
Yo, hold on, let me get the TV.
All right, audio's
a tad. TV still talking about not being monetized because of that lag.
Audio's a tad low. Not too bad though. A little bit, not too bad. Part of it's my earbuds are not the greatest.
I also check it every time because StreamYard seems to switch it up from coming and going for some reason.
Yeah, who knows?
So the way I see it, if 10 people are sticking it through tonight's subject matter, those are 10 loyal, commendable viewers. I don't want
absolutely
right. I don't want these people that pop in and out. I mean, no hate for doing that. There's channels I only pop in and out of to see what they're up to, but yeah, man, it all goes back to who's worried about staying and making money, and who doesn't give a fuck?
Yeah, I definitely don't give a fuck on some level, but I do try to follow the rules as well. That's just
Yeah, I
me,
mean,
though.
I'd say that if you could still keep a black person as a servant, I'd obey those rules. Sorry, I gotta stop. I finally found my long lost Joe Cool tonight. Actually ran into him
Oh,
on
really?
We Are Asleep. Yeah, man, he was on We Are Asleep TV getting like respected and shit. And Ian's racist enough, he let me talk to those black people until they left, and then he started giving me trouble. I'm like, oh, you didn't want to give me trouble in front of my black friends. You wanted to let them clear out, and now you're going to be a fucking prick. But I only showed up at his channel to address that Lauren interview. You won't catch me back there again. He's a fucking douchebag. I
Who,
don't know
Joe
if you
Cool?
caught the comment, but I had that whole fucking panel shut the fuck up because Ian was trying to tell me that kids come from two people's frequencies. And I said, well, Ian, I'm a man of science and I was delivered by a stork. So don't come at me with that shit. And they all were just silent in confusion, as they should be because they're confused. Get out of
Yeah,
here with your California frequency. I mean, there is frequency. I'll talk about frequency as a scientist. Get that shit out of here, Ian, standing in your bullshit square.
I'm listening. I'm getting pretty nauseated. So, not by your speech, just in general. So, I
Yeah.
think I may actually vomit, but if I do, it'll be good because then I'll feel better. So,
How do you handle that when you're like on the clock?
doesn't happen very often, but I just find somewhere to pull over. So, I think looks like there might be a place I can pull over here shortly.
As a guy that had a childhood of car vomiting, I have to say it is like, as the driver looking forward, it is much rarer to get car
Oh
sick
yeah,
as the driver.
no, this is my gallbladder woes, but like I say, I think it's actually healing on some level. It's just it's going through it's whatever it's got to go through, and it's not pleasant in the short term, but
Yeah.
it'll be all right.
Yeah, so is what we're gonna do. I'm still gearing up. Can't show you because you're abiding respectfully, but that's
Yeah,
why I wouldn't risk sharing your channel because you'd go to sleep one night and you'd wake up to like strikes or something.
yeah. I would try to avoid. I'd like to avoid the strikes if possible. Certainly.
Because I mean, if I start a channel, you know I'm gonna find out the limits for all of us. Like I'll every day just even if it's unrelated, I'll still have something holstered or slung just to see how long they wait to fucking dox me for it.
Makes sense.
Because there will never be an intention of income.
All right, I'll be right back.
Is there puke out in front of the headlights for us? Dude, I hate that puke that like you're holding it back and when you do you go fucking the not poltergeist, the movie where they have to fucking the exorcist. I'm fucking retarded. Yeah, man, I exorcist puke sometimes. Projectile exorcist puke. It's back in the not early two, I guess late 90s, early 2000s, back when raves were what that word means, and ecstasy was what you will never find today. The ecstasy back then was like the Timothy Leary acid that you can never find again. Um, my hookup slash high school friend, he was so about it. He would just go to raves by himself if he had to. And he told me he was driving home one time from a rave, still all fucked up on whatever. And he said, as he was cresting the hill he was driving on, and the morning sun was breaching up over the horizon of the globe, and that sunlight hit him straight ahead after partying all night. He said the light hitting his eyes just triggered immediate exorcist puke straight forward into his windshield, like spontaneous. And I forget how he handled it. I don't know if he pulled over or just drove that way with it like dripping down, but I'm glad I wasn't with him because I probably would have spontaneously followed because I'm sitting next to it. Like, even before I was born, my family told me stories of my brothers on a road trip. Like, once one of them puked, it was just domino effect of every other brother in the car. Don't worry, that lighter is smoking weed, everyone. All my meth accusers are gonna feel real guilty whenever I like say I'm back on meth and do it in front of them and say it's because I don't want them to be liars. Like, oh, you guys claim I'm on meth so much, I decided to get back on for you. So take that one on your soul. Take that on your soul to hell.
Oh,
Even though
man.
I secretly know it's all on me, whether I do or don't do it again. But these YouTube streets don't seem to think like that consistently.
I can't call
Oh,
it
yes,
none.
Robin. I feel you on that too, man. I don't know if you heard me talking to D-Rec about my inconsistent skull plate connections from roughhousing and fights and shit. Whenever I get headaches from that shit, it gets to the point sometimes I might as well just throw up. I think I have before.
Yeah, I just dry heave, unfortunately. But eventually, I can tell. I figured out what's going on, so it's kind of gross. But eventually, I got this like I think this bile. I got this real thick bile coming out of my gallbladder, and eventually, what'll happen is my body will push some of it up into my stomach. So I'll actually throw it up.
That'll do it.
Yeah, it's happened before. It's actually
Well, it's better
better
than
in the
keeping
long
the
run.
bile in there.
Exactly. It needs to come out somehow, but it's so thick that my body's not able to emulsify it properly. We're getting there though, slowly but surely. It's all a process. It's kind of gross.
Do you guys know how sometimes in like thriller movies, if somebody's remembering like an assault or something, it'll just like quick clip their memory of the assault, like
Yeah, yeah. Uh-oh. I I don't know what that was, so I don't know. I assume it was nothing good.
But since you don't know, then any policy people shouldn't know.
Okay.
But
I
now
can't.
you
Well,
can.
it's just I can't really see the screen. It's far enough away from me. I can't really. It's hard to tell what's going on the screen.
Well, you can watch your stream later and just pause it, and then you can say you've checked
All
out.
right. I can only imagine.
I just saw it again on my TV because my TV. Well, there's a little filter time between what's happening and I guess what flows through an Xbox app. Well, Robin, if you like Lauren's interviews, tune in Sunday the 19th, where Illumitami cleanses himself of unslavedness by taking a dip in the waters of the Blue de Laguna once and for all.
Looking forward to it.
What was Dave Chappelle referencing? I don't know if it was something I've never heard of or a Prince song, but whenever he was Prince playing basketball, he said something about how about a dip in the waters of Lake Winnetonka or something, and everybody laughs, but I'm like, what's that from? What's he talking about? I don't get it.
From the Purple Rain movie.
All right, I've never
Yeah,
seen the
Prince
movie.
from Minneapolis.
Yeah, I had
Yeah.
Purple Rain on vinyl. Never saw the movie.
Yeah, I never saw it either. It did not interest me whatsoever.
But Prince is a badass.
He was yes, but he's a bit of an enigma because dude, some of those songs just do not hold up, in my opinion. But
And I mean, it's artist
He
being
was a
artist.
great, one of the best, musicians and songwriters, obviously.
Well, it wasn't just a Dave Chappelle skit. Like people say, he really was a fucking baller. And I
No,
mean,
he
he was a
was,
short,
yeah.
yeah,
He was a very good basketball player. Yeah, definitely.
yes, sir.
Especially with how
And I
small he
mean,
was. That's pretty amazing.
and he was fucking Carmen Electra before I was even fapping to her.
Ha ha ha. Yeah. Yeah, that was Carmen Electra was something else. I don't know. She end up with Dennis Rodman for a little while?
I heard that thing got slid onto many a penis in the famous industry.
Yeah, yeah. She was a bad bitch in her day though.
Yeah, I was using her as an example to some kid on Xbox, and he was like, Carmen Electra's fucking old. I was like, dude, you gotta work with me. I'm aging myself. I was like, insert whatever chick you want to fuck, but I'm just saying it as in, like, in my day. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not assuming you want to get on Carmen Electra. I'm probably past it at her age. Because you know what I
yep,
like about them freshmen? I get older and they stay the same age. All
yeah.
right, all right, all right.
All right, all right, all right.
I even like that motherfucker until he opens his mouth on a microphone about what should happen to guns. And then I say, hey, sit the fuck down there, Mr.
Yeah,
McConaughey.
yeah. He is from Austin, so that's yeah, he's a Texan, but he's from Austin, so that's
Oh,
a
well,
whole.
Texas has lost it, man. Like,
Oh yeah, Texas is going blue, man. 100%.
every place is. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Like, all these
Well, every
people,
place that has people.
the whole country. This is how you take down the military superpower to do your one world digital currency thing. Like, you use us over a century or two to fucking regulate the rest of the planet. And when you got the rest of the planet nice and regulated, now you got to deal with us. And you don't use another military superpower because that's us. So you have to confuse our children of their gender. You break up the nuclear family based economy. You fucking get people to hate their only tool to fight back against a one world thing. And there you have, you get biblical prophecy on, like, rolling on. Like,
Yep.
that's why I think you won't need a mark of the beast for this crypto tyranny, because it's like they just took it out of the Bible, like they ripped it off. And they're like, oh, we're not even going to let them see it coming by requiring a tattoo. It's like, we're just going to make the money that tyrannical. And that's another reason I have no respect for We Are Asleep. I'm over there telling them this shit tonight. And Ian's going, I don't give a fuck what anybody does. I'm like, I hope you can forage off the land for your food then, Mr. California, because this shit's going to hit you first. Like, California will be the first in line for a chip in the hand or the forehead, if you ask me.
Well, I'm sure, but that's the back to the Yuri Bezmenov talking about. He could take somebody in America to show them the Soviet fucking gulags, but they'll never believe it until the boot crashes into their balls. That's just how it is, man. You can tell them till
You
you're blue
just
in the face.
you just
What?
said the you just said the name of my first pick of, like, if I had to take the responsibility and do the time but get that shot, I would send that shit to Yuri, whatever the fuck his name is. He's the most dangerous person on the WEF. Because Klaus Schwab, he's just the aging son of a uniform wearing Nazi. It's easy to see, it's transparent. Yuri is his fucking scientist saying, you need to get your God belief out of here. You're a hackable mammal. Like, get all that religious shit out of your head. It's over. You can be hacked. You should fall in line. You should bend the knee because this is how it is. And I say, Yuri, you can do that when you pry it from the cold dead ones. Because if I had the shot, I would send it. I would put my wrists out to be cuffed. And I know motherfuckers would keep my commissary stacked. And I just keep my butthole tight. and worry about not getting that penetrated, knowing I did my duty as someone else takes his place. But the scientist is your only chance to take out the guy that might not have left notes, might not have an understudy, and you might stall the whole thing by taking out Yuri.
Oh, I was talking about the guy from the '80s on the Call of Duty commercial, the former KGB guy, Yuri Bezmenov. I don't know who this other guy is you're talking about.
Oh, he's the right-hand scientist of Klaus Schwab.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but his name sounds similar to that. Whenever you said it,
okay.
reminded me of him.
Yeah, I don't even know who that guy is. I'm falling behind in my info.
That's the plan. Even though he has made appearances, and he is uncomfortably chummy with Russell Brand. Like, Russell Brand says a lot of true shit, and then he chums up with this motherfucker, and I go, wait just a goddamn minute, Rondell. Oh, I'm gonna Google this motherfucker's name. I tried to say that like the Kenneth Kniff skit from the first Eminem album. I'm gonna call this motherfucker. It's like actually making a prank call on Eminem for the Eminem album. Gonna call this motherfucker. It's like automated piece of shit. But
yeah, I'm out here in the oil fields now, man. These people out here are trash. This is who people try to say this is like the bedrock of America and the conservatives. Dude, these people are just total garbage.
Well, everybody's garbage. It takes effort not to be garbage.
Yeah, they're particularly garbage.
Do you know why I don't let all these YouTube comments and haters get me down? Because I know they're traumatized children that don't know quality adulting when they see it. That's why I'm gladly polarized, alienated, because I'm acting like whenever you were a kid and you kids were left to your devices and you get rowdy or a bully steps up or the chaos of children ensues, an adult shows up and it all just stops. And nobody realizes that without the stopping aspect, I'm technically one of the few adults cruising around these streets. And that's why I'm gladly hated, because they don't realize the context and the relativity of the whole thing.
Apologies, sir. I'm becoming so ill. I'm having trouble paying attention.
Oh, my voice has that effect on people.
I don't think it's you.
Couple that with your situation, and I don't doubt it.
Yeah, Zyklon Benton.
So I'm almost ready, and when I leave, we're gonna just see how long it runs smooth before I drop out, because I don't have the data to go outside of my Wi-Fi, but it's a good technical experiment.
Oh, you're going outside?
Yeah, I still haven't dog walked. I was charging my hand warmers and charging my dog's light up collar and gearing up like I will be shot at and return fire.
Well, and that's an interesting point about all the things that are being done to the public is if these people were actually conservatives, none of that stuff could work because they would just stick to their values no matter what.
Yeah, I like to use the analogy you want a country that has the most leftist liberal benefits, but the population is the most responsible conservative population. So it's easy to offer those benefits when every member of society is offended at themselves for needing them at all, much less staying on them too long. Because then you have dumbasses like Eric Sans Memetics. I just made him look like a fool on Ian's channel because he tried to sit there before me and a group of black people and say that he's never accepted unemployment And I said, Eric, that's the only goddamn one you have a right to because you paid into it, you fucking Canadian. And everybody just ripped him from there. I was like, you're fucking stupid, dude.
Oh, he's from Canada?
Oh, among other places. He claims that he got out of China when he saw shit getting sketchy. And I was like, what are you, fear porn? Like, if I have a gun and a fire extinguisher, you call me fear porn, and now you're saying you got out of China just in time? Like, he's a joke, man. And I've tried to be as nice to him over longer than I've known you as possible, and he's just a joke. Like, you can only help people so far until you got to cut him as a loss.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, he says a lot of anti-American shit when you can tell this
Oh, I
would be
know.
his refuge spot if he needed it.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
And you know, I didn't even buy much. I didn't even let his claims that I'm fear porn bother me until the first time I saw his daughter in the background come ask him something. And I'm like, you have a daughter and you don't own a fucking gun? Like, you are blowing my mind right now, dude.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like that, but yeah, I don't get it either.
Yeah, they're just going to call the authorities to save their daughter, and they're going to sit at home and worry till it goes good or bad. Just
Right.
imagine, dude. Just fucking imagine.
Yep. I hear that, man.
Yeah, well, it's pointless to hear it when you already knew it. It's the people that don't believe it that need to hear it.
They're not going to figure it out.
It's like, man, I'm feeling really pro-gun today. I better go to the gun show and try and get some people to come around to this gun thing. Right after I'm done being a missionary at my local church, I'm going to win some people to Jesus at the place that they worship him.
There you go.
Yeah, that's like people that hate a challenge. Let's see. See, I got this other local strategy where I'm very describable all the time, wearing my vest that is questionable. Like, is he a neo-Nazi or is he just a punk rocker? And then when they ask, I say, no, I'm a space cowboy, you fucking moron. But is what it is most Denver police are probably being accustomed to getting waved at by the dude with the red vest, the red sash, and the fucking dog. And hopefully, if I ever have to defend myself like Johnny fucking Hurley, they don't shoot me in the back in the process because they remember the red sash guy is waving and on our side.
Yeah, there's something to that, I reckon.
Well, there was a chatter. It might have been this show or maybe over on Yurts, but somebody in the chat kept making fun of me for handing the spent shell casings I found over to the cops and asking if I was out looking for more. And I said, look, chatter, I even told the cops that I know it's not going to solve any crimes. I was handing them over so they know this guy is cool. This guy is community. We shouldn't shoot this guy if we rush to a scene that he might be returning fire on, because Johnny Hurley is my fucking hero and he's dead because the cops shot him in the back after he stopped a mass shooter whose manifesto said he was going out specifically for Arvada cops today. And he got one. He got the 65-year-old, almost to retirement cop whose job was just to roam the park and mall part. And the dude walked up and said something to get him to turn around and point blank shotgunned him in the chest. And at that point, Johnny Hurley springs out of the surplus store with his own pistol, telling people to get inside and get the fuck down, finds the shooter who was trading his shotgun out of his vehicle for his AR. And the news didn't let you guys know this because it's not only a story where the cops kill the good guy, but it's a story that shows America regular guy with a pistol can stop deranged, scary Black Rifle guy. And they don't want you to know that.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, it's usually true because I'm running my fucking mouth. If it's not true, I tend to shut up.
Well, I'm just trying to
I know,
trying
I'm
to
just
keep
talking
going.
shit to the chat. I'm just talking the shit to any future viewers.
Nice.
Talking shit to future viewers that might not be catching the future De Laguna interview. Kind of pisses me off I have to go to these links for these traumatized children. Like, you can't just hear me out. You gotta fucking have me go on Lauren's show and set the record straight. And it has to be on her show because she's not going to have any random pop-ins to oppose me.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
I
seek opposition, Benton. If you want to be a good fighter or a good any versus thing, you got to look for that opposition. But when you want to be heard one time, if you want to get heard one time, you got to keep everybody out and say your piece.
That's true. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like I said, it's going to be interesting.
Hey, Ben, we're changing the world 10 fucking viewers at a time over here.
Yep. Show enough. Well, you know, and I've been going live every day. You know, not every show is going to be a banger, you know.
They can't be.
Yeah.
It's almost like that relativity of like, look, some of the songs on the album can't be that great. So then when it gets to the ones you like, you're like, oh.
That's right.
Like when I was a DJ, if you wanted a night full of bangers and hype and every song everyone likes to cut a rug to, people don't have the cardio for that. You got to pick it up, and then you got to bring them back down. And then you got to pick it up. And then sometimes you can say, fuck, I want to clear this fucking dance floor and start over. And you just put on something stupid, and they look at you funny and clear the dance floor.
That's like funny.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, start over.
That's one of the things I will toot my own horn about, man. I was good. Like, I would have your emo fucking Zoomer granddaughter on the floor dancing right beside your granny who is spinning her cardigan above her head going, woo! And people would come up like, I've never seen that side of my family. And I said, you have never seen someone charge so little money for this either, because it was for the love. I would haul my turntables, crates of records, big ass speakers that I was borrowing from my friend. I would haul all that out, set it up, play your wedding / whatever, take it all home. And I can't remember ever charging more than $200 or $300, which if I did the math on the labor and hours, I was probably like doing a charitable thing, but I just liked doing it. I liked playing music. I liked showing people what they liked before they knew it. That's what DJing's about. Like, I used to battle with this fucking drag queen at Club Q. You know Club Q, that place that got shot up?
Oh, where, in Denver?
It's in Colorado Springs, but I did the first half of my Colorado life in the Springs.
Oh,
yeah, man. I used to bounce at Club Q, and when they needed it bad enough, I'd take turns DJing. And I used to battle with this fucking drag queen. It was this fucking situation where there was a boy who liked to dress as a girl who married a girl that got her tits removed and wanted a dick added. And she was a great tattoo artist who was a cute girl as a girl. And I still respect her, but to turn herself into a boy, I was like, man, it's like you're slapping God in the face. Like, if you were a straight girl, you were such a catch, you know? And as a dude, as a dude, she is a great tattoo artist that I wish I had the means and time to go get some work from her. But this drag queen she's married to, her wife, her husband, I don't even know because I shouldn't have to. He would walk up to me as I'm bouncing the door and be like, "What do you think about this mix?" And I'd be like, "It's okay." And she'd be like, "Yeah, I burned it on Microsoft last night." And I'd just be so deeply offended. And like, if you're burning something the night before, you're not reading the crowd, contributing, working with it. Like, it's not DJing. It's a playlist that you are claiming you DJ'd with.
Yeah. Anybody can do that, right?
Yep. If you ever saw that movie The Goods about the car salesman, it's comedy.
Oh no, missed it.
Yeah, the black dude from all these movies like Hot Tub Time Machine and shit. I forget his name. But he plays a DJ that they hire for this car sales event. And he's a fucking psycho. Like, all through the movie, people are like yelling specific shit he should play. And he's like, yeah, I got you. And then he like throws it on. It's like, dead puppies, dead. And then while they're all like groaning and walking away, he's like, if you lose the respect, you lose control. If you lose control, like he's real psycho. But then at the end, that chick from Step Brothers that like fucks him in the bathroom and shit. At the end, she's just like, "Hey DJ, play something good," and he's like, "I got you," and he just throws on something good, and that's like all they ever had to do.
Huh. I don't know how I missed that.
It was one of those under the radar good movies. Like, it had all your regulars, like that black dude, the bald guy that's like whammy. Well, it probably had a bunch of the fucking newscaster movie people in it. It had that chick from Step Brothers. It had Will Ferrell. It had that Jason what's his dick starring in it. The guy from the college movies, Jason something.
Oh
he was
yeah,
also the guy from Smoking Aces that they were all trying to kill. Yeah, he is the main like traveling car salesman guy that's all badass. Oh, it even has that the Did You Die Asian guy. It's a really good movie, man. That movie, The Goods, and Semi-Pro about the basketball team. Those are two under the radar movies. I'm surprised more people haven't.
Yeah, I did like Semi-Pro's pretty good. Saw that.
No, it's cool. It's cool. He didn't call you a job ass turkey. He called you a cocksucker. It's all right.
All right. Well, Tommy, I hate to be a party pooper, but I think I gotta go, man. I'm feeling like shit.
I hate to not be the party pooper while you're stealing my thunder.
Well, you're free to keep talking. I'm just not sure how much I can give you in return right now.
That's fine. I'm gonna explore our guest who I know by his picture, but forget exactly who it is.
Hey, Tommy.
Unabomber.
Hey, I heard a female voice. Is that Robin?
Yeah, Benton
Hey,
knows.
Robin.
Hey, Benton knows who it is, but Tommy may not. Hey, maybe I can talk to Tommy for a minute while you're not feeling good.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I meant to add my name. I guess it was the smiley face from the other day. I popped in and trolled with just the picture for a
Are
second.
you Robin, the salt lady?
Oh, yeah, that's me.
So, how do you have the Unabomber picture, and who do I remember as the Unabomber picture?
Well, the Unabomber picture is usually Benton's avatar.
Oh, okay, that is it. That's what I'm remembering. It was Ben.
But this is this is artwork from Maximum Comfy. They sell merch, and it's him grinning, and it says something about TED Talks. But I don't think I'll wear it because after listening to an interview about Ted Kaczynski's brother David explaining the whole thing, it's too morbid for me to wear it out the house, I think. I just like but I like the logo.
Well, from what I've heard, the whole Unabomber thing is like, yes, he was a nefarious character, but in hindsight, the book he wrote is pretty much nailing everything we're living in.
Do you know how they got him to publish his manifesto?
There's
He
not many manifestos you have to twist the arm to get someone to publish, from what I've heard.
he threatened to bomb if they didn't publish it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant
So-
they were pushing him, like, you gotta publish this, and he's like, no, I'm the
No.
Unabomber, it's private.
That's before they had caught him. But do you think if he was around in the days of the new sovereign citizen movement, do you think that he would be the type of character that would be involved in something like that? I kind of think he might.
I feel like the popular trend of what people know of the sovereign citizen movement are like drunk 20-somethings that just want to avoid responsibility and recite a thing that gets cops to leave them alone. But I do understand what being sovereign is. This country was supposed to be a sovereign nation and not a military superpower. We wanted an armed populace that were doing their thing and anybody else could kick rocks. But if you cross these borders, we were going to show you why we just sit here and do our thing. And then the corporate scam of America trumped that out from under us. But you could only keep it. Like, it was only a republic if you could keep it in the first place. And it was probably gone before any of us were born.
Yeah, I really have sovereign citizen on my mind. We have a local story here in Utah of a kid that's 25 that got pulled over by the cops, and he's gone. He was trying to do the little thing where he only rolled down his window a few inches. He had the license plate that said sovereign citizen, private something. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, I've seen it with people that operate better than this kid sounds, but yeah, go on.
Well, I'm wondering if it's an op because he's so young, from a wealthy family, had no criminal record, and maybe they're using him as an example to send a message to the people that try to run all this sovereign citizen game.
They do that as well. As far as sending messages, they do that. Go on.
Yeah, well, one of the short news clips a few days ago gave radio transmission of someone in charge in the police department telling the officers to turn off their body cam. So it's not on camera. And I thought that they were lying about this kid having a gun, but nobody will ever know because they turned off their body cams.
Yep, and that kind of makes you that kind of makes you know in itself, doesn't it?
Yeah.
One
So
of the
is that-
scariest movie criminals I've ever heard had the line, "It's not what you know, it's what you can prove." And he
Well,
happened to
on
be a
the
criminal
news
cop.
clip on YouTube, it had a link to Wikipedia page for sovereign citizen. I read the whole thing, and then it said the FBI classifies these people as extremists and terrorists. And then that got me to the wheels of spinning of thinking, what if all these YouTube channels that are pushing SovCit are like a digital round 'em up to see what people are interested in it so they can log them. You know what I'm saying?
You're talking to the guy that, with respect to individual creators, I'm willing to go on any panel with my face showing, wearing full plate, showing off guns, because I'm fucking free, whether I'm short-lived or not. I'm not going to live hiding and tiptoeing around. I wave to the cops as they pass. in with plate armor and guns underneath, and if they're going to shake me down, they can shake me down because I'm a friendly citizen that waves at them. There's a lot of cops out there that want us all to have guns to cut back on their response jobs, you know? Like if they can just show up and verify that that is a dead body in your house, we'll take it from here. A lot of them are okay with that. Some of them that were punked around as kids, they don't want you to have guns. They want you to listen to every command they give, and they're just bitches.
Well, what
Because
you
it's all
said
about
about
the
the
individual.
what you said about the body, that's pretty much how Arkansas is for the most part.
Dude, most cops will tell you if you have a home invader to empty your magazine into them to save us all the trouble of court and paperwork and dispute. Like he's in your house, kill him, we'll come handle that minimumness, you know? But if he makes it back out and he's still alive and we have to take him to the emergency room and he survives, you're gonna have years of court battle on your hands. You may get legally like fined or incarcerated for self-protection in your own home because corporate America, not America. People forget in the grand history of humans and America, everyone knew you just died eventually. You knew you didn't have long. You made the best of the time you had. And now everybody wants to policy and finger wag like we'd all live forever if it wasn't for us wild motherfuckers.
Well, I think that's part of the reason why the events of the last few years was so effective, because people were really behaving like, you know, they think they're going to live forever, but now there's this new thing that could kill them.
Yep.
That's what they really believe that. It's like, well, wait a minute.
Say, hey, somebody could die, and I'd say they will definitely die. You will definitely die. I will die.
Yeah.
The problem with not being stoic is waking up every morning convincing yourself that that day may never come. And there's only one way I accept people thinking that they might never die, and that's if they believe that Jesus may come back on a flaming chariot before they die. And I can't vouch that that will ever happen, but it's the only acceptable possibility I'll accept to maybe not dying. Okay, wait, correction. They also have been able to keep mice from aging and reverse mice aging. And mice are as close to humans as monkeys as far as trials. So when the Bible says they will wish for death, but death will not come, I think that's that age reversal shit.
Yeah, could be.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
Do you know who Cal Washington is? His organization's called Take Back Your Power. He teaches the different levels of law. I was just wondering if that's who Paul studied under. Or
Sorry.
If Paul studied under anyone, he would have answers for these poor souls who show up to his stream and say, I'm about to go to court for this. What should I do? And he gives them some fucking bullshit, bully asshole replies of, I don't know what the fuck to tell you type shit. And that's why one of the first times I ever offended him was like, look, y'all, if you want to watch Paul, you can watch Paul. But when he acts like he's the only one here doing this, simply type common law into your fucking YouTube search and see what the fuck pops up and see how many years it's been sitting here. Like, I get what he does with his live stream, and if you enjoy that and are entertained by it, so be it. But I wasn't liking him sitting there acting like he used to have a live stream where he'd tell people, I don't know how you put a price on this. Like, this is what I'm out here doing. I'm like, yeah, you and a bunch of people that will actually answer questions and give step-by-step shit.
I've been shouting out that Rule of Law Radio, and as far as I know, nobody's ever just gone and listened to it. But there's a ton of information in that show.
And Paul doesn't like it when I say, yes, I do stand on rights and I do fight in court with totally different strategies than you. He doesn't like to hear that. I know a guy on YouTube named One of the People. He has his own strategy where he takes paperwork and files it with the sheriff's department at his place that he's at. And he told me personally that he tried to approach Paul, and Paul, like, dude, are you puking in your truck?
No, I'm trying to cover the mic. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I was gonna go. "Ugh." I was just Dr. Evil and "Ugh." Ugh.
I'll mute. I'll
But,
mute next time. I had my hand over the mic. I guess that wasn't good enough.
and I was still talking, which isn't good enough to stop projectile vomiting. But yeah, man, this guy, One of the People, I even had to ditch his Telegram group because I was sick of my fucking phone blowing up because people are just conversing to him 24/7. And I'm like, wow, I wanted to meet once a week with you, and I can't stand these phone notifications, you know? But I'll hit him up if I have a reason. But yeah, man, there's lots of people out there fighting the good fight. And the reason you can't spread it in the land of the unslaved is because I know his game. He's trying to make a living off doing nothing. And I used to be a participant when he had any kind of legitimacy going, and now it's all just trolling and fucking with other channels and all that court shit. He used to show court footage, pause it, explain what's happening, explain how it's wrong, explain what you do different, and all that's gone. All that's gone because he got emotionally invested in things that he doesn't realize wasn't even opposition. Like, you can sit there and agree with him or try and help him along with correction, and you're his enemy for that.
Arrested Development, huh?
There's always money in the banana stand.
Yeah. So his core principles isn't the sovereign citizen movement, is it?
Well, I'll warn you before you go around legit people. If you ever saw Lauren's interview with Goblin, and I forget his real name, which he is listed under in the Lauren interview, he spends a lot of time being triggered by Lauren saying sovereign citizen because those two words together are contradictory. You can just be sovereign because when you're a citizen, you're like agreeing that you are this court finable type entity, you know? So to say sovereign citizen it's like an oxymoron.
Yeah, it is. I just continue to say it because everybody else does, but I understand the distinction.
And I don't correct you for the same reason I'm a gun owner who, if you say clip or magazine, I don't lose my fucking shit because I know what you're talking about. But all these right-wing conservative guys suddenly get left-wing grammar Nazi over clip and mag. And now I've seen a new one, extended mag offends them. If you say extended mag, and I'm like, why? The guy wouldn't tell me why extended mag was bad, and when he wouldn't tell me long enough, I said, "This isn't one of those clip mag disputes, is it? Because I don't even bother fucking with people over that." And when he quit responding, I said, "That's exactly what it was," and he knows he's a bitch.
How did you get booked with Lauren? Did she find you or did you ask her?
When I was both a newcomer, interest ally of Paul's, I had heard about her on that panel as his opposition, who was some semi-lawyer. And the more I grew into his opposition, the more I'd hear of her and notice that we still never naturally crossed paths. So now there's this natural thing of like, just at the right time, we're coming together with a common opposition. Like, me and Lauren don't agree on things. I told her once this unslaved shit is over, by all means, have me back as the next sovereign opposition and we'll be like civil people and I'll surprise you what you might agree with. Like, I want to show Lauren De Laguna how sovereign she might be when she actually thinks about it.
Yeah, I
Just like,
noticed that she's not for it and that she considers it pseudo law, but she's studying the law. So, I mean, she may have reasons for that.
well, that's where she goes wrong because this sovereign thing, this is pre-law. Like, even the Constitution is merely an attempt to legally state what the first upright man sharpening a stick would be living by, you know? Like, I'm not thieving you, I'm not violencing you, and I'm not doing anything detrimental to the whole. So if we don't have a contract, kick rocks, you know? That's all it is. Like, even when you go to court, there's court and common law games they're playing to you to pull you out of the fact that, hey, no victim, why am I here? You're harassing me, you know? That's where my different tactics come into play that Paul doesn't want to hear. I love my tactics, guys. I'll go in over a fucking camera ticket to call that camera to the stand. Like, I request the speed camera to the stand for questioning. Oh, now there's a problem, isn't there? Why am I here? Why are we all wasting our time? I had an accident with a lady that was her fault. And I was in a work van for a solar company. And it was such a minor paint scraping nothing that would buffer out that we could have just traded insurance and went about our business. No, she's calling a cop because she's been through this before and she doesn't want it screwed. She's a Karen with her own photography business. She's calling a cop right now. And that cop shows up and I tell him, like, look, dude, just don't put it that it's my fault and it's whatever. And JC Christ, the police officer, he assured me he wouldn't until I showed up to court to find out, no, this police officer says it's your fault. And I was like, well, he wasn't there. He got called after the fact. There's no camera footage. How does this fucking pig say it's my fault when all my pictures and my and I don't want to say gematria. Yeah, geometry. All my geometry, according to the pictures, the directions, where the damage is, this all suggests that bitch can't stay in her lane during a rainstorm, you know? And he's saying it's my fault. Long story short, no charge against me, didn't go on the insurance of that work van, and I don't know whatever happened with it, but I know I was at that solar company on the phone with their insurance saying, hey, don't put it on these guys, and I described the pictures and the geometry and everything. So I cleared them, went to court, cleared me, and that bitch and the court can kick rocks. Because when I got to court, the DA is like, we got a cop that says it's your fault. And I reply to that with, is this a maritime court? And she shrugs her shoulders and goes, I don't know. And I said, you're a DA that doesn't know if we're about to go into maritime court? And right there, I mean, there was a little more to it, but right there, it was already $0, 0 points. I might have paid court costs, but long story short, that's a win if you ask me, because court costs ain't shit when you're installing solar. But once again, my tactics, not Paul's. And those are questions I would have answered if I ran a panel on the shit.
Yeah, I haven't watched much of his channel.
If I had a respectable trucker giving me however much money a month on auto pay, I'm going to answer some fucking questions when I'm approached.
Wow, it's nice to get to talk to you. Can you share the topic that you'll be discussing with Lauren, or is that a secret?
Oh, it's no secret. The topic will be Paul Unslaved. And after that interview, it will never be the topic again. And I'll tell her, I'm going to keep an eye on the view count of this interview, because if somebody comes at me on some unslaved bullshit, I'm going to reference, go watch that interview. And if they come back again, I'm going to say, I don't see any more viewers on that video. Did you watch it? Because you're asking me without watching it. And then I'm never going to plague a channel again with that shit, because Benton will know, hey, watch the video or leave him alone. And any channel I'm on that he pursues me when I do not runneth, I'll say, bro, interview or GTFO, you know?
The first time I saw her, she was interviewing Jack. So that's how I found her. But she has some connections. She's got some big names on there. She interviewed Martin Scarelli. Do you know who he is?
I have an affinity for that man because he showed me how much I let the media demonize a person, and I believed it. Now, I gave her props for having him, and she swatted that down in a comical way by, oh, that's just my ex from college. But my first interview I saw with him out of prison was on Matt Kors, a stonk tuber. And Matt Kors knows who I am because Matt Kors has removed all possibility of corresponding. Because Matt Kors is a shill and a traitor to things much bigger than making money. But to
I
answer
asked
your
her
question,
how
yes, I know
she-
Martin Shkreli.
Oh, well, I asked her in a live stream how she booked a interview with such a big name, and was just like, well, I know him. And I was like, oh boy, because he's high profile with that.
That's funny.
He was a
That's funny that she only told you she knows him.
he was a pharmaceutical rep, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and they raised the price by
No, he bought the medication.
Well, he
He
was
wa-
still
he was
in
an
pharmaceuticals,
entrepreneur.
or he wouldn't have had a reason to
He's
buy
an
that medication.
entrepreneur. He bought it and cranked the price up.
Yep.
Oh,
Tell
okay.
us the demonization. Tell us about the demon side.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I want you to tell her why he's a demon, and then I'm going to casually dip my chip in the whole party's dip bowl and look up and like.
Well, what
tell
I'm
you why
talking
he's
about
not a
is this is what people know when they hear his name.
exactly.
When I hear his name, I just think of that silly face he pulled in court. That's all I can remember.
And that is the only leftist joke I'll agree with, even though I now still have respect for him. The joke still stands that he has one of the world's most punchable faces.
Oh,
Because he did that smug faces, smug smirk, and he does look punchable. And he did lie to his investors, but that's the only thing he went to prison for. And the jacking up the AIDS medication, the reasons he did it are very noble, stick it to the man, and also improve AIDS medication. But the media didn't want you to know that. The media wants you to hate him.
it was the demonization spin. So what's the good part? What you just told us?
Basically, he jacked up the price because all those Nigerians and Africans and everybody that was using that subpar AIDS medication was doing it through insurance payments. So he jacked up the prices that insurance would have to pay for it and used those profits to research a better AIDS medication. Tell me he's not a solid fucking dude taking a hit like some illuminated Tommies do on YouTube for fighting the good fight. God bless Martin Shkreli, even though if I was an investor, I wouldn't like being lied to. I don't know what he lied to his investors about, but even that fucking Big Short guy was like hated by his investors till he made them millionaires. And even though Martin Shkreli lied to his investors, he made them a lot of money.
When I just think of the pharmaceutical industry, I just like want to steer clear of any of those people. I just hate the
And
system.
That's what he was doing. He hates the system. You hate the system. He used that system. Like he said, fuck you, insurance. You're going to pay me this for this medicine, and I'm going to use that money to come up with a better medicine.
Well, congratulations on getting the Laguna gig. I'll look for you on the 19th of March over there. I definitely don't watch all of her interviews. She has a ton, but I'll catch yours for sure.
And it was a process because Jack Talcott tried to get Diva on me because he had that interview. And I was like, man, I emailed him twice, and Lauren even doesn't like Paul. Like, I emailed him twice about either a Paul interview or a Sovereign interview, and they never got back to me. And Jack gets all hoity-toity, and he goes, yeah, probably because your reputation around YouTube. And I was like, I don't know, Jack. I don't know if that's it. And then when they finally got back to me, her producer is like, I just never correlated that email was Illumitami. And I was like, thank you, Henry. Thank you. And I took that right back to Jack, that pathetic man.
He's overseas, isn't he? He's not even in this country, is he?
Who, Henry?
Henry, the producer.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I
I
got
just
the
know that whenever he found out it was me, uh, he hit me back within the hour, wanted to do the interviews this Sunday. And I was like, Henry, I want to do this right. I want to have the right intentions and I want to have my notes in order. So let's do it the following Sunday. And he was like, that's fine. And I also wanted an extra week for the Land of the Unslaved to fester about it and get those views up for Lauren. Like the more there's festering and talk of Haluma Tommy's going to go with that hater Lauren, that's just going to add views for them. Because even when Jack was interviewed, Wiz and Jeep Girl and the whole fucking normal crew of that place, they just poured into the chat. And they were giving him the fucking mob style, like, don't fuck this up, Jack. Better not say the wrong thing, Jack. And I'm going to be sitting there, like, basking in those
well,
chats.
he did because he likened himself to Martin Luther King.
Oh,
But that's when I was like, okay, he's playing a character because no one's going to do that or say that unless he's insane.
you know, I don't want to go to. He's not playing a character. He is insane. I love the man. I'm trying to help him. He is insane. You know, in the entire land of the unslaved, in the entire YouTube streets that wants to use his face and bring him on panel and fuck with him, I'm probably one of the only person that bothered to go back through some of his videos in the past 5 years, back when he was so clean cut, he looked like a elementary school science teacher. And like if you look at his video thumbnails, you see the progression between clean cut dude slowly transitioning into a hippie Jesus look that he has now. He is his own story, but he does have a lot of unawareness that every time I try and bring it to him, he's like, you know, if you'd stop competing and having your opinions and being in your imagination, I go, you're a fucking meme, Jack. You're a goddamn meme until you're on the streets, being a meme on the streets. But I
I
think
think he
there's
has
more.
good intentions, but he
Oh,
just
that's how you get to hell, right?
yeah, he
Like you
just
live in Utah.
says
Don't good
words.
intentions get you to hell? Let's hear it from a mountain Jew. Are you a mountain Jew?
No, no.
I share a
But
border with you, and if you share a border with Utah, we know that those Mormons go by mountain Jews.
I've never heard them referred to as that, but
They won't. You'll never hear Mitt Romney say, no, call me a mountain Jew. It's just a joke.
I lived in Colorado. My record says I lived in Superior, but I lived in Louisville. I didn't like it.
Oh, so you lived in Superior, did you? Do your
Yeah,
little Superior
I didn't
dance.
really care for it. But
That was just a church lady throwback.
I like my Utah. But
I think Utah is cool. I got a friend that went there and did some mountain biking trails, and he said the Green Circle novice almost got him killed.
where's
And I believe
that?
it. I don't know where he went, but I've seen Red Bull GoPro on a helmet cams of dudes doing things where it's like your bike touched a little bit as you like fall with a bike under you. You know, it's like you're just falling with a bike that occasionally scrapes a cliff on the way down. So I could see where a novice trail, he said it like it was a novice trail, but there were turns that he felt were challenging. And if you weren't ready for it, the thing you would fly over would be certain death. But the trail was marked Green Circle.
I mountain biked a lot 12 years ago for 3 seasons. But I went back this past year on YouTube and watched every trail I've ever been on. It was kind of a trip. But I had some injuries and broke my leg and other things, so I'm not mountain biking anymore. But it was a lot of fun. Resort towns are a lot of fun.
Hey, if you want some encouragement to go mountain biking again, I have never broke as many bones as just slipping on the ice January 1st of this year.
Oh, yeah, I slipped and fell off a porch last April, hurt my back. Yeah, but I can't talk about it. Gets me bummed out.
I slipped on the ice, did an old school stage theater pratfall where my feet flew up above my head. My head and my shoulder hit the ice at the same time, which gave me a double welted head concussion with a broken collarbone, 2 broken ribs, which collapsed my lung. And I walked home like that to have my combat vet neighbor speculate if I needed to go to the ER. And I was having the time of my life because I wasn't off in some ice cave somewhere. Watts, remember I just said that when you finally see Fight Club.
Yeah, I've seen Fight Club. I think it was What's Up that said he hadn't seen it.
Oh, it definitely was. That's why I was like, Watts, I can't even right now.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I think I saw Fight Club in high school. I'm like 43. Watts is going to be amazed at how, like, thin and young Brad Pitt is in that movie.
Yeah, I like the soap, selling the soap back to the women. That's all I remember. And Edward
Using
Norton.
their liposuctioned fat to make the soap that you sell back to them.
Yeah. I like Edward Norton better than Brad Pitt. Edward Norton's cool. But I'm gonna sign off. Benton, sorry you're not feeling good. I hope you feel better soon.
Gotta
And
leave you with a movie
hey, maybe
recommendation.
this is a good idea for the nights that Benton doesn't feel well, is just to have people come on and talk like they're on the phone, and gives him a rest and entertains him as he's driving, and takes a lot
that's
less
a good
energy from him.
idea for any night Benton feels anyway. That's just
Yeah.
panel style. But if you like Edward Norton, have you seen the movie he wrote, starred, and directed?
Well, you have to remind me. I'm not a big movie buff.
I forget what it's called. It might have Brooklyn in the name, but he plays a detective with Tourette's syndrome, and it's a pretty good movie. It was his first movie that he wrote, directed, and starred in.
Oh, look, I'll look for it.
Yeah, Tourette's is when you spontaneously like shout stuff, usually like lewd things.
Well, you guys have a good night. Thanks for chatting. It was fun to chat with you.
Hey, let me catch you in that chat again and not coming up here and see what
Okay.
happened. All right. Yeah, I dare
All
you. I
right.
dare you to be in that chat and not come panel and see how I treat you.
Well, what's that?
I said I dare you to sit in that chat and not come up on panel and see how I treat you when you do that.
Oh, I don't come up very often, but yeah.
Well, you might not have before.
Yeah, it's just the time of day. My brain's shutting down this time of day. It's not my most awake time of day, but
I've been waking up all week to seeing I missed Benton's stream the night before. I may occasionally be on meth hours, but that's not even trucker hours, you know?
well, it's nice to, on the insomniac nights, it's nice to have this. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody in the chat. That's fun to visit with too.
Cherish this time we're connected by internet and electricity, because before we go cashless, it might be gone.
I hope not. Hope
Well,
not.
hope for the worst. You don't get a bunch of gun-toting free motherfuckers to go cashless without an immaculate catastrophe to get them to fucking agree to it. It's just like the jab. You don't get that many people to take the jab without locking them in their houses for a year or two.
True, true. Well, you guys all take care. Have a good night or
Yes,
day,
ma'am.
whatever it is for you. Bye-bye.
See ya. Night, day. This cell doesn't have any windows. So I'll just carry it while we see if Benton's here. I'm surprised my dog has left me alone. Usually once he sees me start preparing to leave, he will be so up my ass that I will forget something that I want to take when I leave. And sometimes it's his goddamn collar he should be wearing, and we'll get down to the ground floor and out the front gate before I realize that's what I needed. Shit, it's 2 o'clock. I was gonna leave 2 hours ago, but it's all good. It's all the AM hours. Because when I was talking to that cop at the park that night, he said, "Is that your dog, sir?" And I said, "Officer, if I'm going to risk being at the park after hours, I'm going to tack a no leash onto it. Come on." And that cop laughed and said, "Man, I wish I could let my dog run around, but I'm a cop." And I mean, talk about layers, man. Talk about layers. I love humans. I love life. I love truth and honesty. I'd hate to be a cop that's got to lie to himself while doing the cop job. Because if you wish that you could let your dog run free, I better not catch you writing out tickets for free running dogs. People that complain to me about off leash, I always say, I think we all know that if a dog should be on leash, we're all quite sure the dog should be on leash. I've had my dog at Colorado dog parks. I've seen ghetto dudes with out of control dogs approach, and I've told them in front of a crowd, like, "Dude, I don't want to tell you not to bring your dog into a dog park, but if your dog has a problem with mine, I'm gonna handle you, because I rarely see a dog I suggest not come into the dog park." And that ghetto kid was mad. He was cussing me with his girlfriend as they flipped me off, driving away, not coming in the dog park. And that's why people like me way more than Paul Enslaved will ever know or admit to. Like, people like me at Craigslist things for keeping us all from battle royaling. I'm a solid dude. I just don't want anyone to like me and be up my ass. I want you to recognize I do the right thing and I'm solid, and that I will take no nonsense. Just like when I'm the stranger who is the first one to find your lost child. You can be like, "Wait, that dude found him? Oh, I'm so relieved." Jack Talcott is the only living human being that's ever bothered to ask and now knows why I say I took 2.5 prostitutes out of that life. And it's not easy, it's not fun, it's not convenient, it doesn't go smooth. But only Jack asked, "Why do you always say half?" And he got the story. He also watched me cry whenever I was telling it, over the uncertainty of it all. But maybe one day I can tell that story again, because now that I cried for Jack over it, I think I can probably tell it without crying again.
Hey Tommy, how you going?
What's going on? I recognize your picture.
You
Give me
recognize my picture?
Yeah, just
Giving
give
you
me
a
a first
hug.
name caller.
Um,
Welcome to the
Well,
Benton
you
Show
can
caller.
call me Jan.
John.
Jan. Most people just call me Nana.
I think I
Or
can help with
Tranquil.
the Pam situation.
We're good. How's your puppy dog?
He
said your
is
dog
now
is
up
in-
and
he's
anxious
12?
to know why we're not out the door.
He's 12, you said?
Oh, did you ask how old he is?
Yeah, no, I know he's 12. You are an amazing dog owner. He's in such great condition. I saw you walking the other day. He's beautiful.
And
Absolutely beautiful.
not only am I amazing dog owner, because he has his own
Hey,
room.
baby.
This is my dog's
Oh.
room, which is also the "I'll deal with that shit later" room, as you
Mhm.
can see.
Oh, yeah, I
And
know what it is.
this is I even handle my rodents as like, let me show you a new
Oh,
life
very
outside.
nice.
Yeah.
What a great idea. Yeah, be kind if you
Oh,
can.
my first pet mouse as a kid. I went to my friend's house to find him tossing a mouse high into the air and not catching it and doing other horrible things to it. And I kind of snatched it up and just ran home, and it lived a long, happy life of doing backflips every day for me.
Oh, how cool.
So now I'm kind of I hate this apartment management company. So I haven't put in a complaint of mice, and I'm thinking I might just raise and nourish them into an army for when I move out, and then I leave behind like flourishing armies of mice in the building.
Good grief. Oh, make it.
I
Oh,
could
have you
tell
seen?
when
Have you
every
seen the ranch raccoon?
what?
Raccoon Ranch. Raccoon Ranch. They have a house for the raccoons. I saw
I
it
would love to
online.
have a raccoon, man. Raccoons seem
A
awesome.
raccoon ranch. They have a whole house. I don't know if it's a whole house, but it's a part of a house. They call it Raccoon Ranch.
I saw a
Amazing. I was
YouTube
like,
video about a guy that rescued a raccoon and he tried to let it go, like he let it go or made it leave. And occasionally he comes home and it's in his cabinets eating his cereal. Like, hey man, how's it going? So I'm like, dude, you should just keep it. You should just settle on that's your raccoon.
we don't have raccoons, but we've got possums here. So like possums.
Also saw a video where a lady rescued a possum and she said now she thinks they're smarter than dogs.
They're really smart. They're really
She
smart
carries
possums.
it over her shoulder like it's an infant. It's awesome.
Well, I've got my little dog here. She's a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. And she's my therapy dog. She's only 2.5, and she's started to alert me to my seizures, which has been amazing. I'm really absolutely astounded
Alerts
at how
you when what?
To the seizures that I've been having. So
Yeah, I knew I had a neighbor that
Yeah.
Camacho would play with his dog, and that's what it did.
She
He-
just has kind of figured it out. Like she knows that, like if I've, because I wear a whistle, and it sounds really weird, but I wear a distress whistle from literally like the Titanic, I guess. You can hear it down the street. If I do seize and my hubby's up the other end of the house, I just whistle.
Do you know
then-
why they can sense your seizure coming?
I'm not sure. The other
Because
day
their
she
noses are
smelt
so
me.
acute.
Yeah,
A
she
dog's
smelled.
nose can
She
smell
knew.
a change in your fucking brain chemistry, dude. Like they
Totally knew.
smell the chemical
Yeah.
change up in your skull.
I think that's what's going on, and so I'm waiting still on a neurology appointment. It's been 1.5 years, and last Tuesday I had 9 seizures, so I'm a bit over it. And it's nice. She's really getting to the stage now, where she's just like, yep, I'm onto it. She'll lie on me, like on top of me afterwards, to soothe me down, and it's really nice to know that she's just here. Dogs are just so loyal, like just their absolute beautiful natures. They've got that integrity of just like, yeah, I'll come back to
They
you. You're
take a
beautiful,
bullet for you.
Oh my gosh! Like she'll bark at the planes. She see the planes come from Brisbane heading out west from where I am, and she can just see the flashing lights, and obviously she can hear them as well. She give them a going at. It's only a little thing. Give them a go at.
Yeah,
Protecting
I
your
want to
mum.
fill, like, if I don't use it for survival and I do make it like a vacation-y place to die, I want to fill my off-grid land with rescued animals and kids who have been touched by assholes. Because you're sitting here listing off why dogs are awesome, and our boys and girls in the armed forces down in Fort Carson in Colorado Springs, oh, I'm getting stationed somewhere else. I'll just leave my dog along I-25. And then the dog's sitting there by the interstate. It doesn't know if they're coming back. It doesn't want to go to people that are trying to ask it to come with them. And I hate fucking humans for that shit.
I have a very vivid imagination for people who do that to animals. It's not a very nice, vivid imagination. And I
Like I
probably
said,
should
man, it's
pray
all the
more
individual.
to the big sky daddy for, repent.
Right.
I don't know what I have to do for those thoughts, but there's some things people do to animals and children that I just cannot. I'm like, just leave them with me for an hour. I'm good. And, I'm just a little old lady at the same this righteous anger that rises up inside of us, when it's honed and directed correctly, it can change things. I love the way you said, let's just bring the animals to the land. Let's just go over there. Get away from all of that bullshit. We rescue all this lot. Let's go over here. We're good here. This is safety.
Is it safe to assume you're Aussie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, mate. I'm an Aussie.
So before my life was turned upside down, back whenever I just graduated college and had a badass college job, there was this hot Aussie nurse / single mom that I knew from Facebook. And the plan was to come on over and see how things go. And the only thing that was wrecking me the whole time, regardless to say it didn't happen because I ended up wrecked and homeless and I don't know whatever happened to her. But the whole time, what wrecked me about it was when you fly a dog in Australia, it has to stay in quarantine for like 2 weeks of no visit, like just being monitored by strangers. And I was like, dude, that's wrecking me like it's my child to think of the process that I haven't even done. Like to fly him over in a crate in a plane and then from there go into quarantine. I was like, this is wrecking me to think of how this would go down.
Yeah, me too. It breaks my heart to think that even going like to Tasmania for me, taking my dog over there, I'm pretty sure she has to go into quarantine for a little bit then. And but I'm not sure how it works with therapy dogs. So, there's a few tests they have to do, you get a card, you get all this sort of thing. And we're not even at that yet. I'm at 2.5 years of, heck, I'm sick. I've been trying to train the dog on my own. And she's done really, really well. And I just think, okay, well, how can we help other people to get, dogs that can be rescue dogs to help them to become disability support dogs? Because quite often those two things work really well together.
Yep.
We rescue
And also,
each other.
if you rescue a dog or get one out of a pound compared to a pet shop, that dog will suck you off every day. You will be its hero,
It's such a beautiful thing to rescue a dog. We rescued a Cavalier when I was about 15 years old, I think. Merlin, his name was. Beautiful rust-coloured Cavalier, just all that orange, little redhead. Love it. He was severely abused. He'd had his back broken, at least once, you could tell. When we brought him home, he was covered in filth and dirt. And I ended up washing him. He sat just with me in a blanket in the back of the car. We got him home and I had to wash him in the tub downstairs. And he'd howl every time he'd touch him. He'd yelp every time he touched him. It took 2 years before that poor little animal finally stopped flinching when we reached down to pat him. And he was the most beautiful dog, lived to like 12 and a half. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful animal.
Yep.
And we're so grateful. I was so grateful for his love. And so honoured to have been a part of that little life. That just to me is huge. That they trust us after what's been done to them.
I was trying to think of a way I could get an email address out without cops knowing about it. But I wanted to give an email address for people that, like, if you found... What are we listening to? Are you writing on a chalkboard? Are you teaching a class right now?
Did you
Oh,
just
okay.
hear my cord to my headphones rubbing? That what it
No,
might
I heard you scraping ice off of your windshield is what I heard.
be. Is this what you heard?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I rubbed my screen. I'm so sorry. I had a dot on my screen right in
Oh,
front of
okay.
Benton as I was driving, and it was like I had to rub it off the windshield.
Yeah, I used to want to get an email out on the internet or the public that if you found out where a puppy mill was going down, you would just email that information to me and no questions, no correspondence, and
Hmm.
I would get the details I needed to verify it, and I would handle it like Deadpool might handle it, like
Mhm.
I don't know. The point was I'd rescue dogs that were locked up to only breed because I've seen pictures of like some chihuahua that was in the same busted up cage for over 10 years, just birthing and left in that
Poor,
cage.
poor
And
mama.
yeah, that shit
That poor
angers me.
mama. Poor mama.
Like I
That's
live
not
in
okay.
walking distance to a dumb friends league and I can't go inside or even search websites because I just take them all if they let me, like if I had my land shit
Mm.
going. Because
Mm-mm.
once the lockdowns were over, everyone started returning their dogs, making me hate everyone. And now we're at full capacity where they have to get rid of dogs before they can take backroom dogs up into where people can see them. And if I had my land shit going already, I'd just be like, truck them all to me. They'll just get in a building at night, but all day, just free roam. Free roam on my land, how it should be.
Yep. Roam. Go.
Yep.
Come back when it's dark if you want to. If you don't, hang out there. Come back when you want
Well,
to.
I would try and keep them around because
No,
where
I'm
my
joking.
land is.
Stay where
Well,
you
I mean, I
are.
do like that idea.
Remembering.
I do like that
Yeah.
idea.
Mhm.
But where my land is, and this is on purpose, of course, but things can kill you if you're not careful. Like, if I go down there for 10 years, I might come across a fucking rattlesnake or there are like, I mean, even if you live in Colorado Springs, if you live in Colorado Springs where there's millions of people, you can be jogging a trail and have to fight a mountain lion for your life. You're an Aussie. What am I trying to say right now? You're fucking Australian. This is like a fairy tale to you.
I'm just laughing because, like, there was a brown snake just down the end of the street the other day, and there's spiders in my yard that'll kill you. So I'm like, okay, we're good. I'm like, I've grown up with checking underneath the outside chairs before you sit down on them, and just because the spiders, they'll just
Dude, when I was
bite
in
you.
5th grade and I was in like a religious school, my gym teacher was shit, I just brain farted it. Not Australia, they're just off the coast on that other place. New Zealand. He was from New Zealand.
Oh yeah, New Zealand. Yep.
Yeah, and so there was a day I was standing in line in the batting line of like whatever baseball we were playing, and I caught like the batter hit the ball and just threw the bat, and I caught it square in the ribs. And you
Oof.
just heard him like this is a Christian school New Zealand gym teacher, and you just hear him cursing in New Zealand accent as he walked up. Like, can't believe a kid got hit in the fucking ribs.
Aussies and New Zealanders are pretty tough. Like, I don't know, I got hit in the eye with a cricket ball, like a 6-stitch cricket ball when I was like 7 years old, just playing in the backyard. Full, what's the word? I've forgotten. Just had a mind blank. Full pitch, in the yard. We had it all gone, all set out. Had the bails all ready to go. I was there. I had my bat, good to go, playing cricket. He bowled that ball, whack, straight in the eye. Oh my god! I was down for the count. Oh, it hurt so much. And they make them these 6-stitch cricket balls, and they inside it's a really, really hard ball. They're not like I guess a baseball is a little harder than a softball, isn't it? But a cricket ball is harder than that, I think. I'm not sure. That's flashy leads. Ooh. I like that. That's a great idea.
And his leash is actually a spiky leather one, and I just put this one on because when we get to the lake, he's gonna run free.
Oh, cool. Did you see the fox again?
The fox at the lake.
The foxes? Yeah. Did you see them again?
Yeah, it's not frozen right now, but one night I saw one on the ice, and then the next time there were two on the ice. And I hope they've never broken through, but they probably don't because they're foxes.
I saw a guy the other day scrape a skunk off the ice. He was very nervous.
Skunks are cool
skunk
too if they don't spray
And he
you.
was like, please don't spray me. I'm trying to help you. Please don't spray me. I'm trying to help you. And he put a bit of warm water down and then he, scraped it to the edge and said, oh, I hope you warm up, mate. Good luck. Walked away. I'm just going to leave you there because I don't want you to spray me. We don't
Dude,
have,
I
think,
I
things that
know
spray
people
us
want to.
here.
If you get directly sprayed by a skunk, you will puke more than Benton thinks he is right now. Like you will just puke spontaneously till you do something about it. It's bad.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
The hottest girl in my high school got sprayed, and she came to school for days still with the hint of it on
Oh,
her.
the poor darling.
No, fuck her. She was a. Well, never mind. I mean,
I-
when you're.
I
when-
feel for everyone when they go through something like that. I'm a softie, but I just.
But
yeah,
let
at the
me
same
tell you
time.
how much she needed that challenge. She was in my grade, and when we were freshmen, she was already the hottest girl in the high school that all grades were like, let's get some Brienne. And that was as a freshman. And like her whole 4 years would be that.
Oh gosh.
And that's the
Yeah.
challenge though. Like, can she still be a decent person with that much, it's like, can you be a rich person and still not bust on poor kids, I guess you'd say. I don't know what relativity to throw into it.
Yeah, where's the analogy there? Yeah.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
am the analogy guy, even though they're not all winners.
Mine aren't all either, mate.
No, you can't stay frosty all day.
No, you can't stay based forever. so can't be salty all the time. Sometimes you got to be a bit sweet.
Oh, now that one, I'll take that challenge. I can say fairly consistently pleasant.
I'm sure you can, mate.
It's
I'm
easy to do
pretty
when you
much a
live
mix
around Americans. When you live
of the
around
two.
Americans, it's easy to stay salty.
Yeah, it seems like I don't know. Like Australians are a lot more laid back, I think, than Americans.
That's because you guys
yeah,
are
good,
free to be racist in Australia. We have to suppress our racism because, American. That's a joke, though. But I have always heard that
Yeah,
Australia is leaning toward you guys are like a continent where England sent prisoners and shit. Of course, you're going to start out a little Mick Dundee, a little Choppa. Don't act like I don't know who Choppa is.
Chopper Reeves.
Australia needs to harden the fuck up. You know, Chopper? I don't
know
have to.
Chopper.
Oh, don't tell me I'm going to educate you on an Australian
I
legend.
do know Chopper. Yes, I know Chopper.
Fuck yeah.
I've read his book. It's interesting.
I actually-
but disturbing, and I've read quite a lot actually. I sound like sometimes really posh, sometimes really bogan. I do have bipolar disorder, so I'm sometimes I'll flick from one to the other. It's always good times. There's never a dull moment here at my place. And
I do have a confession to make. I don't really know Chopper as much as the guy who did that comedy show as an impression of Chopper.
Yep. I think a lot of us know like comedy actors that imitate the person more than the actual person.
Yeah.
I've noticed that, like with a few people. Like if I was watching RKX, but I prefer to watch Tartarian Truth. RKX, does that make sense? I don't know. Weird analogy, but he's broken it down. He makes it funny, and I can cope with it. It's like, yep, I'm good to go then. Australians are a strange mix. We do come from very, 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 very varied backgrounds. I think that little glass of wine there has gotten to the vocal cords and the tongue. Oi, the mix of Australians is phenomenal. My parents come from Germany and England, and then I've got Irish and English as well. And so it's like, oh, okay. And they came over in the 1700s and also in the 1950s. So like that whole range of dynamics came through, and we're such a multicultural country like America, but I've never been even overseas. I've spent my entire life here. I've been a very sheltered lady, and I guess in some ways I'm very lucky. And at other times I think, okay, I'm still here to kick some ass.
So listen, I'm gonna cover this real quick to cover what may happen and not offend anyone. I'm out of data and I'm gonna venture away from my Wi-Fi. So if you lose me,
Okay.
I probably won't be back. But we'll see how
Okay.
long this goes.
No worries. Do you want me to keep talking if it drops out?
Yeah, we're just gonna go natural. I just don't want to
Yeah,
have
do it
to leave you
organically.
wondering why I dropped
Yeah,
off if
no
that's
worries.
what happened.
Thanks for letting me know, mate. I appreciate that.
That's the only things that still bother me is like not being able to explain something and people going
It's
on
okay.
believing the wrong thing.
I tend not to go off on a rant unless I've had to think about it. Generally, they end up as what I call a rap, but is more likely a poem to everybody else. So I find it quite good therapy. And the
People
inventor
believe
of the
everything he
rage stay
says.
is still here.
That's what I have a problem with.
I do. Sorry, could you repeat that? I think we dropped out a little.
You losing me?
I think a little. Could you repeat?
I'll carry the phone. I had it in my pocket if you couldn't hear me well. Maybe that was it.
I think I missed your last sentence.
It's probably nothing important.
That's okay.
I want to show you guys why I'm always packing and always watching my back.
Mm-hmm.
So when I first moved here, I don't know how well you can see all this. So this is like a dog area. But when I
I
moved
can only
here,
see black, so I'm not some. We've got a little glitch there going on. And I think that's a pause and a meditation. A pause and a meditation. And a bit of a drive down the highway. Benton, I hope you're feeling okay, mate. And that you have your tummy troubles easing. You're all in my prayers today. And
Hey, we lost Tommy.
I think we must have lost Tommy. Hey, going Benton.
What's up? Was he walking his dog? What was he? I was gone for a
Yeah,
minute.
he told me. That's okay. I just held on. He said that he's walking his dog, and if he loses the Wi-Fi, then it will cut out. I said, I'll just keep
Okay,
on
cool.
yakking.
Good deal.
How you going, mate? You all right?
Oh, I'm all right. Yeah, it's just up and down, but it's all good.
Yeah, I can feel that chakra is really giving you trouble in there.
Oh yeah, big time. But yeah, it's yesterday it worked. I worked with it yesterday. It worked for me, I think.
Yeah.
But, not so much today, but you never know. That's the fun of the live stream. I never really know where it's going to go or what if I'm going to get on a rant. The traffic kind of conspired against me early on. I got sidetracked a little bit with having to pay attention to my driving too much. That happens sometimes also.
It does happen. It does happen. I know the feeling. Pain can totally take everything else away in your life. And
Yeah, I
suddenly
think
you
Tommy's
can
coming back though. Or no, it's Robin.
Ooh.
Okay, Robin's here.
It's Robin.
What's up, Robin?
Hey guys, I'm back.
Yay.
Look at your picture.
Yeah, Nana. I love that edit today. It made my day, dude.
Oh, thank you so much. You're such a sweetheart.
I
Oh,
love
can't-
the blue laser lights. Yeah, I tried to
Those
get up here
eyes.
in case Tommy dropped off, but I'll let you talk to Benton and hang back if you want.
No.
Oh,
Like,
it
I'm
does. We're
happy if
good.
you want to
Yeah, it
chat to
doesn't matter.
Benton or yeah, it's all
Oh,
good.
I don't know. Hey, I
Ad
have a
hoc.
song to share with you,
Yes.
Tranquil. I don't know if I'll share it in the chat today. I mean, I see it all the time. Maybe another day I'll share it.
Mm, for
Just
sure.
just a cool song. But hey, are you still feeling the same, Benton?
Oh, it's just up and down, so it's hard to predict what's going on. How I feel is usually not relevant. It's just every once in a while. That's the first time it's really gotten so bad. It was hard to concentrate on what was happening.
You sound better than the beginning of the evening. You were speaking a lot slower and sounded like you're in pain in the beginning of the evening.
Yeah, well, part of that also was I was having to pay attention to driving. Sometimes that slows me down because you guys can't see the mirrors. A lot of times there's like a lot of stuff happening behind, or like around me, that you guys can't see because you can't see my mirrors. That's also a
Yeah.
part of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was fun to talk to Tommy.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I enjoyed talking to Tommy too. It's the first time I've said g'day. It was nice.
Yeah, he's a good conversationalist.
He is. He is. He can chat about almost anything.
Yep.
He's great.
Yeah, I
Robin,
thought
do
he
you
was
drive a
walking
truck?
the dog. I thought he was walking the dog first and then coming on later, but I guess not. What did you say?
Apologies for interrupting.
Oh,
you
it's
there.
okay. It's a lag. There's a lag.
Robin, do you drive a truck as well?
I wish.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I
you
thought
mean
were
commercial? No.
no, but can you drive a truck?
A regular small?
Oh, okay. I
No.
can't drive. Oh, okay. I can't even drive a manual car. I've an automatic license, so I'm one of those icky Gen X's who just couldn't handle the clutch. Just
Yeah,
said
I
no.
never had a clutch. I never learned.
Hmm.
It's it's kind of embarrassing, but I mean, I should have learned, but
I have to learn now. I now have a manual bus and a manual car. I have to learn how to drive. I did learn initially in a 1974 Honda Civic with a manual choke, but that was really frustrating. And at 16, I had zero tolerance for that. I wish I'd spent a bit more time just practicing now, though. I wish I'd really just dug in and said, hey, I'm going to learn how to do this no matter what.
oh, you
And
got a bus, not a motorhome?
yeah, we bought a bus and we're converting it. So all the seats are out, but the ones that we want to keep. And there'll be a bed in the back and a lounge suite in the back. Have a shower and toilet. Have a kitchen area. The bed will rise up, and underneath that will be the lounge area in the back. So it'll be quite a roomy area. We've got the
Oh,
awning and
sweet. So like a
everything.
long school bus.
It's a 22-seater 1998 Nissan Civilian. So yeah, it's an old school bus. She came from Charleville in the middle of Australia. In the middle of Queensland here. And she was covered in Red Bull dust when we got her. It was about an inch deep inside all of the inside rails once we pulled off all of the inside paneling. Inch deep of bull dust, orange all the way through it. It's unreal. Like it gets everywhere.
Did she belong to the Aborigines?
We think she may have belonged as a school bus. We think she might have been a school bus or even a bus maybe because she had like lights on the top of her, maybe even just for driving around like the airport out there somewhere, but we're not sure. She's been really, really well looked after though, mechanically, and that was what's really important, and there's no rust in her. So she's good to go. She's I just kind of can't believe it as well. It's like, yeah, I'm really like looking out at different things. It's a big different life. It's nothing I've done before.
Sounds
But
like a dream come true. Have you been watching van life videos? Did you get the van life
Yes.
bug?
Yeah, what video haven't I watched about it all? Yeah. We did travel around Australia when I was younger, just on like a 4-week holiday, and we went inland, and we did have a very small caravan, a pop top that we used in that time. So I do know what it's like to camp with a trailer and stuff like that. But I've never lived in a motorhome. I've never done anything like that. But you know what? It's that life. Sometimes it doesn't matter. You just go, we're going to do this. It's me and hubby and the dog. You know, the kids are flying the roost.
People
rock up
wait
with a
too long to do
motorhome.
those.
I'm rocking up in the motorhome and going, hi, kids. You want to come for a weekend with Nana and Grandad? We're going over somewhere. I don't know where yet. You know, let's go. Or,
The,
hi, kids, we're here for the weekend. We're just pulling up in your driveway. We won't be a problem.
the golden
like it.
years.
Yeah. Well, you know, I figure, like, my Nana was a really religious lady, and she said that she, in the Bible, it said, 3 years and 10. Well, okay, that sounds a bit odd, but, you know, even when
You
she
have
said it,
something
that was
on
her thing.
your screen.
Apologies. Did I do it again?
Oh, that's okay.
That
Earlier
was
when
my
you did
bad.
that, sorry, I just have to say this real quick. Earlier when you did that, it was making that sound, but Tommy was also talking about giving his email out. So I thought he was scribbling it on a chalkboard and that he was going to cam up and like show his email or something.
Apologies.
It just
I
the
totally
timing
forgot.
coincided. That was my assumption.
An OCD made me wipe the little dot off my screen. My OCD. Like, no dots allowed on this screen at all. Just 1,000 tabs open. We're good.
I haven't been on my computer, I don't think, since the Truther Bowl weekend,
Yikes. That
the
was
Looper Bowl weekend. I've just stayed off the computer and just been on the phone.
Yeah, I think the Truther Bowl weekend, I think it killed my laptop. It died right after that. I think I used it too much and it got too hot, probably.
Oh, they sell those spacers on Amazon where you can have it elevated so it doesn't heat up so bad, but
I've got one of those. It's got little fans underneath it. My computer fell off it, and I said, right, we're done.
Well, I think some of
I'm
these
not friends with you anymore.
ThinkPads, I think they just run hot. Like that fan just doesn't work good enough. I think is the problem.
Yeah, I think so too.
I bought a new computer if Amazon delivers it. I think the Amazon person already stole my LCD screen because I got a message saying that was going to be late. Yeah, these people, they just steal half this stuff. It's crazy.
What?
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
It's happened more than once where it's just like, oh, it's delayed. It's like, yeah, they probably stole it.
I get stuff sent to me from Amazon that I don't even order. And it's companies that are trying to get, like, they want you to give you the item for free and they want you to go give a review. But, like, these are things that I don't use, don't want. So I just send them back.
Oh, okay.
Return to sender, address unknown. No such number, no such phone.
The first time it happened, I was freaked out by it, but then I looked up online and I guess it happens to everybody. But
I wonder if that's an American thing. I don't know if they do that here in Australia. I haven't had that happen where I am. We just get junk mail, which you can stick a sign on your on your mailbox. It
Well,
says,
do you normally
"No junk
write
mail."
reviews, Robin?
Never.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know. Strange.
No. But I'm a frequent customer. I think it happens to frequent customers.
That sounds like it's probably a very logical thing that frequent customers get sent things out for free to encourage more consumerism.
Yeah, maybe so. But hopefully, hopefully I'll get my, because I'm only going to be probably only be in town tomorrow because I have to use the Amazon locker because I don't have an address. So if it doesn't arrive while I'm there, then I won't be able to get it.
Okay. Are you looking forward to having a computer again?
Well, I mean, it's just kind of work if you think about it. But yeah, I mean, I need it because I've been, this is going to be like a month with just on my phone. Because a lot of times people don't realize that I can't I can't share a screen on a phone. You can only do all that. A lot of the StreamYard stuff you can only do on a computer.
Yeah. You're pretty patient and pretty clever to be able to drive a bloody semi, get on here, talk, occasionally rant, do the bloody StreamYard thing, stick up some comments, and like just keep all your shit together at the same time and try and keep dinner down. I'm fucking impressed, mate. Well done.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing a little more than some people may realize, but it's like usually it goes so well, but then like there are times when I just have to pay a lot of attention to my driving. But usually I don't because of the hours I drive. But that happened this morning. Like I kind of started to get on a roll, and then I had to like pay strict attention to what was going on around me. And then I kind of got on a roll, and it happened again. And then by then I was feeling pretty terrible. So thankfully Tommy came on, and now here we are, right?
That's good. I'm glad you got people to come in, and you got internet mates. That's how it happens. Come in.
Yep.
Take over.
Well, and there's
have a
an audience. It may be a little smaller than normal today, but there's people who listen to it. So I'm sure there's people that we've talked about it before that they don't really have any sort of outlet for actual conversation. So I think a lot of people like it for that. Just being able to listen to somebody talk that's not just completely normied out,
Well, that's not just mainstream media as well, I guess.
Yeah.
That, when you're not just hearing that same tone, inflection, and cadence.
Well, I mean, sorry, that too, but yeah, I can't even listen to those. I can't even listen to that anymore. But
let alone the rubbish they spew.
Well, I just mean like if you're at the store and if you just listen to what people say, it's pretty much just the same stuff over and over again. Like there's not much novelty to it, Not that this is any great undertaking, but I think it represents like novelty as far as the ideas, and then just being able to hear somebody talk about things and you don't really know what they're going to say. Versus if I'm in line at Walmart, if anybody's even talking, it's like pretty predictable. You know what I mean?
Predictable. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can be pretty predictable.
Well, I mean, we're all that way to some extent, but I mean, and now the normies are baby truthers, so it's like, I think that's where you see these so-called sovereign citizen narratives, because that's, for those of us who've been looking into conspiracies for all these years, that's probably one that we all came across pretty early on. So these baby truthers they're all discovering the stuff that we looked at, 12 years ago or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever it was. So.
Yeah, I think I watched that Zeitgeist about 10 to 12, 15 years ago now. But whenever it came out, I was like, oh, that's an interesting thing. I didn't know anything about that, about the banking. Very cool. Very interesting. Tried to talk to my family about it. They're all looking at me like, yeah, let's get a bigger tinfoil hat. Here we are. We've just had our 11th interest rate hike in a year. So.
Well, but I mean, that's because if you look at the United States, adjusted for inflation, wages have never increased in my lifetime, and I'm 47 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's just I know I've known that for 15 years. So it's like, why would I expect wages are never going to increase over inflation? It's just never going to happen.
No.
Not generally.
No.
But then, yeah. But
really
when I was
feel
in
for the
college,
people with the high mortgages, there's going to be some real bad times here. I think coming real soon.
well, no,
Really
this
feel
is
for
the bad.
people.
This is the bad times. It's already here.
Oh, since 2008, yeah, it's just that downward spiral. Yeah.
But the way our
Recession,
brains
depression.
work is we always push it off into the future because we adapt. We adapt to whatever
we're
happens
here.
now.
We are well.
We're
and truly
adapted to
here.
this. We're adapted to the current level of how fucked up everything is. So we're like, oh, it's going to get bad. It's like, no, we've just adapted to it. It's already bad. We've just adapted to it.
Then you now.
I go in the store now. I go to Walmart and do my shopping, and I'm like, I don't know how people afford this stuff. Like, I'm living in a truck. I don't know how do just regular people go to the store and buy things. It's so expensive, you know.
Let alone medications that a lot of that, people with illnesses are on. I've got Nana underneath my chunk of vortex. You've got various illnesses under yours.
Yeah.
I could stick various illnesses under mine and just go, yeah, okay, we're good to go. I just swap them around, mate. It's all good.
Well, I'm used to being indestructible. This is kind of a new thing. Although I've probably had various, I've had various illnesses, I guess, for years and just didn't even notice. But yeah, I think it's kind of funny. Like, I think it's funny.
I'm 48 years old. Like, what the heck? Well, I'm glad that I had children young and that I could, at this age be a nana and have experienced all of this, because what's happening to my spine usually happens to 80-year-old spines. So I'm like, okay, well, if that's what's going on, then I've only got a shorter life. Then I'm just going to go, I'm going to live hard. I'm going to, I'm going to leave a beautiful corpse, slide in, leave a beautiful corpse. It's sliding sideways, is what they say. I haven't got that one down pat, but I've slid in sideways a few times. I fell out of bed this morning. That's how I started my morning. That was great fun.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's a bruise on the arm. Should be right. It's like
I love your attitude.
One seizure day. It's a one seizure day. It's a good day. It's great.
I love your attitude, Tranquil.
Oh, thank you.
You have such a great attitude. It's a good example. Your name is Jan.
Jan.
Oh, I love that name. It's one of my favorite names. Thanks for sharing that with us. I mean, I won't go tell everybody, but
it's out
it is nice to know. You're across the pond. There's no harm.
No harm, no foul, though. It's all
yeah.
Good. It's all good. I'm looking at this glass of wine thinking I might ask hubby if maybe I want a little bit more, but then I'm thinking, nah, I think I'm good. Like as I get older, I got one is enough. It feels like the smell and the taste is nice. And that's what I'm, rather than drinking to get fucked up like when I was younger, as most people I knew did. Now, even when I was younger, I was always like, what does that smell like? What does that taste like? As a barmaid, I wanted to taste all of the things so that I knew what I was serving people, and the wines especially, because they all taste so different. And now I'm like, let it sit there a bit longer. Let's see what it does as it oxidizes and ripens that little bit extra. Let's give it a roundness. Nice. Wine. Ode to wine. Roses are red, violets are blue, poems are hard. Wine.
Good morning. Music holds a secret.
Yep. And shout out to the chat.
Good morning, Moose. Good morning, what's up?
See, EBT is live streaming, I think, still. And that is where all the numbers are, but...
Oh, okay. That's good, though. Those guys don't go live that often, so I'd rather, whoever wants to be over here can be over here, and then everybody else can be over there.
I went over for a second, but Ben Thorpe was fighting about religion, and so I left. But they were
Yeah.
having a religious debate.
Well, my autism won't allow me to share their fascination with some of these people like Archaix or Ben Thorpe. I don't get it, but I understand there's something they find fascinating. I'm just not able to. I can't relate to whatever that may be.
Yeah, Archaix is boring to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm glad there's somebody to dissect his nonsense. I'm certainly not going to do it. But
I listened to a little bit and went, I don't, listened to a bit, came back.
Okay, I have
I
a
was like,
book.
"Yeah, I'm good."
Nana, I have Jason Archaix's book, but let me just explain why and how. I didn't know who he was. I was supporting John Levy by buying coffee and something on Amazon from him, and maybe his book. And Jason Brashears came up in the recommended. There's a little box on Amazon when you're shopping that recommends other products. And I remember
Yes.
John Levy recommending Jason Brashears' Archaix. And so I bought the book about Egypt without even knowing who it was. But it ends up being total science fiction bullshit. It's something about the lost scriptures of Giza, and but none of it is fact.
No.
So as soon as I'm so glad that I saw a video of chalk and EBTs before I opened the book. It's total bogus.
I feel the same. I actually was on the live stream on J Dreamers when Chalk Body called in. I was
Oh, you
on that
were?
live stream. Yeah, it's really weird. You okay, Benton?
oh yeah, this guy's just not staying in his lane.
Stay in your lane, dude.
Oh, drug driving. We see everything, so it's just like it's not
Oh,
even a big.
man.
I'm just letting him know that he's not in his lane. Not even a
I'm
big
just
deal.
joking.
Yeah, it's funny though.
I
It's
think it's
like
a great idea. They have
What?
that noise on that edge, on the edge, like where they put the little markers so that you make the noise when you run over the top of it. What a
Oh,
brilliant
yeah.
idea!
yeah, for sure.
Guys, it's simple. Let's
Well, these this vehicle, it's so long that we have off tracking. So like sometimes I have to put the tractor farther just to get the trailer in a certain place. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like wide
Yeah.
turn. So I kind of have to be like on the shoulder some of the time, especially with
Yes.
him not being in his lane. But yeah,
yeah. I actually yelled at someone on your stream the other day. Like you were driving, and I actually yelled at this truck. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
oh my gosh, I'm backseat driving from a truck in America. I had a good giggle over that. Hubby was like, "What are you doing? Who are you yelling at?" I was like, "This bloody truck! You didn't even move over. Get in your lane."
yeah.
Hubby's heard enough of me going, careful. It's like I just put my headphones in now and shut the heck up because I know he doesn't want to crash the car either.
Yeah, the driving is pretty easy for me because with the hypervigilance, I just notice everything. But over time, since I drive every day, it's just like hardly. It takes a lot to actually bother me on the roads.
Yep.
They,
I'm I'm a Nana driver.
yeah,
I
before I drove a
driving
truck, I was kind of the same way. But now that I just drive all the time, I just expect people to be bozos.
I expected people to be bozos when I was driving.
Yeah.
Just assumed that was the best way to go. My father always taught me, look at the car in front of the car in front of you. Not the car in front of you, the one in front of that. You know what that one's doing, the one in front of you will generally follow that one.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I don't. That annoys. I
Ahead
don't
a
like
little
when.
bit.
Yeah, I don't like when people do that though. It's like I'll get on the interstate and there'll be a car behind me, but I'm a slow-moving vehicle, and then like I'll just keep going slow, and then they don't even want to pass. They just want to stay behind me going slow. It's like, what are you doing? It's because there's
trucks
a
their way.
Well, there's a passing lane though. They're supposed to just go. They're supposed to just go around me. But now everybody wants to look at. They want to look at their phone. They want to look at their phone.
Idiot.
They just want to look at their phone.
So dangerous.
Because in the old days, everybody would just immediately pass a truck as fast as they could. But now they all want to just look at their phone.
Yeah, pretty much. Like here in Australia, if you look at your phone while you're driving, you get like the fines are ridiculous. It's like huge fines, and they've got cameras to check if you're on your phone while you're driving. They can see in your car to see if you're on your phone, and they take a picture of you and send it to your house to find you. It's like, what? You're looking in our cars now. Fantastic. Outstanding. It's the intrusion into a life that was private is complete.
Oh yeah, of course. But here in the U.S., it's become acceptable. Everybody just looks at their phone while they're driving. It's everybody.
Yeah.
And some people say they don't, but they do. They also do. They just don't. They don't realize it. They don't realize they're doing it, but they are.
Yeah. I'm reading WhatsApp's comment, and he said I had a tractor trailer explode right beside me with my windows down, almost wrecked. Oh my gosh, that's terrifying.
Oh yeah, that happens.
Tires are nuts when they lose it.
Well, these are way, higher pressure than your car tires.
Yes, yeah. And the size of the bus tires that we've got, like the spare bus tire, because we took it out to, just around the side there. It's massive. Thing's huge.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not even a big tire. But compared to the size of the tire on the Yaris, it's a really big tire.
Yeah, definitely.
Mate, I'm going to let you have a chat to Robin. Robin, thank you so much for chatting to me. I've got my son just come home. You could probably hear them in the background because they're loud.
Oh, yeah, I heard you talking to someone. I went out of the room for a second, but you should totally use this Tinfoil's avatar view. You should use it sometime. It's really good.
I think I might pop that in as my little picture because it's really cute.
What's that?
I love the blue eyes and the crown.
Yeah, it's perfect. I like it. You should use it.
It's sweet. He gave me a grill.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Yeah, that was the first thing I watched on YouTube today. It was a good start.
It started my day off really well, and it's so surprising, and I'm really grateful and actually like really surprised that people liked it, but also that so much effort was put in. Like, thank you guys. It's awesome.
I don't know. I don't think that takes him very much effort. I think he's some kind of crazy genius.
He is. He said it took him like 5 minutes to do like one thing, but then like ages to do something else. And I was like, I get it. Yeah, like I'm like that with things as well. It's like, but no worries. Okay, take a bit, to do the other bit, and then it's done. These crazy geniuses out here. I love them. Love them.
When I was on the Discord, he was like, I'm pretty fast on a laptop, and he's like as fast as I am, but he's on a phone. I'm just like, how are you doing this on a phone? This is crazy. Like trying to posting GIFs and stuff like super fast. Like, man, what is this?
My brain just has a little meltdown and says, you can't do that. Don't do that.
Well, your phones have pretty good photo editing. You can like clip and paste stickers. You can put photos on photos. It's fun to play with. When I listen to live streams and podcasts, that's kind of what I do sometimes is I just like start playing with pictures.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. I'm good at editing photos from my camera, just in the gallery, thing. I'm good at that, but I haven't really taken it into any video type things. But my daughter's really good at that, so I might ask her to give me a hand with a couple of things. It's just pretty cool.
Well, good luck with learning.
She told me it was based, which was just funny.
You'll be really based when you learn how to drive stick, Nana.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. I have to remember. I did learn, but I have to remember that one.
I wonder if
incorporate it.
YouTube videos would help you or not. Maybe
Probably
not.
not. Maybe not. The lady who taught me how to drive was a female truck driver, and she used to drive the road trains through outback Queensland, outback Australia, and she was driving a truck before she could a tractor and stuff, when she was really young. So she said to me, look, I started driving a road train when I was so little that a big tractor kind of thing, that they had to put the blocks on so I could reach the pedals. So if I can do it, you can. I was like, okay, I will drive the car.
I let my 11-year-old drive this summer on some property in Idaho. She had a blast.
Good
We didn't go out onto the road, but she just drove around the dirt roads in the property.
Paddock bashing.
And
nice.
It was fun. It gave her like a lot of confidence. I just took pictures of her and video of her driving.
Such a great confidence booster. Well done, Mama Bear. It takes so much confidence to get out there on the road, and I think in America it's 15, isn't it?
16.
16.
You get a permit at 14, learner's permit at 14.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we can get our permit at 16, and then you can't get your license to drive on your own until you've done 100 hours of ticked off and signed off hours that you've driven. So you have to do 100, and then you have to go and sit a test to get your P plates. And then that's your red P plates, and then you're on them for like a year. And then you have your green P plates for another year, and then you get your open license. But it takes a few years to get a proper license to drive a car.
So the people around you can tell that you're a new driver. That's good. That's safer.
So yeah, we have L plates, then green, then red P plates, then green P plates, and then you have cars with no plates. So they're open drivers.
Well, they used to teach people how to drive. Now I can tell based on how most people drive, nobody ever taught them how to drive. Mm-hmm. You can watch them and tell they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
When I was young, we had driver's ed in school. Like in high school, we had driver's ed. They taught us how to drive. Like
when I was young, they had bike ed.
Anymore. Yeah.
They had
bicycle ed. Nobody's teaching it anymore. Yeah.
They had bicycle ed. How to ride your bike. That was great.
Nana, did you see Wizard's bicycle license?
Yes, I did. That was so great.
That cracked me up.
That's awesome. Do you have any form of ID? Well, I've got this bicycle license.
It was really. I don't know if Benton saw it.
No,
I don't remember what channel that was on.
I think it might have. Actually, I have no idea. It's all merging into one.
Yeah.
At this stage. I've said I'm going to go 3 times, and this time it's an out. Big hugs to all of you. Thank you so much, Robin, for the chat. I'm going to leave us on a beautiful high note there.
All right. See you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Jan.
Bye.
Tranquil Vortex, ladies and gentlemen.
Our
What's up,
favorite
Robin?
Nana. Oh, just having insomnia. I'm kind of on a different sleep schedule, but it's always fun to log in and see people out and about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's very fun. Nana's very fun.
Absolutely. I don't understand a lot of what she says between the road noise and the accent,
Oh, I see.
but I'm getting better over time. She talks kind of fast sometimes, and that's when it's kind of all runs together.
I might be hard to understand. I mumble. I have a terrible, terrible voice. I think I'm hard to understand sometimes. Yeah, I
Well,
did
we
not.
can't all be jackasses and just like me and just overly enunciate everything. But go ahead.
You guys are such clear speakers, you and Tommy. You guys
Yeah,
can talk forever and just sound so clear. That's a real skill.
takes a lot of practice. Lot
So,
of practice.
when you had the podcast, the Nightmare podcast, you didn't have callers then, did you?
I did on some of them, yeah, but I didn't just take. It was never like random, just random people. It was always like the
Planned.
one. Well, yeah, I had to get it scheduled in advance. Yeah.
Wow, so you're branching out, but it's kind of like an experiment. But you've done well with this, having random people come on and as you
Yeah,
learn
for
to
the most
use the
part.
StreamYard.
Yeah. Yep. Well, like I say, I can do way more on my computer, but I can't use it. I can't do it. I have to do the phone when I'm driving. So.
When there's been all these panels that you could have broke down, I bet you're going crazy. You're like,
Well,
those
yeah, there's
panels.
definitely a lot of stuff. Yeah, for sure that I would have responded to that I wasn't able to. That's true. I was hoping to be able to play audio from one phone to this phone, but it just doesn't work for whatever reason. I tried it, so probably a limitation of the hardware, the actual phone.
I wonder if Tommy's going to call you back or not.
I don't know. Probably not. I probably annoyed him because I was gone for so long.
Well, he's pretty amped up about his coming interview. I'm glad he got that one. It'll be interesting to see.
Well, it sounds like he wants to put all the Paul Unslave drama behind him, which I think is the right move, personally. But he's got a lot that he wants to say publicly, so it sounds like he's going to get that all onto the public record, and then he'll move on. Plus, he knows that well, I can't say what he knows, but, I'm open to having Paul over here anytime, and, I want to collaborate with pretty much anybody that's, a good content creator, so I don't want to limit myself based on, other people's beef or whatever. But I also appreciate Tommy, what he brings to the table, so I'm trying to balance all that out. It's a
Well, you're
bit of a
doing
challenge. Thank
doing
you.
a great job taking calls and talking to all kinds of people, and there's a lot of us different ones out here.
Yeah, definitely. Some of it is learning, like, with the lag, and then, like, not trying to predict what you're going to say next, but trying to notice the patterns of, like, when I won't be talking when you're talking, if that makes sense. Like, I'm sort of figuring all that out also. That's a skill. And then when you get the lag involved, it's hard not to talk, everybody talk at the same time. So that's part of the reason why I listen so much.
I don't know how to figure that out, when someone's stopped, when to start.
Well, if you listen to somebody who does like talk radio, they're really good at it. The ones that talk that talk to different types of people, if you really listen to what they're doing, they're super good at knowing when to talk and when not to talk. And that does not come naturally for me at all. So I know that that's something I need to become good at. So I've been working on it. And then the lag also is a problem. So it's like when I just stopped talking, but then I paused for like 2 seconds and then I started talking again. Like, I need to be able to tell with another person when they're really done or when they're going to say something else. That seems to be the hardest part for me right now. And then most people, if you listen, they just stop listening a lot. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Oh, good.
Well, EBT in the house, Mr. Made Man. What's happening, partner?
What's up? What's up? Just ended the stream over there. Had to rage quit fucking Ben Thorpe out of that shit. I couldn't take his bullshit no more.
I don't know how y'all talk to that guy.
No, it got bad at the end. He started to fucking come at me with saying I had fucking daddy issues and shit from a fucking guy that can't even maintain his own fucking family, and that was the last fucking straw for me. Kick that fucking dude out of there. I was over it.
What a bozo.
What a fucking bozo. 100% a fucking bozo. Objectively a fucking bozo.
Yes,
Without
sir.
a
Yes,
doubt.
sir. Well, and I don't like to come at people at the size of whatever, because I do respect that he's doing something creatively, but from his perspective, he's got to be much to his chagrin that he's not really getting many views or anything.
Well, they're not even doing shit anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, we were having a pretty decent conversation at the end after everybody left. It was just me and Ben, and then like he started just doing some fucking dumb because I disagreed with him. Then all of a sudden I had fucking daddy issues, and don't be coming at me claiming I have fucking daddy issues, dude. Like, from this fucking dude that can't maintain his fucking family, got his wife cucked to some fucking Jew coomer on the fucking internet. I'm not engaging in your dumb shit, sir. No, thank you.
Well, good for you, man. Yeah. This aggression will not stand, man.
Yeah, no, overall it was a pretty epic stream. The review of the Archaics movie was fantastic. I hope people enjoyed that and got some good laughs out of that. That was a fun time. Then we did the debate between Ben Thorpe and Tinfoil, and that was a shit show. But it was somewhat entertaining.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to the replay.
It'll be there. It'll be there.
And good. And what I'm doing over here is so limited in the night hours that I didn't really feel like it would compete. I didn't feel like it would detract from what you were doing. So
it is what it is. I'll talk shit though, but it is what it is. I don't really care.
Yeah.
People jump back and forth between them when they want to, and when they get bored, they can go to one or the other. It's not a big deal. It is what.
Well,
it
and
is.
I didn't have it tonight anyway, so it was an off night over here for sure.
Yeah. No, we had fun. It was a good time. I think it was a good
Awesome.
stream. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish you guys were live a little more often, but unfortunately, you actually have lives, so maybe that's part of why you're interesting.
Yeah.
Not every. Yeah.
We've been live a lot more often than we have been in as a whole. But yeah, no, we're not like every day like you guys. But.
Yeah. Well, I'm a captive audience, so
yeah,
since I'm locked into the truck driving.
No, and I also sometimes regret the lengths of time when I speak publicly. So sometimes I try to limit that.
Yes, maybe more often, but less. Maybe don't go as long.
Yeah, so
possibly.
I'm gonna drop out, you guys. I'm gonna drop off. Much respect to both of you. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Talk to you later. Thank her for joining us. Yeah, these folks were kind enough to come on EBT. I was feeling quite unwell earlier, so we had Tommy, Illumitami, and then Tranquil Vortex, Robin, and Tranquil Vortex. So now I'm feeling better, man. It's funny, dude. I'll feel fine, and then I'll feel like ass, and then I'll feel fine. It's just like back and forth.
Yeah. What's up? It's just some gas station pot. It's a posh, and it's probably very toxic and poisonous, but it tastes good and it hits good. So whatever.
Oh, the vape pen. Some Chinese chemical concoction.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I've been known to partake of some when I'm not subject to drug testing. I've been known to just randomly buy some. Oh, it's a bunch of I guess I'll just take my word for it that it's this thing they say it is. I'll take their word for it and just try it.
Yeah, this is just nicotine. It's a nicotine vape. It's not a
Oh yeah,
drug.
not a psychoactive.
Well, I mean, I guess nicotine is somewhat psychoactive, though. Technically, I guess, isn't it? I don't know.
Well, yeah, not very, but yeah, to some degree.
It's not a marijuana. It's not a marijuana vape.
No.
It's so I don't smoke in the garage because the wife bitches when I smoke in the garage. So
Ah,
I try to
yeah.
limit that with the vape action. So, especially when it's
So
cold too. I hate smoking outdoors when it's cold. You know. So.
Yeah, sometimes if it gets cold enough, I begin to feel bad for the smokers having to go outside and.
Yeah, it sucks. Fortunately, this has been like the most mild winter that we've had. Like weather break, guys. Weather break. We'll discuss the weather for a minute. But yeah, it's been the mildest winter I've ever experienced. It's been nice.
Yeah, man. I wasn't in the winter weather hardly at all.
Snow. Yeah. I guess we're supposed to get some.
Oh yeah, that's the thing is, yeah, you think it's over with, and then here comes more of it. Oh, great.
Yeah. No, it's been a good winter. It's been nice, but then I like the winters because then they make the spring and the summertime more enjoyable to some extent. You kind of wait for it, but when it's like a blend straight into spring, when you've kind of had a mild winter, it's not as a big of a change, but it is what it is.
Yes, sir. How long did Drew hang around?
He hang around probably until I think probably me and Ben went for. I don't know. I wasn't keeping track of time, but maybe it was just me and Ben for 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
To an hour, maybe. I don't know. We had a really good talk, and then it devolved when he started saying I had fucking daddy issues, and I'm like, I'm not gonna put up with some dumb fucking psychoanalyzing fucking personal attack bullshit because I don't necessarily agree with your position on something like, especially not from Ben Thorpe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna squash that shit right away. Okay, so like yeah, but I would say I would like to continue the conversation with Ben Thorpe just at some time. I was over with it, and when he started doing that shit, it's like, I'm not trying to deal with that dumb shit right now. I'm not trying to do some. You're got mommy energy. You got daddy energy.
Yeah.
You're a dummy. No, you're a dummy. No, you're a dummy. Like, okay, like, I've heard enough of that on these streets at this point. Like, just come on, pass.
Yep.
I'll end the stream and then I'll go over to Benton's or something for a minute.
Hell yeah, man! Always glad to have you over here. So
what
most definitely.
Was there any topic tonight that you were discussing, or what was the?
Not really. No, I've just been trying to keep it going because of various illnesses, and then the traffic's kind of been conspiring against me. Sometimes I have to pay too much attention to my driving, but yeah, it was a bit of an off night for me. But I guess that's to be expected every once in a while. But just trying not to whine and cry about my health. But I really don't care. But then it does start to interfere with the live stream, so that becomes annoying. So I think I annoyed Tommy because at a certain point I was just non-responsive. But I was still driving, so I mean, he knew I was here, but I was just like, had the mic muted and wasn't even saying anything. He can tell. He could tell I wasn't listening. I think is what happened.
Well, I mean, I thought that's supposed to be. He's supposed to just come on and be able to handle the show.
Oh, he can. He definitely can.
No, he definitely can. I don't.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the appeal is that somebody who can, much like yourself, who can just take it away, when needed. I do appreciate those abilities.
Yeah, I don't know if I have that ability per se, but I mean, sometimes maybe, perhaps, but
I think you do. Whether or not you work on it or not. Some of it is just, being able to plow through and, have a topic and just keep talking.
Yeah, yeah. It does take a certain little amount of skill and practice. Early on,
Yeah.
when you first started, it is hard to kind of maintain it, and I don't know. Like I always think like I'm trying to, since I so many years of listening to like talk radio, I just try to, not that I'm good at it, but just the idea of being able to keep it so that the dead air is not there, to some extent. But
Yes. Exactly.
that doesn't always work out, but I think for the most part we do okay with trying to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, that's it.
I played some music to end my stream, and then there was a bunch of fucking Thorpe simps in the chat talking shit about my music choice.
Well, that's probably their problem. So, what was it?
That's what I said. It was their problem.
What was it?
I did a cover of old Bob Dylan song called "Tell Old Bill," which is a fantastic little ditty. And
Okay.
then I played Tennessee Pusher by Old Crow Medicine Show, which is another fantastic little somber, kind of low key bluegrass kind of.
Yeah, folk
vibes.
music.
Yeah. I have a very eclectic. I know you do too. I have a very eclectic music taste. I can listen to gangster rap. I can listen to bluesgrass. I can listen to oldies or classical music.
Yeah.
I like all kinds of music. I like it all.
Absolutely. So yeah, they're probably just a bunch of doofuses. Is what I would.
Oh, they were definitely doofuses because they were trying to promote Ben Thorpe, saying that I was a pussy for not wanting to talk. Like I talked to this dude for like fucking 3 hours, guys. Okay, I'm over it. So
Well, and then that's something I've become fascinated with is this idea of there's somebody like Ben Thorpe. He does have a strong personality, so then you have these people with weaker personalities who it's like they need somebody with a strong personality to play off of, but then they kind of get identified with that person and want to defend them and ride with them and all this, and it's like it's kind of transparent to me. So
it's extremely transparent, and plus I also really I can't empathize with it because I don't understand.
Well, you have your own strong personality, so you don't need somebody else's strong personality.
Right, yeah. And it's hard to it is hard to empathize with those type of people sometimes.
But I understand where they're coming from. It's just I'm a little confused sometimes. It's like, okay, do you need your strong that person that you identify with? Why do you need them to defeat me? I mean, that's the part I find confusing. Like,
right,
know what I'm saying? Like, like my dad can beat up your dad kind of thing. It's like, why?
Right, yeah. Why? Yeah.
What the fuck?
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Yeah.
And I just don't have the energy to try to, go up against these people anyway. So it's bad enough it's bad enough I yelled at you the other night.
Yeah, I already forgot about that. I mean,
yeah. Well, you can take it.
I don't mind if you yell at me. That's not gonna bother me a whole lot, but I don't know, like getting to the end of this thing and then Ben starts pulling some bullshit. I'm like, okay, I was already like, I'm way over this at this point. So
yeah,
I didn't even want to continue talking. She's like, well, give me like 10 minutes. Give me like 10 minutes. I'm like, okay. Then it was like, it's like, oh, I got to get out of this somehow. I'm over it. We're done.
Yeah. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
But some of that, I think, is just that LA, that LA culture bullshit. Is he from Southern California? Where's he from?
No, he's from fucking East Coast. He's an East Coast fucking.
Really? Okay. Wrong read then, huh? Interesting.
He did spend time in California, I guess. Yeah. No, he's from Rhode Island.
Oh, okay. Sam Hyatt's also from Rhode Island, and D Rex, who's a regular over here, lives in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
A lot of reach for such a small state.
Yeah, interesting, I guess. I don't know. I've never been there. I've never been to Rhode Island, one of the ones I've never been to.
Yeah, I was there briefly, but I was truck driving, so it doesn't really count. But when I was a crazy homeless person in Fayetteville, Arkansas, I met some college chick from Rhode Island. Me and her got along really well. I could tell something. Rhode Island had something cool about it, just based on how cool she was.
Yeah. Personally, I'm not too fond of Rhode Island people at the moment, but
Oh, really? Because of Ben? Yeah, because of Ben.
no, I'm not gonna judge the whole based on one. Actually, I enjoy Ben Thorpe.
He may have been a bit of an outlier.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with him. I
We
think
know, like Sam Hyde, his whole crew. I don't know if they're all from Rhode Island, but they're all like in Rhode Island. They seem like pretty chill people for the most part.
yeah, no, they seem pretty cool.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, it must be wild that house, their content creator house or whatever. That must be
Yeah,
a
yeah.
wild time.
If I wasn't old and decrepit and out of touch, man, that'd be the kind of thing. Not that I would try to, insinuate myself into it, but that'd be the kind of. It'd be kind of appealing, I think.
Well, shit. How old is
Sam?
Yeah,
Uh,
40 something. I think.
no, I don't think he's 40 yet.
Really?
Like 37. I'm just guessing. I'll have to look it up now.
Yeah, maybe.
Not that old. Yeah, he's not that old. He's definitely not 40.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'd say
Because he only
past-
did that
past
he did that
35.
boxing match.
Yeah, look, he was jacked, dude, in that boxing.
Yeah.
Like, what
He
the-
has no athletic ability, though. I was shocked at his lack of athleticism.
I don't know how he just looks so fucking ripped. And
Oh, he's huge, and he's huge. Like he's
he's a
huge guy.
massive dude. Yeah.
He's born
Yeah,
in
he was a-
1985.
he
So
was a-
yeah, 37.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Damn. Same age as me, then, I guess.
Well, what's your birth? Well, his birthday's, I won't say yours, but his is April 16th.
Mine is extremely close to that.
Yeah, because I know you said you're an Aries. So.
Yeah, it extremely close within a few days.
Did you hear my Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar comparison with the Leo and the Aries?
I haven't been able to catch the last couple streams.
Well, it's okay. I mean, I do all this content. It's hours of content every week. I don't expect you to hear all of it.
Yeah. I've been the last couple of days I've been trying to stay off the streets and not get caught late night like
Well,
I am
yeah.
right now. It's it is what it is. I
Well,
don't
there's the
and
thing-
I tend not to like to listen to replays of live streams either for the most part. Like, I don't know, I guess they lose their appeal to some extent.
Yeah, I would agree with that to a certain extent. I do like to be able to 1.5x it, depending on who's talking. But
Yeah. I mean, I will do it sometimes, but for the most part, if I'm gonna listen to something that's not live, it's got to be pretty like dense,
yeah,
informational kind of stuff. But
well, and there's
I-
so much content.
the
nowadays.
interaction in the chat is, I think, really kind of the main drive for these live chats. At least for me. Like,
Yeah, it's a big part of it for sure.
yeah. Yeah, no, I did listen to your little recap. On that spiritual war thing. I don't what was the deal with I guess we talked about it on our stream for a minute, but what was there some kind of beef going on with you and Paul Enslaved, or what was?
No, here's what I think happened. This is just what I think about the situation. Because it's the Paul Unslave Rejects is what I call them. Because when In a Year with Books started his panels, and then when he was so he started having a lot of people. A lot of his panelists were people who either they were currently on Paul's panels or they used to be on Paul's panels. So I could tell early on, okay, this is the Paul Unslave Rejects. And then, so some of those people ended up over here, which is fine. Like, everybody's welcome. But so I think what's happened is maybe people fell out of favor over there. And then now they're like, oh, I'll just go ride with Benton. Except, yeah, you can ride with Benton, except at some point I might just start going off on you. You know what I'm, not you, but, like whoever it is, like they might catch an earful here and there. So I think a couple of people caught an earful off of me and then thought they'd go over there and try to get me in trouble, like, oh, we'll go see if we can get Benton in trouble or something. Just like, what are you talking about? So then I just went on the panel and was like, hey, I saw some people were trying to stir up some trouble. So,
Yeah,
I just think it's kind of funny, man.
Yeah, I tried to go back and listen because I was watching they were reviewing some guy reviewing Paul's Stop or something, and then
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
got
that was
to where
that.
you came
Yeah.
on, and then I hopped. I think I was in the middle of that, and then your Bert's stream started, so I went over and was listening.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is, it's just it's a nothing burger, but people try to make nothing into something. It's like, oh, Bentness, why were you talking shit about Paul? It's like, dude, I talk shit about everybody. Like, what do you? But I can't like give that as an answer, So then I have to at least be like, I gave just a tacit explanation of I think it's people trying to stir up trouble.
Yeah, I hear you.
But by the way, I mean there is a permanent record, like unless I delete the live stream. So like, but there's so much material. That's the thing is like, I think if we had somebody that wanted to make content could just make snippets of a lot of this stuff. Dude, there's plenty of people who listen to like all of these streams somehow.
I know, it's
Like,
insane.
who are these people, by the way?
Well, then who are these people that are in all these different chats with all like these feelers that like the instant you start talking about somebody, like these people still pop into the chat and shit. It's crazy.
Yeah. So, and I kind of like that phenomenon. It keeps me on my toes. It's like, and that's why, I have more of the just put everything out there on Front Street and we'll just deal with it later versus I'm not smart enough to try to like, I'm going to try to be this way over on this stream and then I'm going to be this, I do that and I do that naturally to some extent, but I'm not able to keep track of like, what am I saying where, So it's like, dude, I don't even try. It's just like, yeah, I'll just say whatever, wherever.
Yeah, and you're not even drunk. Imagine.
Well, not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I don't think I deviate from that myself. I think generally, even whether I'm drinking or not, if I say something, then I'm not afraid the person's gonna listen to it and engage with it for the most part.
Oh, you're drinking. I don't even think it's a problem. It's just if I'm annoyed and I might just mention that while I'm annoyed, but I don't care what people do. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, I know. Somebody was talking about that. I don't remember. Oh, they were talking about that on Bert's stream, I guess, or whatever. They were getting mad at you for calling out Austin or some shit. Somebody was. I don't remember. It blends together so much. It's hard to remember.
Well, but people miss the nuance of I don't care what he does. It's that his life is obviously in shambles, and then he's in the live chat like trying to talk like he's some sort of authority on like certain matters, right? It's like, well, wait a minute, like who's going to listen to you, man? Like, look at how you're living.
Right. Yeah.
Like, isn't that like, dude, when I was drinking every day and, if I was like trying to be holier than thou, like giving advice, hopefully somebody would be like, hey, you bozo, you're fucking hammered. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. And, and that's kind of like what I was with like fucking with Thorpe. Like, I'm not trying to necessarily give any advice here. Like, then anytime though you do criticize something, then it turns into something else. Like,
yeah, it's the combination of the two things. Like, I don't care that I don't know how old he is, but he's living like I lived when I was in my 20s in college, but I didn't drink as much, but who cares? But then it's the wanting to espouse certain concepts and ideas as if he's applying them in his life. It's like, well, obviously you're not. You're a fucking drunk, which is fine, by the way. And I was a drunk recently, but it's like all the nuance gets stripped away, and it's just, oh, Benton's fucking attacking Austin Murphy. It's like, well, yeah, I was, but I had my reasons.
yeah, I don't even remember who was saying it. I don't know if it was Bert or I think it was somebody else, but they're like,
well, and it's all fair.
How dare Benton attack this ex-combat veteran and who's drinking? Like, I didn't think.
Fuck him, man.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going
Well,
on.
I mean, and sorry for interrupting, but he's probably like highly suspect, although highly suspect just comes out and says that he admits what he did over there.
Yeah.
I mean, why do you think Austin Murphy's drinking every day? He probably can't deal with whatever the fuck he did to people over there.
Yeah, perhaps.
I'm just guessing. I'm guessing. I don't know that for a fact.
Yeah. Yeah, there.
But-
Like I like to drink. I just like to drink.
Bro, there's nothing wrong with liking to drink. I like to get fucked up. I don't even like
well,
to drink.
okay, I agree. I like to get fucked up.
Yeah.
I'd like.
I don't
to
even
get
like
fucked up.
alcohol. I like to
No,
get fucked up.
I like to get fucked up. That's why I
Yeah.
drink. I don't drink for any other reason other than to get fucked up.
Yeah, I never had an alcohol problem until I had to quit smoking weed for my job. I don't think that's a coincidence.
I don't ever have a problem until the bottle runs out. That's
Well,
when
there you go. Well, and you know, if he's Irish, he can probably handle it. My organs just can't cope with this level of alcohol. The level of alcohol I was trying to drink, not possible.
I hear you.
If you can, then good on you.
I mean,
Hey,
I go in
Here's
spurts.
Tommy, by the way.
Oh, hey Tommy, what's up?
Hey, I don't have a drug problem. I have a drug solution.
That's exactly right. Yep. I can drink it I can drink my alcohol just fine. It goes in my mouth, it goes in my belly. Don't have an issue with it.
Once I could talk to cops on a head full of acid, I knew I was good to go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've always been able to maintain myself under any kind of influence of substance.
So I just talked to some cops. Let's see. It was about after 3 a.m. after they had already seen me walking up the ghetto street with a unleashed dog. But on my way back home, I saw him parked, like shooting the shit. So I walked over. Because, I mean, I had my hands showing, and my dog has a bright red light around his neck. And it's like a black cop and a white female cop in their respective SUVs. And he's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I'm fine." I'm like, "I just got this YouTube dispute I got an interview about on the 19th. You might have heard of him. His name's Paul Laporta." And the black cop immediately had, like, this familiar look to his eyes. And I was like, "You know who he is?" And he goes, I think I heard of him. And I was like, "Yeah, man, you guys see me around and I always look like this." It's like, if I don't want you to risk your job, but if you can get me anything to use in that interview, I'd appreciate it. And so he like asks over to the other female cop. He's like, "Do you know who he is?" She's like, "Nah, I never heard of him." And it was just funny. And then I told him about my friend's Vietnam vet cop dad, that I was like, "You guys would appreciate some of his stories when I was a kid, of like a cop that would leave your driveway full of tack nails or fucking do uncoply shit because it was a small town." So we shot the shit a little bit. All with the true intentions of, if I ever have to Johnny Hurley, I might survive it.
Right on.
Yeah, you guys got quiet like We Are We Are Asleep TV for a second.
Sorry, I'm trying to do some editing on the videos and stuff, and it was just
Oh, that reminds me.
silent
Yeah.
for a minute. I was
Well,
hoping
Tommy,
somebody would come on
yeah.
and fill air for a minute and sit back in the cut for a second.
It
Well,
wasn't
Tommy, you
really to get dirt
no
on
offense, but
Paul.
you.
It was more to
Go ahead,
find
go ahead.
out if Denver cops really know him like he claims. He always says cops love him and they thank him, and I say bullshit, you know? And any of them that have remotely recognized his name never seem to care much for him. If you've ever watched his videos, those are all in Denver. Do you think those cops want to see him again or have an affinity for him? No.
I think they just want to go home at the end of the day, like everybody else.
Hey, that's fine, except for when they leave civilians to get killed for that.
Oh, I
Of course,
don't, dude. I
everyone-
don't like the police. I'm just talking to their psychology.
I like police if we could all agree on what their job is. That's why I try and tell police, if they think they want to see their job changed in a way the public would agree with, then use that fucking body cam to your advantage, and I'll post it on YouTube myself. Like, you get the footage that shows your job should be changed, and I'll post it so you don't take the heat. I know
Yeah,
you guys
I hear
aren't used
that.
to hearing solutions. You guys are used to hearing bitching on YouTube. You're not used to hearing solutions. I get that.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, Dick Gregory pointed out that, why don't they just have to be licensed and, to where if they behave improperly, give them something that can be taken away, that'll keep them behaving
Oh yeah,
properly.
that's what they push towards. Yeah, that's
For the
Yeah.
most part, they do have to be
Scope.
licensed. They do have to have clean records
insured.
until they're finally busted the third time after being transferred to 3 different precincts and being a known spouse abuser. Like, it's like I said about steroids. It's like steroids don't make ragers as much as ragers seek out steroids, and that's why punked ass kids grow up to be shitty cops.
Well, yeah, I mean, the people I would be great at the job, but I have no desire to tell people what to do or police people's behavior.
That was my follow-up statement, is all
Yeah.
the best cops and politicians are the people that want nothing to do with that work.
Exactly.
And
Yeah, I would be
and the
great. I would be great at it, but it's like I have no desire to do that job.
Oh yeah, Benton, I'm sure we need more cops that can count a box of matches before they hit the ground. Yeah, that would just supply justice all over the place.
Yeah.
Now, detectives that could count matches as they hit the ground, that's different.
Well, I'm not quite that skilled, but yeah.
Dude, autistic detectives, we should fucking try that as a fucking trial experimental special team of autistic detectives that are noticing, like, their OCD notices that tape is torn in an odd manner and it makes them scream, but it's the clue that sets the whole case off.
Yeah. Well, part of the cop thing is just that with the cult programming, I'm pretty good at putting people at ease and, all of that. In spite of the autism, I'm pretty good at interfacing with the public when I have to. I just wouldn't want to. I mean, I just wouldn't want to do the job. Plus, I'm
So I
burned out
know-
on customer service anyway.
I know a couple of guys I went to high school with that are in the military. Both of them, they're brothers. They're both military police. And contrary to what I see in the chat a lot, they are both atheists who may find themselves in a foxhole one day. Not likely as military police. You're usually like the POW camp in wartime if you're military police. But those were very much atheists that did a lot of Middle East time, and they're still atheists. But they actually made me glad that I was involuntarily pulled out of military police training when I heard how easy access you can get to overseas black markets as a military cop. I was like, oh, I'd be in prison by now if I was tempted with that shit. Like, to see what I did with my life as a not military police. Yeah, man, I didn't need access to black markets by any means.
Yeah, I think Tommy, there's been times when you speak for such long periods of time, we're not used to when you speak for a short period of time. So we're adjusting probably.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I know.
and I just came off a 4-hour stream, and I think I'm at my end here, so don't take any offense to my.
Oh yeah, I'm just glad when you do show up, EBT. That's always a bonus. So thank you,
And
sir.
I'm going through comments and stuff right now, so
No, you're good.
just chilling. So
I
Oh,
still
yeah.
don't know why everyone mistakes me for EBT around Denver.
say what?
Like, especially at the Mexican store that I do most of my local shopping at, because it's the closest store I can walk to. Every time I get rung up, they're like, EBT? I'm like, no, his show is awesome. Like,
Hey,
I love his show too. I know the dude, but it
I'm
ain't me.
accepted. I'm accepted all over the place.
That's great. I love it.
That was just a convenient coincidence because for a while I didn't realize the not acronym. Is it?
Anagram.
Yeah, I guess it's an
Acronym?
acronym.
Acronym.
Yeah. So I don't remember who it was that pointed out to me. It's like, yo, I think it was Drew actually. He's like, yo, dude, your acronym is EBT. I was like, oh shit, that's dope.
Hell yeah.
So it was a good
So was
market.
I not the
marketing.
first person to realize Toilet Bowl Earth is the reverse EBT?
No, that one was planned because toilet
Oh, okay.
that goes way back because it was from years ago in a chat we were talking about shape tards and stuff, and then we're just like shit storming like ideas of what the earth could be, and then who's now Toilet Bowl Earth, who we call Tinfoil. We don't know his real name. I think his real name is like Ephraim or something. I don't know what it is. But he came up with Toilet Bowl Earth, and then we like ran with the idea, me and him, and we made a whole bunch of funny stuff about it. But then so he came up and just made a new screen name recently that was Toilet Bowl Earth, and it's just convenient that it's the
Mirror image.
mirror, mirror image, the
He looks like an
isometric
Ephraim or something.
holographic projection palindrome of
Yeah, there you go.
Usually
Well,
when you go
yeah.
a long time without knowing a guy's name, he is like an Ebert or an Ephraim or something like that.
Well, he told me I've known him for like a long time, like since 2015. We've been talking. People go, but a lot of people don't know my real name, so that is what it is. Some people do, but
Are we supposed to ask? Was that a setup?
my name's Skylar. Skylar is my name.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
S-
you're way too manly to be a Skylar.
SCHUYLER.
God damn,
Oh,
were your parents like hippies or what?
No, it's actually there was a vice president that had the same name. Actually, the guy that founded the Rebecca's, the Freemasonic female organization, had the same name. It comes from the Dutch origin. It wasn't hippie.
Okay.
Now it's been subverted, and now they spell it SKYLAR, and then the hippie.
And that was my intention. I know there's a lot of Skylers out there. I'd never heard of the SCH Skyler.
Yeah, SCHUYLER. Yeah, Schuyler Colfax was the American vice president. That was.
It's the longest road in America.
It came after my dad, and then I was named after my dad. But my dad was like from a remote, like Kentucky farm, so it was definitely not some hippie nonsense. It was a Dutch name. Most people call me Schuler when they see the name. They call me Schuler. Is usually what people say.
I get unapproving looks around Denver when I wear my Colfax shirt. It's like the Colorado C, and then it spells Colfax. And Colfax is the longest road in America, the longest continuous one-name road.
Oh,
is
really?
Colfax.
I did not know.
But in Denver, the section of Colfax through Denver is where all your prostitutes and slums and dealers are for the most part.
Oh, really?
So people are like, you're wearing a Colfax shirt. Like,
damn, that is true. Colfax Avenue is the. See, I love trivia like this. This is what I love this kind of trivia. I did not know that. That's cool. That's very awesome.
In LA, though,
It's named after Schuyler Colfax. Yeah, it's named after Schuyler Colfax. They call them Smiling Schuyler is what they called them back in the day. Yeah. Powerful Indiana congressman, Speaker of the House of Representatives, originally called the Golden Road. Yeah, wow. Okay, awesome, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, whenever I was in college, me and my roommate had an urgent situation where we were suddenly out on our asses, and we were two dudes with two dogs that needed a new place to live and at least a hotel for the night. So it's snowing, and I'm going up and down Colfax looking for one of these slum places to let us in for the night for cheap. And I cannot swat off the scurvy fucking crack whores that are trying to fucking approach me. I'm like, lady, I just need a fucking room. I respect what you got to do. I see the man in the SUV that sent you over to me. But with all due respect, like, unless you can get me one of these rooms for two guys and two dogs, I'm not interested, you know?
Oh, wow, dude. Okay, wow. Dude, thank you for this.
Oh, just spread the Tom Ain't So Bad when you get a chance. It's getting
Yeah.
old.
No, I will explain it eventually because I was already I did not realize that. Oh wow. So this I know a lot about US 40 and stuff, and I did not realize that Colfax Avenue is part of US 40 and all this. Wow.
Nice.
Wow, you're really blowing my mind. I'm looking through this thing and looking at all this stuff, and this really is a huge puzzle piece
Hey man, I didn't pave it or nothing. I just showed you something.
No, yeah, no, yeah, no. It was yeah, it was meant to happen. It was meant to happen.
Well, that would that go back to the old Route 66 then?
No.
No?
No.
You're talking about
Yeah,
Colfax in LA though, right?
I don't know if it does. Maybe it does. I don't think it does. I don't know.
I don't think
Maybe
it's the same thing. You got to get on I-70 to cut through the Eisenhower Tunnel through the mountain range. That's not Colfax.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I was just guessing.
Yeah, I don't know how it's the longest or what the stretch is, but I know the Denver section is varying in interest for not safe reasons.
Yeah, no.
Now, whenever I drove a bus for
connects a
wheelchair
whole bunch of
people,
stuff.
I would dread having to take that road. Like taking a wheelchair bus on Colfax. Oh, it's a bitch.
I don't know how I didn't know. Don't know how I didn't know about this. Wow, that really is it's a big puzzle piece, and that's
Awesome.
super cool. That's super cool.
Right on, man.
Yeah, wow. Cool. I learned something tonight, and that's worth it. That's worth everything.
Well,
in the
this
world.
has made enough
Hell yeah.
of a ruckus. I'm just gonna find the shirt real quick to show you. I mean,
See, if I hadn't told you my real name, then I would have not have known this little nugget that is like really does fill in with a whole bunch of my research with Indiana and stuff. That's super cool.
Boom.
Yeah, damn. Okay, cool.
And I forget the head. That's just a clever shirt from a local head shop where you can get bongs and stuff, and people just get so triggered by it.
Nice. Awesome. That's cool.
Here's another one that people get triggered by until I tell them that like it's put out by a couple of black guys, and that's this one, the "Come and Take It" Seuss hat, from when the left tried to convince you that Dr. Seuss was racist.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, I mean, Dr. Seuss did make a whole bunch of war propaganda, though. I mean,
Volkswagen made Nazi tanks.
True. Very true. Very true. Hugo Boss made Nazi uniforms.
They were the sharpest of any military.
They were the best looking guys on the battlefield.
I need to repurchase this in black, though. It looks better on black.
Oh, that's cool. These are like chalk body outline kind of designs, kind of.
Well, this is a Fleckus Talks, but I don't want to give him any views I don't have to give him. Because I used to like Fleckus, and back whenever he was raw and did on the street content and shit, and now he just sits in an apartment with his semi-gay Christian right-wing man, like hetero life partner, and they just make weak content sitting at a table now. That's what I'm saying. Never think that I'm obsessed with Paul. If I admire somebody and then they fall off, I'm going to let them know. I want one of my free-range mice, my free-range Barrio mice.
Man. I'm going to roll into Fort Worth right at the peak of fucking rush hour, unless I stop somewhere and post up for an hour or two.
Where are you at? Where are you at right now? Fort Worth?
No, I'm headed to Fort Worth, but let's see. Let's check in. Where am I? That's a good question. I got 3 hours.
Queers or queers?
3 hours to Fort Worth. So I'm supposed. It says I'll be there at 7:48 a.m. it's not the best time to try to drive into Dallas Fort Worth.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Dude, every time it amazes me, every time I've flown out of Houston, whenever you're like up in the air, you can look in any direction and the lights on the ground do not stop, and I can't tell where they ever end.
Yeah,
Even
Houston
from
is
within the
fucking
airplane.
crazy, man.
Nuts.
That's a
Yeah,
bred out
nuts.
motherfucker, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not a fan. Every time I go to Houston, something bad happens. So they tried to send me recently, and I was like, no, I'm good on that. I don't think I'm going to be going to Houston this time.
Oh, EBT will appreciate this one. I can't remember if it's JetBlue or Spirit, but I will never fly them again. They
Either of them.
they risked me a layover where I should have known, because when the lady was doing it, she made her coworker look and she said something like, yeah, he'll probably make it. And I should have recognized that. They cut it so close on a layover that I missed it by minutes and ended up staying overnight in Chicago airport with my towel over my head to block the fluorescent lighting.
It was
As
O'Hare, at O'Hare or Midway.
Yeah, I think it was O'Hare. What's the
Yeah.
other one?
Midway. Midway's great because Midway.
No,
you
it
can
was
make-
O'Hare because it was miserable. Yeah.
O'Hare,
So-
you can't make, it's so big you can't make connections, but Midway is so well laid out that like it's so easy to get between terminals. But O'Hare's a motherfucker. But if you do get stuck in O'Hare, there's a lot of open space. You can find a little place to camp out, but it
So
still
here's how that
sucks.
went. I had a lot of open space, and you know that's 24/7 fluorescent lighting. So by the time I found my little spot and threw a towel over my head and fell asleep, I woke up to just crowded people everywhere around me within inches. And I woke up to that, like, what the fuck? And these people are kind of looking at this like this bum they've been like congregating around as he finally joins conscious life. It was just miserable, man. Fuck
The
JetBlue.
the one I hate the most on this side is Reagan in DC. Like that, those fucking terminals are so fucking huge, and there's no moving walkways. It's like
Mhm.
impossible to make a connection flight there a lot of time, especially if you're flying like fucking Southwest or some bullshit like that. Like it's so hard to make your connection times.
And you guys know just by my talking style that once you get me on a moving platform, I like to go ahead and kick it while I'm on the moving platform to like double that speed to get
Right.
my ass on out of the airport.
Yeah.
The people,
some
the people
some
mover.
airports are retarded. Some airports are completely fucking retarded. It's like who designed this shit? Like,
You know, I used to work at Denver, and as an employee there with like a manager card around my neck, I'd be on the escalator. Like when we just stand on the escalator, we slap God in the face for giving us legs. And people would give me dirty looks. I'd be like, I got shit to do, people. Let me through. I like hold up my card like I got shit to do.
Indianapolis is my favorite one. Especially since they rebuilt it after 9/11. They built a new airport, but that's probably to me one of the best airports out there. Everything's so easy there.
I've never been to that one.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a big one. It's like a FedEx hub too, but it was the first.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It was the first airport built after 9/11. So, it's similar to in scope to like Denver, kind of to some extent, but it's so
Without all the
convenient. It's
Mason-
so convenient with it. You know, it's super Masonic, but it's so convenient. Like everything's so well laid out, and you don't have to walk barely anything from your terminals to like baggage claim. But you go to O'Hare. O'Hare is a motherfucker. Like that airport fucking is. Ah, it sucks going to O'Hare. So bad. Hate that fucking place.
Is what's funny about Denver is like, you know what kind of security is in every airport right now, but
Yeah.
the upgrades to Denver Airport allow the city train to just roll right into the airport now. And I'm like, that's an improvement on security? Is like the same fucking Saudi Aurora fucking train can just roll right into the airport?
Yeah, airport security is fucking retarded. You know, like, and
Not
I,
to mention how many guns have gotten past the TSA a number of times.
and it's different from like each airport. And like I've flown with like just like one of my kids, and I found that like if you have a kid, like a lot of times they just like you don't even have to like go through X-ray, and like you don't have to do anything. Like they just let you in. Like it's an obvious like loophole in the whole thing. But then again, sometimes they will make you, but for the most part, you can just like skip through a lot of that shit sometimes.
So
I don't know, there's no consistency in it.
I still had to go through security, but with the badge, I would usually be able to just jump the line. And so when people saw me jump the line when they're all like lagged with luggage and shit, I would hold my badge up and I'd be like, ladies and gentlemen, I assure you, the only reason I can skip the line ahead is because I'm better than you. And like even the most jet lagged person would crack a laugh over that. It was great.
I think the one I hate the most is Reagan, though. That there's so much walking at that fucking airport. It's like retarded.
And he's also the reason we're about to have the fake alien invasion. He's the one that set the foundation for that.
That's right. Yeah.
First actor / president, of course.
Of course.
But so here's the horror story of the airport. I managed the Climax jerky kiosks, and I had like this lady that she was gonna go. I mean, she worked for us, but she was going up front to make change in the bank, and the bank is before security. And she was already clocked in, already working, and I don't know what was on her hands, but on the way back, she got picked for that special little hand rub check. It went negative. They pulled her into an office, and when she came back with change, she was bawling her fucking eyes out over whatever the TSA fucking did to her over her hands triggering that fucking substance check alarm. And it's like she was already an employee clocked in, already doing work for the day, and they touched her in a way. It has to be they touched her in a way, because what else would... I know she was a mom. I don't know if she was a grandmother, but she was a grown-ass woman coming back crying. And I don't know what the TSA did to her because I didn't want to ask, but I know it made me mean mad. It still makes me mean mad to tell the story years later.
I've been bomb swabbed like twice, I think. But like I never had to go into like a room.
God, and they took her in a room, and it's like, what the fuck did they check? Because they didn't check you, and she was a goddamn employee to a fucking jerky thing. But we're missing guns right now, but we're gonna have to stick a finger up your ass.
Yeah. The last time I flown was like one of the worst experiences I've ever had. I got every single time I had a connection flight. I had to go to Florida from Chicago, and there's a connection flight both ways, and each time I was missed the connection because of the airline's fault. Had to stay in a hotel either way. Like it was so terrible.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
I got stuck in DC, and then I had one of the most amazing nights I've ever had when I just went downtown DC on the mall on the Lime electric scooter, 3 a.m. in the morning, all by myself, just cruising down the mall from the Capitol building to the Lincoln Memorial, and it was a fun time. Never forget it.
Yeah, the last time I flew was pre-COVID. And so during COVID, I just assumed I'll never fly again if they require a jab. I'm like, I guess I'm done flying. I'll just have to drive everywhere.
Yeah, they definitely don't. If in states, I mean, they definitely don't.
I guess I'll just John Madden it. You guys know about John Madden, the football dude? He had such a thing about Like the guy that did the impression of him on Mad TV that was perfect.
Yeah. What was his name?
Was it Frank? Frank
Italian.
Caliendo?
Calian, yeah.
Yeah, Caliendo. Yeah, John Madden had such a phobia or a refusal to fly that the NFL would schedule his shit to match up with how long it takes a tour bus to get around America to the different stadium. Because he was like refused to be on a plane.
I don't know. I've always loved flying. Even if
Yeah, I
it's
don't
a
mind
pain
it.
in the ass.
Except for the Enigma that was my first experience. It was flying out the basic training. It was fine until we started to land, and as we were coming down, it felt like my wisdom teeth were trying to all four explode in my skull at the same time, and it got so extreme that I'm starting to like breathe heavy and grip the seat things, and I'm looking around and everybody else is just like relaxed or asleep. And I look at the guy that's going to basic with me, and I'm like, dude, I feel like my head's gonna explode or something. What's going on? He's like, I don't know, just try and pop your ears or something. And it eventually went away, but I am still understating. Like I thought I was about to do some like weird science alien when its head exploded in the alien the astronaut thing. I'm losing words. But yeah, man, I've never experienced that since then either. Just it felt like my teeth were trying to rip out of my skull in real time. And I don't know if it was just the timing and it was going to happen anyway, or if it was the pressure. Because if it's the pressurized cabin, it shouldn't be changing anything as you land. You're still a pressurized cabin, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is kind of. I never really kind of thought about that. Yeah, I've never had a problem equalizing. But yeah, that if you are in a pressurized vessel, then why do you have to equalize your air pressure?
So it might have been a random thing because I've flown a lot since then over the years, and I've never had it happen again. I even had my wisdom teeth until I was like 37, and I only got them pulled then because I was getting fired from a job, and he was like, "If you need to use the dental things, I'll leave your dental insurance going long enough for you to get something done," because he knew he was fucking me out of the job in the first place. So the least I could do is let your insurance ride a little bit because I know I'm fucking you out of your job.
I have a fucking wisdom tooth coming in right now.
You know,
That's fucking weird.
what part was weird? That he's got
Having
a
a
wisdom
wisdom
tooth
tooth
coming in. Late.
Yeah.
Yeah, got him late.
Well, really, that's what they're supposed to be for. Is before there was ever a dentist, you were supposed to just constantly lose teeth, and those four were gonna finish you out into your end times. You know.
I mean,
Okay.
I didn't go to, I didn't, I don't think I went to a dentist until I was in my 20s.
I think my dentist as a kid was scamming my parents because it seemed like no matter what I do, they'd always say, "Hey, he's got a cavity." And now I don't go to the dentist at all unless it's some kind of extraction or something, but I never have problems. I just lost one tooth, even despite meth usage. I've only lost one tooth, and it was because just before COVID, or maybe it was the first time lockdowns were starting, my neighbor took me to Taco Bell, and I bid on a taco chip just right to where it got like 50-50, and it like became like a 2x4 between my teeth, and I chipped the tooth on it, and then all through lockdowns I just watched it get worse and break and fall apart, and as long as it didn't bother me, I didn't go anywhere, and I just totally went through the process of losing the tooth over time. Never needed a dentist. There was just maybe 2 days driving that handicap bus that it was the worst pain as the nerve died, but I still tolerated it to work a job. And that was it. I just watched it go through its course, and now it's fine. I even went through a long time where it was like half a tooth that was usable as half a tooth. And now that it's gone, it's just it closed up like any tooth you'd lose. And it was a back molar. It doesn't give me any problem. And then I
Yeah,
just
they,
remind myself there was a time there was no dentist, and that's what humans dealt with. So why can't I?
yep. Sorry for the lack of talking. I'm eating.
You're welcome for my lack of talking. I'm Illuminati.
I'm catching up on the chat. They're giving some of their dentist experiences.
So an ironic thing happened whenever I was on Ian's channel today. Because I think me and Paul would still agree Ian's probably the biggest shitbag channel any of us can watch or go to. But there was a time when I knew me and Paul would never be correct again, and it was when he was trying to divide me with some black people and keep us from reconciling a misunderstanding. And ironically, I'd never seen those black people again until tonight on Ian's channel that me and Paul both don't like. And it was weird to run into them there. And things are totally cool.
Right on. Yeah, I'm not familiar with any of that drama.
Well, is what had happened is first, I mean, there was never really an issue between me and Joe Cool. Like, Joe Cool's a badass motherfucker. He's got more views on his Cop Watch shit than all of us combined. And, but this girl he knows, we kind of had a misunderstanding because she was offended that a white boy was going to correct her economic information that was wrong. And also I wanted her to stop doing a patronizing plantation voice she did to be patronizing to people, because I wanted to show her that footage of Hillary Clinton going, I ain't in no ways tired. I was like, see, like that's why it doesn't work when you do it, because Hillary already took it from you, and now like she robbed you of that patronization you want to do as a black girl. But anyway, I told Paul, I was like, look, me and that chick had a misunderstanding. So if she's on the panel again, like, help me get a minute to talk to her and work it out. And that's exactly why the next time she was on, he would gear everyone toward keeping that from happening. And I knew we'd never reconcile at that point. I was like, it's only downhill from here. So I leaned into it as well. And long story short, I have that talk with Lauren De Laguna in 2 Sundays.
Hell
Dude,
yeah.
really, the thing is, when I first came to Paul, he liked me because he had his panel of people he chose that would be his friends, and I was the only one that would show up and stick it to Wiz and stick it to Moose and stick it to whoever Paul wouldn't stick it to, and he liked that. But then one day he made a very drastic mistake of saying, Tom never fucks with me because he likes the camera too much. And I thought to myself, have I been ignoring Paul too much? I guess I could fuck with Paul more. And it's never gotten better since then. I obliged and started foxing with him hard. And you see how much he likes me for it. And it's his fault. He never should have said Tom never fucks with me because he likes the camera too much.
Yeah, it's a bit of a unintended reverse psychology.
And well, that's everything with him. It's like I either like the camera too much or I'm hiding my face. Yeah, it's like everything. If he says something and he's ever said the reverse, my brain just like flips to it immediately if I've been there to witness it.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
So that doesn't sound like standing on truth to me.
Well, I mean, I don't. If we look at, if we take any human and we look at their behavior through that lens, I don't know who's going to meet that standard 100% across the board.
Everybody is fallible, but I think his issue is in the moment, he's just going to say what is the best in the moment. And that's not how one stays consistent. It's like I asked in the chat earlier, is looping just sticking to your guns? Like, am I looping because I'll always say the same consistent thing that is my truth? Is if to not loop, does that make you a hypocrite, or are you being a contradiction if you're not looping? Because I don't know that looping is an actual thing until I heard it here.
Yeah, I didn't realize that came from Paul, but yeah.
I don't know where it came from, but I think it's somebody's made up term.
I would imagine, that's what I would assume. Yeah, but it's interesting to think about as a concept.
Yeah. Oh, they frown on that whole critical thinking thing. They don't like that.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I like it. So it's funny. People are just, I don't know, dude. I can't even, I don't expect much out of most people. It's kind of sad, but I really don't. And, you know, Paul, he's good at talking, but you're also good at talking. So, you know, not very many people are good at talking, really. I've noticed.
Yeah.
It's not a very high bar, you know.
Well, there's hats I've worn that made me better at talking, but I also feel like I have a way of understanding people, whether they acknowledge it or not. And that was from 7 years of playing 20 questions with a man that can only shake his head yes or no. And you have to help him with his entire life and all his needs, as he's all palsied up in like a half fetal position. And me and my coworker, I don't know if we were the first, but we actually found out that he wasn't even retarded. And imagine what kind of hell that is. Like, you're in a res care program with a bunch of retarded adults, but you are just palsied up to where you can't talk or even reach your electric wheelchair's joystick, and everybody's got to do everything for you.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
yeah, but me and this girl I went to school with were employed the same shift of watching him, and we noticed, like, we're away from him, like, he is not our attention, and we're talking about adult grown-up shit. And when you crack a joke in an adult subject, he's off laughing by himself about it. And we're like, Kevin, did you just laugh at that? And he's like laughing and nodding. It's like, dude, you are a human trapped in a non-talking, non-capable body. That must be hell.
Oh, I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, from that
Yeah,
day
dude.
on, he was like my Jesus, man. Like, to bathe him and wipe his ass and shit. No, that's just a man trapped in a fleshy prison. Like, that's his challenge.
Well, bro,
It's
you
really
know, that's part of why I can't feel too sorry for myself, because, dude, I got it pretty good compared to a lot of people.
Of course.
Like, real good. So, you know, like, boo-hoo, bitten sick. So what? Not that bad, man. Really not. Pain don't hurt.
If I lose an arm tomorrow, don't come at me with somebody lost 2 arms bullshit, because I'm sweating that I just lost an arm. And I'm sorry for them, but I just lost my fucking arm. Don't tell me somebody's got it worse, you know? I hate that fucking Karen bullshit too.
Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't tell somebody else that. I'm telling myself. I'm telling that to me.
No, you're right, man. You're doing the right state of mind. I'm saying there's too many motherfuckers in this country. They're like,
oh, yeah.
Somebody's got a case of the Mondays. That's that type of shit.
Yeah. I hate that shit. Yeah.
Fuck, I didn't realize we ran off the fucking food stamps. God damn it.
No, it's his bedtime. He's going to sleep.
Okay.
It's hell, it's 6 a.m. where he's at. He's got to get just enough shut eye to go to work.
Fucking plebs trying to juggle his online show with a job. Jesus.
Yeah, I think his hourly wage is pretty high, unless he's on salary, but I think he does all right.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Dude, I'm only a rich guy because I don't have a family. Like, if I had a family, I'd probably be like, have breathing room. Like, I wouldn't feel like I'm struggling to support a family. But as a single guy with a dog, yeah, I'm rich.
Well, and that's the part of it, though, is, you know, I recognize if I had some lump sum of money, I would want to stretch it out So you can't just go spending money freely necessarily. I mean, you could, but it seems like a bad idea, you know?
See, and we covered that back in the day when I was cool with Paul, because I was like, guys, I'm tired of saying that I'm rich and then having all these questions about my life. I was like, I'm trying to think of the right word to use, and and after I described things, it was Rob that was like, "Oh, you're hood rich" or something like that. I was trying to say like, I don't know, I got fuck you money. Like I don't have to take shit for a paycheck, but if I was working, it would be like more money, but I don't have to work. He goes, "Oh, you're hood rich." I was like, "Okay, I'm hood rich." But now I say it like I'm making moves to make more money, and I do have to consciously keep making moves. But after the next one, then I think I'm gonna be like freewheeling it type leisurely rich. But you're right, you still, no matter how much money you make, you still have to keep like there's I think I told you before, there's the $6,000 a month Sugar Cube place. I will never have one of those condos even if I win Powerball. I'm not paying
Yeah,
6 grand a month off principal.
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and with what I make, I could just go spend. I could go spend my whole paycheck every week. But like, why? You know, it's kind of the same thing. If I had like just money in the bank, yeah, you can go spend it. But like, why? I think most people just assume rich means, oh, you can just go buy shit. It's like, well, you kind of can, but that's how people wake up one day and they don't have any money anymore because they just
Yeah,
went out and
it's
bought
why
shit
they
all the time.
aren't rich. Yeah, it's why they aren't
Exactly.
rich. Because when they picture rich, when I say I'm rich, they're like, "Why don't you have a Tesla? Why aren't you doing this?" I'm like, because that's how I'd not be rich.
Yeah. Well, and like in Arkansas, people who make money, once they become wealthy, they really don't spend money for whatever reason. Even these athletes that have come out of Arkansas, that especially the white guys that play football, like they all keep their money. Like they make a few $1,000,000 and they all hang on to it. You know, it's just
Yeah.
something in the culture.
And like when me and the lady were talking about Martin Shkreli earlier, I'm sure in the early days of Martin Shkreli's stuff, he probably made plays where I'm like, Martin Shkreli, I'd be retired right off that play right there, you know. But it wasn't enough to him. He wanted to keep going, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, do you really think Tom Brady needed to do as many seasons as he did? I know guys like him and Manning, they want to set records and make a legacy. But as far as money goes, oh my God, I could ride the bench for $1 million a season and never play and be happy. Quit after 2 seasons, you know?
Yeah. Or even a Pat Tillman who turned down a big contract to go into the military.
Yep.
And there are people that do stuff like that on occasion. It's
Dude,
like,
you
no,
don't even
I'm good. What?
you don't need $1 million to put it into dividends and make a couple grand a month for just leaving your money sitting in dividend stocks. I think it's like the market's always changing and everything's always changing, but like a year ago, I think if you had 600 grand sitting in the right dividend stocks, you'd probably be pulling like $3,000 a month for nothing. So you could still work if you want, but 3 grand a
Wouldn't have
month, the
to.
way I live, yeah. Let me find this guy. Let me see what he's at now. Because there's this YouTuber I would watch that he's all about dividends and he's from Canada. But it's like 1 year his shit said 600 grand portfolio gets this much a month. And it goes up every 6 months that he does a new video of like where he's at. Now he's over $1 million, and I think he gets like 5 or 6 grand a month for having around $1 million sitting in dividend stocks. And it's easier than anyone that's listening thinks. The only reason it's going to get difficult or impossible is because this AMC play I'm in, there's so many fucking plebs that are about to be millionaires off this AMC play that they will make sure the game never allows that to happen again. Because we called them on their corruption, they're stuck in their corruption, and they don't know how to get out without us all screaming shenanigans. And it goes all the way up to the president and all the way back down. in the connection of corruption. And the problem is, people all over the world bought AMC stock, and the whole world is watching America going, what are you going to do? How are you going to fix this? What are you going to do about it? They don't know what to do.
Huh.
Like these hedge funds, they're paying millions of, well, maybe over $1 billion a year just to hold these short positions that they don't want to close that make us all rich. Well, make me rich twice.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man.
It is. Like, if you guys have watched the market at all or followed the news that Bad Barney No Bullet follows to try and talk shit to me, not knowing what he's talking about, AMC's been dropped to like under $5 and they still didn't cover. If you're not going to cover under $5 because you were so intent on putting a company out of business, you are the devil and you deserve what you're in right now. You deserve to lose your shirt to pay us back because you have taken the teachers' pensions. You have driven businesses into the ground that didn't deserve it, all because you're greedy fucking wolves of Wall Street. Because here's the corruption part. Like shorting, there's a logical, fair way to short, and that's when you see that Blockbuster is no longer needed. Blockbuster is going to go out of business. You short Blockbuster, and you make money on the way down. No, these motherfuckers, for decades longer than the AMC play has ever been around, before even internet, every day they were taking out government loans, using the government loan to short companies into bankruptcy, to make money off that bankruptcy and pay back the government loan, to take it out again the next day and short another company into bankruptcy with a government loan to make billions. And the reason the rules stayed like that is because some of those billions grease the palms of the government that keeps the rules to let things like that happen. Now, the really fucked up part about it is when they wrongfully put your business into the ground like that, they also get your patents. Your business's patents become theirs for putting you out of business. And it's fucked up. And there's a special, if there is a hell that exists, they should go to it. Because, what's his dick? I can't even remember this fucker's name because next to the WEF scientist, if you give me the shot for this guy, fucking Kenny. He's the fucking CEO of Citadel, the motherfuckers that do this shit. Not to mention that the market makers do this shit. Market makers, Tom, what are market makers? Market makers are the guys that make Wall Street the thing. The reason there's a market you can trade and invest in is because market makers. So that's like saying if the Dallas Cowboys are the market makers, you'd be at an NFL game and they'd be like, man, that was a bad play by the refs. Let's say it's Dolphins versus the Bears. They'd be like, that was a horrible play by the refs. Like, oh yeah, the Dallas refs, the Dallas Cowboys refs. Like, what do you mean the Dallas Cowboys refs? Oh yeah, all NFL refs are Dallas Cowboys refs. Like, hold the fuck up. What do you that's what I'm saying. The market makers are the referees while they have a team playing. It's fucked up. And a bunch of autists and stoners that invested in a theater all got together and did their investigation and shared notes, and we linked it all the way up the chain. And the news still won't tell you because they know shit. Shit's going down. These kids got us dead to rights. And it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. It blows my mind. When Kenny from Citadel is saying these fucking investors, because they bought and hold a stock, the most basic function of the stock market, he's trying to say we're the reason that teachers are losing their pensions, that unions are losing their pensions. No, they're the ones that took those pension funds and risked them on this shit. They've been gambling with teachers' pension funds and your grandma's pension funds. And whenever you watched Leonardo DiCaprio do drugs and risk money, that was your gam's money. And people get entertained by a movie about how their gam has to have a job at 70 years old because of Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah, man. Like
fucked up.
even here in Denver, when I was in college, I'd go to the closest Burger King to my college, and the nicest, got to be late 60s, early 70s guy would sit there and work the register, and I'd just be like, I know this motherfucker got fucked. Like I know this guy had a plan. I know he was doing good, and he's fucked, and he's back in Burger King. Yeah,
Well,
man.
and that's, the thing about the subprime mortgage crisis and all this homelessness. It's like, millions of motherfuckers really lost their homes. Like that shit really happened.
Yeah. And that's because when you buy a home and take out certain kind of loans, you're saying, oh, right now this is an awesome payment to make on a home. And then things change in the market and with the economy, and now your payment goes up another grand a month, and you're like, what the fuck? And
Yep.
that's why people are living in their cars and shit. That's why in California, there's like doctors and physicians that are living on the side of the street in an RV because they couldn't keep their house, but they still go be doctors and physicians.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yep. When I was homeless in an RV, I was a dishwasher for a chain of restaurants owned by Elon Musk's brother, as I was saving $1,000 a month, like washing dishes and investing in Elon when nobody thought it was cool to say Elon Musk. And I've lived for almost 2 years now off those gains of what I invested when I lived out of an RV.
Well, yeah, and that's like the new American dream in some way, that you're going to be able to, make enough money to at least live for a few years.
Well, I got more to go, but I'm saying just off Tesla.
Well, that's
I
what I
got
mean.
other companies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
what
got
I'm
other
saying. Just
companies.
even in the short term, I'm saying just to
Oh yeah.
even be able to do that.
And every time I'm behind a guy in line that buys a lottery or scratch off, like if you would have put all those in dividend stocks, you'd be sitting pretty somewhere right now.
Well, yeah, and, it's like I would every once in a while I might buy a scratcher, but I understand mathematics, and it's fucking damn near impossible to actually win anything on those things.
Yeah, I've seen YouTubers that'll buy a fresh wrapped stack, just buy the whole stack that's not even opened and show
Yeah.
how much they don't win from it.
Oh, it's crazy, dude. And if you have any understanding of odds and you can just read the fucking odds for the game, it's terrible. It's like, what?
Yeah. Yeah,
What?
it's people taking Jim Carrey seriously on Dumb and Dumber when he said, "So you're telling me there's a chance?" That's what a
Exactly.
fucking scratch off is.
Well, I mean, you'd be better off hanging out outside the convenience store and just wait till somebody else wants to come up and buy a ticket and just fucking flip a coin with each other. At least somebody's going to win. Shit.
And half the cameras in those convenience stores are for all the times someone hit millions of dollars and the convenience store told them they lost and kept that ticket.
Yeah, that's
why
a
they
real
have to
thing,
have
man.
cameras
Yeah.
on them.
Yeah, dude, that's a real thing. So you kind of have to, I
Well,
guess you have to check your numbers yourself, I guess.
No, that's also, if anybody's ever noticed in the gas station, that's why the machine will go, winner, winner. It's so the fucking employee can't pull that shit.
Yeah. Yep. Crazy, man. That people are, that's just expected that they're that dishonest, but I guess they are.
It's crazy that that it happens, but not crazy that humans do it. It's very likely that a convenience store guy that hates his fucking job is going to con you out of your winning lottery ticket.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is human nature. It's just I understand that there's a lot of people that way. I don't have it in me to do that. Like, they won, I didn't win, But I understand that a lot of people will just be like, okay, well, I guess I'm just going to take this guy's lottery ticket.
But I also know how to see when I'm not trusted, because when I did those jerky kiosks at DIA, I was cool with the guy next to us that did the New York sunglasses. And he was cool, but I also knew that when I was fucking with cash in the register, I knew he was sneaking up to be just around the corner to pop around the corner on me, because the lady I worked for was suspicious of an employee stealing. I already knew she had me looking out for theft, and that's why I knew she was counter having him on me, because I could already tell when he was creeping on me to pop around the corner. And as a college student at the time, the only thing I was stealing was the samples we already had out for people to try because my ass was broke and hungry in college, like you are in college.
Exactly.
So I would make a whole meal out of our samples sometimes.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. Oh, that shit was so delicious yet expensive. We had elk, buffalo, whitetail, I'm forgetting some, but yeah, various animals. Various animals. And we all know that the climax is the peak of a craggy mountain. And on the picture of the kiosk, it was a craggy mountain. But because the name was Climax, people from all over the country would either want their picture taken with Climax Jerky and buy a t-shirt, or they would look at me discerningly and shake their heads in disappointment as I shout back, "It's the peak of a mountain, you fucking pervert. It's not like an orgasm jerky, you stupid bitch."
That's hilarious.
And here's the really funny thing. That delicious jerky, it's just a place in Dillon, Colorado that if you got a logo and a company, they'll slap it on the package and you can sell it wholesale. It wasn't her recipe or anything at all. It was just jerky anybody could get and put their brand name on it. But because she had all 3 concourses on lockdown with 1 to 2 kiosks on each concourse, even despite the fees for being retail and DIA, I know she was banking. I know she was rolling in cash. Oh my God, I can only imagine. Talking like $15 for like 1 point something grams of this stuff, but it was delicious.
Oh yeah, the jerky's crazy expensive, but yeah, it's convenient and delicious. It can be.
Jerky is already expensive. Then you add in the exotic animals. Then you add in that it's at an airport where people are trapped in the airport, so prices shoot up because they know you can't
Oh,
go
yeah.
anywhere else. Yeah, man, it was hella expensive. Yeah.
I'm sure people bought a lot of it though.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, there was another funny night. It was when we first went medical. It was like the earliest Colorado days of getting a medical card for weed. And so occasionally I'd talk to somebody because you shoot the shit as people pass through when planes come in and shit. And this girl wants to ask me stuff about the legal weed. And you know she's from an illegal place because she's in Colorado asking me about legal weed, but she's being all like looking left and right and like looking over her shoulder to talk to me about it. And so I would start to talk to her in my normal robust voice, and she's like, "Okay, cool, keep it down." It's like, and I'd be like, and I was like, "What about weed? It's just weed. It's legal. It's marijuana." And she's like losing her shit, trying to get away from me. I'm like, God, why would you ask about legal weed if you're scared to talk about legal weed in the legal weed place? It was just so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird stigmas around things, that's for sure. Like the Climax jerky.
Right. And I liked how the extremes were. It was either they want their picture taken beside it, or they give me the discerning shame on you.
Yeah. Hilarious.
So here's another problem I'm having with this truther community.
Oh, good.
There's this guy I like, and I'll go ahead and say who he is because he doesn't do the panel thing. He does live broadcasts that you can chat with him, but he doesn't do panels. His name is Son of Perdition.
Okay.
And my problem is, he's a really good guy. But my problem is this recent thing of like the buffalo headed guy from January 6th, where Tucker Carlson's footage is him being escorted around by cops who are opening doors for him and shit. In this kid's mind, he thinks that makes Buffalo Guy a fucking Fed plant that was.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, no, sir. Like, this is the point. Like, Nobody was really getting resistance that day. Everyone was allowed in. The police were understaffed, yet courteously, please don't break shit, come on in, you know? And there was that extreme difference of like, yeah, for 1 minute, there was the tug of war over the barricade outside and people were climbing on shit. But then also people were inside with MAGA Granny just taking pictures for social media and shit. And only one girl died, and it was from her telling people to chill, and she got shot by some government dude while she was trying to tell dudes to stop climbing on shit and stuff. And I kind of dig the direction her husband and her friends took, rather than making January 6th worse than 9/11 and Pearl Harbor. They're changing it to her name day, where it's like, today we celebrate this girl that died just trying to be a good American, you know? And now it's not January 6th if you follow that, right? And yeah, man, it just blows my mind that this kid got a little too lost in the sauce, where I'm like, no, dude, the Fed is the guy is Ray Epps. Ray Epps is the guy the FBI doesn't want to talk to, that is seen in all the footage going, we're going to go into the Capitol. And all the protesters go, no. Like, and the feds don't want to talk to that guy, right? Like, fuck this shit, man. I think he's a little too far in the sauce. He needs to just take a step back. Just look at it for what it is.
Yeah, a bunch of morons who thought they could just misbehave without going to federal prison.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Well, but also, there's people who didn't really do a damn thing wrong, and we don't know if they're still sitting there in a cell, like, for question mark time with no trial. Like, that shit. Like, let's say people were misbehaving. This is America. You give them their fucking trial, you sentence them, you speedy that shit, and let them serve their time. But there was people.
Well, yeah, that's what I would be in favor of. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's people that, because they were there, they got put in a cell. No one really got told they're in a cell. It was Obama's mystery indefinite incarceration shit, and that's Americans.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, I'm sitting in a cell for X amount of time, which turns into question mark amount of time. I ain't talked to a lawyer. I don't know why I'm here. That's
the scary part. Yeah.
That's gulag shit, man.
Well, but we've known that, the government will do that anytime it wants to. We've known that for a while.
And I heard another fucked up story yesterday. Like, don't get me wrong. Between Ukraine and Russia, like, let them sort it out. Don't use my money. Because I know Putin, I know Russia, but I also know that Ukrainians are the last of the militant white supremacists, whether left wants to deny it or not. Like, you can go on the internet, look up these units, and like I say about white supremacists, they'll take the mic from you and pull your camera toward them. Just like their websites are like, we are this, I'm the leader general, this is my name, and we say white people are better. Like, they're not shy about telling you. And people try and tell me that Ukrainians don't have white supremacists in them, you know? So I found out about these Ukrainian women that were in the forces, and their thing was, hey, if you find out we're about to be captured by Russia, just please shoot me. And that ended up not happening. And these Ukrainian women got captured, blah, blah, blah. But here's where it gets weird. Because the Ukrainian women wanted shot in the head because they know about Putin's prisons. They know the kind of noises that come out of those prisons from the type of torture that happens. Like, Russians, allegedly, they'll torture women. They won't rape women. They'll rape men and torture men. And I can't imagine the psychological torture that Russia does mock executions. You think they're finally going to execute you. Nope. Just fucking with you. Maybe tomorrow. That was your fake execution. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But more torture till then. Like, that is fucked up. But here's what I also think is fucked up. At one point, these women are blindfolded and being transferred. And the bus takes them to a place, and they get taken outside of the bus. And then their blindfolds are removed in front of a sign that's like, welcome to Ukraine. And I'm like, Whether America did that extraction, whether Ukraine did that extraction, who rescues tortured prisoners of war and just leaves them blindfolded after they're saved and doesn't say, and it just gives them one more ride of thinking God knows where they're headed? Like, dude, as soon as you're rescued and you're transport, I'm gonna pull your fucking blindfold off and let you know. And it wasn't until they were off that bus that they had their blindfolds removed and found out they were rescued. And I think that in itself is pretty fucked up.
Oh, yeah, I was not aware of that.
I just saw the thing yesterday. It was the interview with the Ukrainian women, because one of them was pregnant, and they were telling her in the Russian prison, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna let you have your baby, and then you're never gonna see it again. We're gonna send it off to an orphanage, and we're gonna just rotate orphanages in case you're here looking for it. Like, you will never find your kid." And she got rescued before she even had it, I think. But I don't doubt they would have done that shit too, because there's a lot of good Russians in Russia, and they're all scared to say how scared they are of Putin. But at the same time, when Putin is making an address to various countries saying it's the West that's going to ruin our families and transgender our kids, I go, well, he's not wrong. You know, like, we're not happy about that shit either here in the West. So he's not wrong about that. And I'm ashamed that he's got to warn other countries that we're doing that, because we're not doing good at stopping it either.
Yeah, I haven't followed any of it, actually.
I
I
got
don't
the
know what-
time. I got the time. You just keep driving those transports. You do you, and I'll keep
That's
you
right.
up to date. Yep. You know, other people, if they had this free time and this money, they'd be off fucking getting their dicks sucked, sitting on beaches and shit. I'm a man of fucking substance. There's
That's right. Talking about ideas on the internet. I like it.
I have principles, you know?
Oh,
And woe to those who say I just sit on the internet, because this is my internet time is when I'm not out that front door, and it's not all dog walking either.
Oh yeah, no, you're in the real world. You're not a shut in.
Oh, I am in the shit of the real world, because no, I see how my different hats, like, if you want me to give some bullshit deniable by atheist reason to think there's a sky daddy, it's like my by the seat of my pants life that sent me around wearing different hats and surviving different things. It all like matches together at once to make me advantageous in ways your common people can't be. Like, the mix of police training and criminal lifestyle just come together so many times to help me achieve things. It's crazy. Just like all my district management and all my business success is everything I learned from being a drug dealer. You know, like, everything I achieve in business, I learned from dealing drugs. And I only say dealing drugs because it was weed in a place where that was still considered drugs. Like, there's a dead cop that I used to play fucking Warhammer and Dungeons and Dragons with his son, and that his dad would become the cop that was like, I'm gonna catch this motherfucker. Like, I know this dude is in something, and I'm gonna be the one that catches him. And that cop is dead, because it wasn't me trying to be linked up with New Jersey mooks, but I was Kevin Bacon's away from New Jersey mob guys. And there's people from my hometown that are dead because of it and in jail or whatever, you know. And I wanted to save those stories for Z's panel, because Z lives in New Jersey. But he didn't hold the respect with me to do that, because I was always like, man, I gotta let Z know that if these stories get him into trouble residing in Jersey, to just tell those motherfuckers where I am, like they don't already know. I already have a cell phone with a 304 number that I figured if they were watching his stream and I started talking, I'd hear it back in my room just vibrating, blowing up. And I just say on stream, I hear you guys. Trust me, I'm watching the details. Just quit blowing up my phone. I'm being careful with details.
What is that? New Jersey 304?
No, 304 is West Virginia, but West Virginia,
Oh, okay.
I was getting my shit through guys in my hometown that were dealing with New Jersey mooks because I was just getting Mexican brickweed pounds from them, but their thing was yayo. Yayo every dayo. They are like, I even worked for a restaurant, a Mexican restaurant in my hometown, that this second floor had all the windows spray painted black so that politicians in my hometown could go upstairs and do coke with the restaurant owner. And so I assume a lot of that coke came from guys that they wanted no one to know that they were the guys, but I was one of their mystery workers that knew I worked for them. I would act like I didn't know I worked for them because I was one of the only people that could independently piece together who I worked for. Because their guy that they used to come to me to take money or give me product, yeah, my mom used to babysit him when she worked in a daycare. And so he's trying to bullshit me, telling me, you know, I'm connected. You know, I got it going on. You see me showing up here with a different vehicle every time. And then whenever he left, I'd tell my roommate, yeah, I know one of those vehicles is his work vehicle. One of them is his vehicle. The other one's his sister's car. And then the fourth one is like question mark, you know, but I know bullshit when I hear it. So yeah, good times, man. Good times. I love my life. Glad I survived this long.
Me too.
Because now I've survived long enough that the majority of things that'll take me out, I'll enjoy the process. Like when I said I was having the time of my life on New Year's when I had all those broken bones and a collapsed lung, the only thing crossing my mind was like, man, if this bill, dude, like if I have to go to a specialist, this is gonna be a big fucking bill. And
Yeah.
it is. It's like over 4K. Like I didn't even have time to recover and hit up the person that would speculate what I can be reduced as a not working, not disclosing my savings motherfucker. And before I could even contact them, they're already hitting me with like, hey, you owe $4,000 any day now. You better pay that up. I'm like, you guys haven't even given me a chance to reevaluate that 4K. But luckily, I understand money and credit so much now that you can just stick that on my social security number and let it follow me if you have to. Well, like, I didn't get $4,000 worth of service, so
It's a fucking scam.
I'll let it sit for 7 years if I have to. Like, it'll be gone in 7 years, and I doubt there's much it'll keep me from doing, you know?
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't think so.
Like when this squeeze play hits or when my crypto thing hits, I'll still, off principle, be really hard pressed to pay that off. I'll pay off all my credit cards, I'll pay off my student loans, and I'll still look at that 4K like, you know, I've probably got enough money to just let that ride for 7 years and give them the finger over it, you know?
Fuck 'em.
You know? I mean, they kept me overnight when I didn't want to be. The only reason I stayed is because they said another specialist will be in, and I thought that was going to be as soon as the other 3 specialists. But I found myself shooting awake in a strange place, thinking, why the fuck am I still in the ER? And like they had never come in yet, and it's like the next morning. So I can't reach the buzzer. They let me pass out where I can't reach my room buzzer, and I'm too laid up to get my ass up out of that hospital bed and get the buzzer. So I called my friend with my phone, and he called the fucking front desk for me. Oh man, it was such a shit show, man. It was such a shit show. And then when she finally comes in and I'm bitching her out about it, She's like, well, you're not here against your will. You're free to leave. I'm like, yeah, like I could have got up out of here and got dressed and left. And when I say got dressed, get my own shoes on, you know, like I was fully clothed, but to get my shoes on in that condition, God, it was hard. And the nurse that helped me was kind of like, you could tell she was like, get your fucking shoes on and get out of here. And still didn't like officially help me. She did like the minimum she could do to help me get my shoes on. But like I said, it was either this chat or the chat I was in before here tonight. They were talking about hospitals. I said hospitals are no longer a place that shits are given about you, and I very much saw that night because I follow a YouTuber named Patriot Nurse, and she has been a nurse all her life. She travels around teaching people how to do nursing shit, and shit hits the fan. And she's putting out videos right now like, look, from now on, as a person in the healthcare industry, like, if you don't handle your own self, the hospitals are either going to not give much of a shit or try and push you to take routes you probably don't want to take if you didn't want to take a jab. And she's like trying to teach people how to either help themselves or be ready for navigating the new way that hospitals will be as people don't give a shit about you anymore.
Yeah, it's fucked, man. It's not good at all. It's getting worse for sure.
Yeah. This can only be the devil's, it's the devil's world, or he wouldn't have been able to offer it to Jesus as a bargain.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it can't offer you something the devil doesn't own. This is his world. That's why he could entice Jesus with it.
That's right. Couldn't agree more.
Yep.
Well, I think I'm about to shut it down, and that I ate a bunch of fruit. I think it's making me sleepy. I usually don't have blood sugar issues, but what's going on? Probably gonna chill out for a few minutes and maybe listen to some content since I feel like we did enough today. Thanks for riding with me too. I appreciate it, man.
Dude, is there any viewers left even?
Yeah, there's 14 people here.
What the fuck is wrong with them?
Something right. There's something right with them, if you ask me. But yeah, it's been pretty cool, man. That there's people who are willing to listen.
And the way I do my best help with content or my best conversations, except with the exception of when I have the setup to follow the chat, my other quality time is when I've let myself forget that we're even doing a YouTube thing and that we're not just two guys shooting the shit.
Yeah, man, it comes out good. And like I say, it was a bit of an off day anyway, so I think overall we did pretty good. So I'm feeling pretty good about it.
I just hate that after the wrap up, sometimes I'll check the chat and be like, oh, this was a quality chat night. I wish I had been responding to some of this shit, you know? Like there was good chatters out there and I missed it.
Yeah, we've got a pretty solid live chat over here. There's definitely some stuff I saw I missed earlier once I, went back and caught up.
Well, you do. It's not because of me. You're lucky you kept this many with me calling this my home field.
Oh, man, I think you've got your fans for sure. You definitely got some fans.
That's what Rusty says. Rusty was saying he's got his fault, but he was saying it like my intentions happened.
No. I just mean there's people who like to hear what you have to say. That's all I mean.
And I don't know who they are. I never catch those chats. I never hear about those people.
Well, that's just, probably better. Just do what you do and don't worry about it, right?
I do my best when I know nobody's coming to save me.
Exactly. Back against the wall.
Yep.
But also,
when I know nobody's coming to save me, I know everyone I aim at is an enemy I can shoot at.
Nice. There's something there for sure. But I'm going to shut it down, man. But we'll look forward to that interview on the 19th that you're going to be having. So, and feel free to pop in and feel free to pop in the meantime. But I know you said you were going. You were not going to be on the internet, or you're not going to be on live streams in the intervening time.
I'll tell you what, Benton. I can always be watching, but I'm going to hold off my interaction until I get that interview behind me. But also, I'm going to spend this week getting my ducks in a row and making sure that I'm not too malicious on that interview and I'm just saying what needs to be said and I don't brain fart. I have my facts there. It's all fresh. I'm going to do a college effort to ending this unslaved bullshit that keeps following me.
Well, yeah, I think that's great, man. And just sort of put it behind you, hopefully, and have it all on the record and then move on.
And hopefully win a few hearts and minds in the process.
I'm sure you will, sir. So I'm looking forward to it. And thanks for being here. And I'm going to go ahead and shut her down. I hope everybody has a good day.
Yep. Be safe, man.
Yes, sir.